Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Thanks, MR. Awesome. Frostbite Coins and Collectibles. Member for 2 months. My very first member. He had a little bit of inside information. He was helping me develop everything on YouTube. So he got the insider information. Doggone. Lisa Anderson, member for 1 month. There you go. It looks like it. Maybe I got it. I hope I got it. Anyway, welcome everyone. Let's see who all we got here. Neil Han Dynasty, Frostbite, Invisible River Ranch. See who else is here. Gotta go a little faster, I guess. MR. I think I saw Lisa in there. Nickel Stacking. And OC Stacker. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Yeah, there's Lisa. My Silver Journey, welcome. Aspiring Alchemist. Metal Matt. Thank you for the 99-cent super sticker, Metal Matt. Amy Harrell. It's nice to have all of you here, especially after last night. Wow, did we go down a couple rabbit holes? We'll blame it all on Nickel. Gotta blame it on Nickel. So, no, all joking aside, we will blame it on Nickel. All joking aside. No, I'm joking. But all joking aside, welcome all. This is going... Sure, he's willing to accept the blame. This is going to be my very first live stream in this type of format. This is an idea that was brought to me, and I want to thank Frosty. I think this was his idea, and I thought it was a really good one, so I decided to do it. This is about what you want to talk about. And if we have enough moderators, we'll bring them up and let them talk as they wish. If we don't, then we'll give it, put it with the people that are subscribers, and then go from there. Last night we went down a long, God Almighty, a very long live stream. I mean, heck, I was starting to approach Frostbite's record live stream. I don't think I could quite get there, to be honest with you, but I got a lot down there. And I called Ian today and apologized for keeping him on. I didn't realize that we were going to go that far. And he's like, no, there's no reason to apologize. I wanted to go down that rabbit hole. So I appreciate that. So, this is going to be about all of you. It's going to be what you want to talk about. I do want to bring a couple little things to the table so that, thanks, Nickel. You're pretty good too. But honestly, I want to bring something to the table that I want you all to look into. I put this on a community post, and I've gotten very many responses to it. So whenever you get a moment, not right now, but whenever you get a moment, That's true. Invisible River Ranch. It was to bring my numbers up. Um, I'll check the numbers here in a second, but I put something on the community post, and whenever you get a chance, please let me know on the community post what you think. And what I have here is this. Basically, I'm talking about the different levels that I'm planning on going more than just Tiger Cub. I was letting myself sit at Tiger Cub because I didn't know what I didn't know. So I wanted to make sure that I was going to get used to it, wade in on the shallow end of the pond, and then start building my levels. I have chosen the names for the levels. Levels 2 through 5 have not been made yet. And a lot of white tigers are Siberian. So basically, you already did? Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, come on. Yeah, you did. It was under Frosties. Okay. But basically, what I wanted to do was have you all put into the community post what things you would like to see me give back to all of you at the different levels. Trying to figure that out. So there you go. We don't talk about Tigger. I have told you guys, he's my cousin, but he's not a very nice person. I've asked him thousands of times to teach me to bounce on his tail, and he said that is a trade secret that Disney won't let him spread out. I think he's lying to me. So we don't talk about Tigger. So basically, what's going on here is, let me pull this back up. Where's that cursor? There it is. What we're going to also do is you guys are right. I am trying to build my hours, trying to beat the algorithm, the deadline, and last I checked, I am. Oh, come on, computer! I am at 3,660 hours. So I've got 340 hours left to go. So that's where I'm at with the hours. I'm trying to get my current job to allow me to keep to the original plan, which is, hey, John Camper, welcome. Chad, welcome. Vegas Stacker, welcome. So basically, what I'm going to try to do is get my current employer to quit overworking me. It helps with the money, but it doesn't help me promote my channel. And sometimes I just need some downtime. But basically, I want to build the channel. I want to have some time off from work. And thank you, Lisa. Good evening to you too, John Camper. So I want to get to a point where I can have some time to do videos and live streams and chat with all of you and that whole thing, because that's important to me too. Actually, you all are my vacation from my hard work. So that's that. So the other thing I was going to ask you is if you would be so kind, I'll show you here in a second. Get it over here, bring that up. If you would be so kind as to come over to the playlists. I have all the live streams here in live stream. And if it bores you, you're sleeping, you can just turn it on and let it run. I would be grateful. Because what I had brought up to the chat before was I'm going to keep my promises that hold on, I get that back over there. 4 1 ounces of Tiger coins by the time we reach 4,000 view hours. If we beat the deadline, I'm going to put a 4 ounce pour up for a giveaway. The 4 ounces of 1 ounce coins are going to be for the subscribers, and the 4 ounce pour will be for the members. An idea that I got from Frostbite from something he's done, which I'll let him do the talking about that. On this live stream, if we get every 50 likes that I get, I'm going to give away 90% 50-cent face, 90%, and it'll be up to you. Half dollars, quarters, dimes, but you'll have to claim it on my email. Okay? Topics are whatever you want to bring up. So, whoops, hold on. Almost clicked the wrong thing. So I'm going to put Dog World in you. Thank you for the $10 super chat, baby doll. I miss you, girl. So let me go ahead and give you the link. That's the link. Feel free to ask to come on up. We'll talk about whatever your topic is. It could be anything, stacking, non-stacking, how the world is, in your opinion, going to affect our economy. If you want to talk about dogs, I would invite wifey, Mrs. Tiger, to get up here. Invisible River Ranch, what are you doing? You hanging around Nickel? I keep telling you guys, always talking about my gloves. All right, here we go. Hold on. It's always about the gloves. Always about the gloves. See what you started, Nickel? Nothing but a troublemaker. All right, here you go. There are my gloves. I don't normally bring my Mason ones. My Shriner ones I usually keep with me because I don't use it that often. Stays nice and clean. So you happy now? You get to see my gloves. All right. Hey, D. McCoy, welcome. So let me get these gloves off. We can get back to the real thing here. And I put the link into the chat. I'll put it in again. And there you go. Hey, John Jacobs. Welcome to the chat. You have to be Invisible River Ranch. You never know when you're going to need something. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to presume that either you aren't seeing the link or you're not able to use it. So let me see if I can figure this out. Okay. can't type very well. Here we go. Okay. It's all right. Then that disproves my theory. Hey, Frosty.
What's up?
I assume Bifrost is with you, considering the emblem there.
That's correct. We are drawing.
Dude, I saw that video where the both of you were drawing. She did Jessica Rabbit, and you were doing Roger Rabbit. You both did really good, but she's really faster.
Well, yeah. My name is Flash 100-yard dash.
Hey, Bifrost, how you doing, sweetheart?
He said thumbs up.
Understood. I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to come out there. That was my plan, to come out there. But I got to get these view hours up, and then we can rearrange that idea. So, maybe when your dad and I are going to do a collaborative effort, we all can have dinner together, and I get to meet the entire family.
Sounds like a plan, brother.
That works.
So she is teaching me how to draw Mr. Carl Fredricksen from the movie Up. So she is teaching me how to draw. Yeah, it's an animated.
Oh, I know it. I know it.
Yeah.
It was Lou. Oh gosh, what was his? No, not Lou. Ed Asner. He played a guy, Lou, on a TV show, but his real name's Ed Asner. I think you're talking about that character.
Yeah, the old dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we're drawing him. So we're going to be doing this kind of chit-chatting. I'm not looking at the screen. We're going to be focusing on this. So I'm not going to be watching chat or anything, but we're going to be drawing. We're going to be doing this stuff. She's teaching me how to draw it, giving me tips, because I definitely need to improve if we're going to continue these episodes. We try to do Tom and Jerry, and I think my Jerry got into a nuclear reactor or something, because he was a little malformed. So yeah, we're playing and having fun, and so it's Dad's day tomorrow, and so we're hanging out, just doing our thing, and figured that while you were doing this, we could talk and chit chat and do whatever, but we would be doing some drawing. So we can.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, bud.
I really appreciate that. I'm trying to find something. Anyway, so is there anything on your mind that you want to talk about?
No, basically, it's just going to be kind of whatever you want to talk about. We're going to be drawing, just listening. As people have questions, I know Nickel said he was getting his questions ready. Lord knows what that means.
Oh, yeah, you got to worry about that one.
But yeah, just let us know if you have a topic.
Did he tempt us down the rabbit holes yesterday, or what?
Oh, that's a lot of fun, though.
we went for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, so you won't see your time from that for another day and a half.
I understand that.
When you did your analytics at the very end, did you look at your analytics at the very end?
Yes.
What was your total hours from that?
From that, it said 87 and change.
Okay, so did you refresh it about 8 minutes later?
Yeah, it was about 87 and change. It was 84 and change before I refreshed it.
So you're looking about 250 hours left?
Yeah, approximately. Now, this morning, when I looked at it, it said 89 hours, and then YouTube switched over to how many view hours you've seen since the video posted from live stream to video. So
right, and if you remember, I showed you how to check both of those, because in order to check the analytics of that, you actually have to look in two places. This is where a lot of people get confused and think that live streams don't count, because as they go through and they look at their data. They only have, 18 views in 9 watch hours. But in order to do it, the way that you have to look at your analytics is if you've had that screen open, the one, you and I have talked about this, you don't have to bring it up. But if you have that screen open and you have that open all the way through the end of your live stream, you can go back to that video, go back to the analytics page, click on that item, and that hour will pop up. Then you can take the 2 hours together, add them up, and it'll tell you what your hours are for that particular video.
Yeah.
After about 72 to 84 hours, you'll be able to look at your analytics for that video under the analytics screen and get all of your data. But you won't be able to do that for a couple.
So right now I got to roll with what I remember from the black screen, and then just use what I got from today's screen and just mentally add it together until they catch up with everything.
Yeah. So to answer Nichols' question, that is neither a yes or a no question. It's I can neither confirm nor deny. I can't make the assumption that a submarine does or does not. But common sense is all I can really say in that regard. There are subs in some of these other nations that have old working diesel subs still that are not necessarily fitted for that kind of stuff. They are, but maybe not for the new ones. They could have old weapons. They could have new weapons. They could have, added tubes. They could just be a torpedo ship. So it's hard to say. Again, look at all facets. But again, what Invisible said, or excuse me, JJ said, never underestimate your enemy. Always assume they have everything. But again, the answer to that is I can neither confirm nor deny because I just don't know.
Understood. I remember when World War I was going on. My grandfather was in the Navy then. They ran on coal. If you can believe that. They ran on coal. So, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
You have this ability to be so silent that I think that you've hopped off the phone or off the internet or something. It's so
called
funny.
Listening, dude. Yeah, I'm just, if you're talking when somebody else is talking, you ain't gonna hear it. No, it's all good.
Thank you, Aspiring Alchemist. I appreciate that so much. So, let's see here. Who wants to come up into the chat? I'm sending it out on the chat again. The new subs run on methane gas. Well, my God Almighty, does that mean that they have to eat a lot of beans to get it going? I got no response to that joke. Stacking with Kraken. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm putting this link back in there because I want you all to feel free to come up.
Hey, Invisible, are you talking the weather?
Let's see
69
here.
at night, 107. That sounds like a perfect combination right there.
Oh, yeah. The weather going up and down, people get real sick real fast. My dogs won't let me. Tiger, they'll bark. I don't care, Lisa. Come on up. You're welcome. I'll join your stream as I need the hours too. Well, let me know when you're ready to do something, Vegas Stacker. I'll be there for you, buddy. Come on, Aspiring Alchemist. You're a smart girl. Hop on up here.
Hey, what's going on, Vegas Stacker? How you doing? Yeah, and if anybody wants ideas on how to gain hours, things that they can do, Ask the question. Now, I'm going to need Tiger to say, hey, Frosty, there's a question, because I'm not looking at the screen at all. I'm
Okay.
watching Bifrost draw, and I'm trying to copy what she's got going on. She's about 400 steps ahead of me, so I'm trying to catch up and figure out what the hell she's done. But if you guys have questions or you want to figure something out or you want to know something, let me know. I'm just going to need Tiger or somebody else that comes on the panel to let me know, because again, I'm not looking at the screen. What's going on, Lisa?
We got.
There's trouble.
Thanks, Frost.
What's going on, Kraken?
How you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Just hanging with a girl.
You
Doing
gotta,
some daddy-daughter time.
gotta be careful with the people with the tentacles.
Yeah. How's
Okay.
everybody in the chat?
Say again.
I said, how's everybody doing in the chat today?
How you all doing in the chat?
Amy. What's up, Amy?
It's the first
What's up,
time you and I've ever talked for live, Stacking.
Yeah, I know. You up live, I think last night, weren't you?
I
For
did.
a long time, but y'all were doing something. But it's fine. There's always time.
Oh yeah.
Frosty, how you feel, man?
I'm much better, dude. Much better.
Oh, that's good.
Still got the congestion and stuff in my chest. Having lung issues. The place, whenever I get sick, it always settles in my chest. So now that
Yeah.
that's over and done with, I'm doing much better. Thanks for asking, bud. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Let's see here.
Tiger, you doing okay?
Oh yeah. I have. Look at Nickel. He's tired
What's up,
from last
Nickel?
night. I was going to call him, and but I was talking with Surfer, and I looked over to my phone, and Nickel went live right after he was tired from last night. He went on for his piece too. I fell asleep sitting up. Anyway, I'm doing good, Kraken. I've had some time to get some sleep. I got out a little bit, ate a little bit of Chinese food.
Yeah.
So it's a good day when you.
Invisible ranch.
Oh yeah. What about this one? I had an octopus once.
There's a big difference. I actually got a new picture sticker that I'm making that's different from the one that y'all see. I mean, I've made 3 so far. Well, I've had people make them for me, but like Steve, Looking for Silver made the one that's on the screen now, and
Okay.
Rock made the other one that I had, and I just got through talking to Zoltan, and he did something for me that I've been trying to get somebody to understand, but it's not gonna make a debut till it gets here. I'm not gonna show the design until it gets here.
I understand.
It's pretty awesome, I think.
I'm glad you brought the topic of stickers up. I brought this up yesterday, and I have stickers for me and Wifey's channel, and yeah, he does sound a lot like you, Nickel. Are you running two channels at once? Are you trying to tell me Kraken is Nickel?
I don't think so.
So anyway, if you start snapping your fingers at the beginning of your videos, I'll know you're one and the same. Lulu Lucky, welcome. So basically, we've had stickers for a while for Dog World and for Tiger Stacker. I've recently gotten magnets for the same. I haven't been able to do much with them because of the work. Don't insult him like that. Remember, Nickel, you said that. But basically, I've just recently ordered poker chips, and I'm going to show you.
Who'd you get them from? PokerChip.com?
Well, I think it was Chip Labs is what My Silver Journey recommended me to,
Yeah.
and I called over there, and the lady was rude. She
Sounds familiar.
and she got irritated because I didn't do computer stuff very well, and I was asking her to help me, and she was getting more and more and more irritated. So I
Well,
asked her, hold on a second, Kraken. So I
I'm
said,
sorry.
is there a way you can go over to my channel and just, go ahead and, take it off the channel? And, she just got more and more irritated. I asked for her supervisor. She told me there was no one. Either she's the supervisor, the owner, or what. And so I reached out to Silverpunk, where he got his chips from, and he told me to use this company. Okay, they're over in England. The guy Lou over there was absolutely wonderful. He was very patient. He even offered, without me saying anything, uh, that he would just said, "Where's your channel?" And I told him, and he found it, and wifey's channel, and he said he'll just take it off the website. It's like, cool. I don't have to fight to learn how to do that. I can go back to bed. And he says, "What's going to cost you more money shipping over to America?" I was like, "Dude, I've gotten personal help rather than some Yahoo tells me go look at look at our website and then doesn't want to help at all." That is, as far as I'm concerned, is not customer service. That is just outright rude. So I will spend the extra money all day, every day, to get something out of England. So besides, I like the English anyway.
Right.
You all don't want to do something like that. That's fine. I mean, you do you, I do me.
I went to pokerchips.com and I never spoke to anybody. All I done was, you ever been to Sticker Mule?
Yes,
You know
I
how
use
when
that too.
you know how when you go to Sticker Mule and once you have an account, once you log in, you go in there and you pick what you want to choose and then you can upload your artwork.
That's
Pokerchip
where I have a problem.
pokerchip.com is the same way. And so I never spoke to anybody. I went in and I got the coin or the poker chip I wanted. I put one Kraken picture on the front and one Kraken on the back. All I done was uploaded both my pictures. It's
Okay.
easy to do. Once you if you do the upload from your own personal batch, it'll go into your photo album wherever you got your stickers at,
Well,
and you just send it.
here's the problem. I'm learning computer, and I have two
I
aces.
want to correct
on my
that
sleeve.
statement.
What?
You
What?
are a user of a computer.
Okay. Translation. I only know how to do limited stuff.
Well, I did it off my phone, so it was easier.
So basically, I have two aces up my sleeves. One is the fella just above you, Frosty. The other one is my brother-in-law over in Ukraine. He did all the artwork, all the designs, all the everything. And, finally we decided on the one that we got. Totally tickled with what he's done. But I'm hoping for the day when I can do some more on my own and go from there. I mean, I stumble into stuff. My very first live stream was 8 minutes. I accidentally found it on the phone. I pushed a button and people started showing up. I'm like, oh, am I live? They were all howling with laughter, and I turned it off. My very first true live stream I did on my phone, and at the end of the time frame, I couldn't turn off the phone. I couldn't find the button that turned off the live stream. I turned the phone completely off, and it took about 10 minutes for YouTube to shut me off.
Yeah.
So, I'm technologically challenged, but I'm learning.
Oh, I understand. Trust me,
And
I do.
if you don't believe me, ask the man above you.
Well, he ain't that truthful. he ain't got all that savvy either.
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
about Frosty.
No.
He's helped me out with so many things. For those of you who are in the chat who are members, if you look, you got so far first month and second month or whatever they do for badges. I came up with some ideas. Frosty was the one who did that work. I would love to do that work myself, but he's like, dude, don't touch the computer, you'll blow it up.
That's bad.
So, by the way, how do you guys like the badges?
The badges?
Yeah, when you become a member, you get a badge that labels you.
Oh, I'm not a member. I don't believe.
Yeah, but you can see it in the chat.
Oh, they look cool. I mean, I think they're awesome. I mean, well, everybody gets one. I got so many people I'm subscribed to. It's unbelievable.
Same here.
I can't really make it out what it is because it's on my phone. All I see
Okay.
is square.
Well, basically, it's basically like this. We for a little while we had dice, and then Stacking Surfer, welcome. So basically, what we have there is
We don't need no stinking badges.
What's that?
Nickel Stacking said we don't need no stinking badges. He's making fun of you.
He makes fun of me all the time. I'm kind of thinking he does that to everybody.
He's true.
And so basically, every level you get a tiger claw coming through the screen until you get to 7 claws coming through the screen. The last one is a head coming through the screen. So it's pretty cool. I had the basic idea, and Frosty helped me finish the idea. So that's pretty neat. I like that. So now to answer your question, Surfer, this is a live stream where all the mods have a chance to come on up and chat, put in there what they want. If the mods aren't willing to hop up, then I'll put it open to the subscribers to come up, talk about what they want, and that type of thing. Look at Nickel picking on me. One of these days he might actually become a subscriber, and then I think I'm gonna start having chest pain. Might need to go into my own emergency room to let them take care of me. So what do you want to talk about, Kraken?
No, I just thought I'd pop up since you put the thing up. I did miss. Solo didn't have his stream today because he had to go out of town, and I did go up in Ashes for a little while, but I fell asleep. So
Bless your heart.
It won't because he was boring. It was just because I get tired.
Yeah, I know
Once
that.
you get older, you start getting tired.
How old are you?
57.
57.
I don't have half the energy I used to.
I know that feeling all too well.
Well, I mean, I take like 14 different medications, so a lot of it has to do with that.
Oh yeah, I understand that all too well. I'm gonna put the link back in there for anyone else that wants to come up. So anyone who didn't see it up earlier because they weren't here earlier.
You can put it in there, Tiger, and pin it. You know that.
Oh, how do I do that?
You just got to be careful who you let up.
Do I do it on StreamYard or do I do it on YouTube?
Do it on YouTube.
Okay, in studio or regular?
Regular.
Okay, let me find it.
You got to be careful about. You need to check them before they actually come up, though, because there's been a couple of incidences where they weren't who they say they were.
And that
Okay.
is the truth.
Dirty pictures. I mean, dirty stuff.
Okay, well, we don't want any of that. Okay, where's the pin? Oh, let me bring up this screen. You can tell me where I can find it. Is it on this screen?
Tupperware burp.
I'm looking. Pin. Where's the pin? Okay, maybe it's not there. How about if I go here? All right, where is the pin? Is it, I wonder if this is it.
I did go up with SGS earlier this morning. Well, yeah, Supreme Ginger Stacker.
Yeah, I tried waking up to go there, but I was so whipped from last night.
Right.
So where do I find the pin at?
When you get the link, there's going to be the 3 dots on the right hand side of the chat.
Here?
You're going to click on it and it'll say pin.
I don't see a pin.
Are you on the YouTube side?
This is YouTube.
Okay, no, click on it. Go. No. Stop doing that. Go to the chat where the link is. So scroll up and find the link that you put in. Go. Take your mouse down. Oh, good grief! In the chat, Tiger.
Get off of what you're doing.
There you go. Okay, now just hold on. Stop. Slow down. Okay. Find the link that you just put in.
Okay, I got it was down at the bottom.
You're going way too fast. Slow down a little bit because you've flown past it like 3 times. Go up a little more. Should be right about there. Just copy the link and paste it back in there. Just paste it back in. Hit enter. Okay, now go to the very bottom. Okay. You can't do it because no. Man, I'm going to beat you. Pin message.
This all the time. Here?
Pin message. All right,
That's
now it's
how
at
you
the
do
top.
that?
Now it's pinned.
Wow, I didn't know that's how it was done.
Yeah, this is why I said remove the infernal heart. As a moderator, that heart is the worst enemy. I hate that stupid thing because it blocks us from being able to perform actions. So I hate that infernal heart. It drives me insane.
How do you take it out?
So go to where it says edit. Click on customization. Scroll down and see where it says the little check mark live reactions.
Yeah.
Take it out. Save. Patow. See you later, mother.
And this is what Frosty sounds like every time he helps me.
I'm like, slow the hell down. How do you want me to help you if you're going to continue to do your stuff?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Crazy.
But I'll tell you this, folks. I only talk to him out of disrespect when we're joking.
Right.
No, seriously. I don't. I'm like, stop, because he needs to stop. It's not because I'm ignorant or anything to him. It's just important. It's like, and this is, I try to teach my kids this, not to say that Tiger's a kid, but it's like, why are you going to continue to do what you're doing if you want me to help you?
There's a lot of truth to that.
So it's like, slow down, brother.
Okay, I got OC Stacker down here now that we've gotten this handled.
Well,
Hey,
I hope
OC.
I hope everybody in this chat and y'all especially have a good Father's Day this weekend.
Thank you, Kraken.
You're welcome.
Are you dead? Are you dad, Kraken?
Huh?
Are you a dad?
Are you a
I
father?
was. I was.
Did your child pass? I'm sorry, brother.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Be
That sucks.
3 years.
Sorry, dude.
I'm sorry.
Me too. I'd give anything to hold her.
I can understand. Yeah.
No, my condolences, brother. But
Wow.
I made a video this morning about 6:30, and I wasn't really pleased with it, but I mean I was just telling everybody if you have children and you haven't heard from, or like, give them a call, tell them you love them. If you can get them close to you, give them a hug, because you just don't know. I mean, you just got to give them, you tell them that you love them, because I don't have that. I don't have a way to do that right now, and it's really hard. I still can't finish the grieving. Every time I've tried to get past it, it's just been really hard. I hear a song on the radio, or I didn't really listen to the music like until after it happened. Now songs I really listen to their meanings, especially stuff that I knew she liked. But I'm not trying to bring down anybody. I just I love my daughter, and I miss her so much.
here's the thing, dude. Okay, talking about stuff like this is what keeps memories alive. Right?
Yeah.
This is how people are. This is how people stay alive. So never ever apologize for remembering someone. Never ever. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're at in the stream. I don't care what your situation is. Never apologize for remembering a loved one, because that's what keeps people alive. That's what keeps the memory of things. That's what keeps the person.
Father's Day and well, see, August the 18th was her birthday, and she died 2 weeks before her birthday, and she was coming to live with me, and her and her mom got into a bad argument, and she just decided for herself what she wanted to do, and that's where I'm gonna leave that. But if she'd have just waited, she could have been here. And I guess I don't know. I mean, I got a letter from her a week after, so evidently she mailed it before she did what she did. And I go day. I mean, I live day by day. I try. Like at 7 o'clock at night, every night for as long as we've been separated, she would call me.
Wow.
So every night at 7 o'clock, or between the times that I know that she's gonna call, I'm always trying to either be online or be in a stream or doing something to keep my mind off of it, because I still expect her to call. And not being able to hear that or talk to her, it's really hard to do. It's tough. And if you have an opportunity, if you're a parent and you have an opportunity to talk to your child and hug them and hold them and whatever, you need to do it, because that's something I do envy about a lot of people that I talk to in my streams. I envy all of you. That's just
I understand. Mine is different. I do have one child. He's a son, about 30 years old, and because he has daddy issues, he doesn't let us see our grandchildren, and I still keep trying. And so I understand, and it sucks when you have to try. But I also know it's like on the other side of the coin because my dad's been gone for years, but I was close to him, and there were times when I'm driving down the road and I'm talking to my dad as if he was in the car with me. So
yeah.
I hear your pain, my friend. But believe it or not, you will see her again, and you will have time with her. Okay, it won't be at the time frame we and you want, but you will see her again.
Well, I feel like sometimes, like when the house is empty, or or like it's like a subconscious thing, I guess. I can hear her talking to me. I don't,
Hmm.
and I'm not crazy. It's just, um, I hear her telling me stuff like, you don't want to be moping around. You know how you? I mean, I don't know. It's just a weird. It's something weird about it. It's not something I'm used to. I didn't listen. I didn't hear that stuff before she was, when she was around, and now all of a sudden I do. Especially when I'm moping or when I feel bad. Uh,
Understand?
it's just, she pulls at my heartstrings, I guess.
I
Uh,
understand.
but I'm gonna get down because I like I said, I didn't want to come up here for this. I came up here to be in
I
a good
understand.
mood.
I
But
understand.
So,
But
real quick though, before you take off, I want to take a moment to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in a situation where you're having a tough time, you need somebody to talk to. This is a good time to talk about 988. I would love somebody just to throw that number in chat. Suicide is something that is rampant in society. People feel like there's no way out. And folks, there's always somebody to come alongside of you. Things feel hopeless at times, things feel rough at times, and sometimes people just do not understand that they cannot see the forest for the tree that's standing in front of them. I use the analogy of stepping on a rake. Stepping on a rake can do one or two things. It can hurt your foot or it can pop you in the nose. If it hurts your foot, you go, oh my God, there's a rake there, and you walk away. But if it swings up and it pops you in the face, it brings tears to your eyes and you get cloudy and you can't see and you get disoriented. If you guys are out there and you're struggling and you need somebody, 988 is a good number to remember. Okay. Um, Thanks, OC. I appreciate you being here, bud. Thank you, Tiger, for bringing that up. This is very important. There's a lot of people in this community who suffer with depression. This community has been awesome for tons and tons and tons of people who are dealing with things like addiction or abuse or depression. And again, folks, you're not alone. Okay. We do these things and we have fun and we like to talk and we like to laugh and joke, but serious times call for serious discussions. And Kraken just brought something up, and this is something that's affected his life. It's still new. Lisa said, it's been 36 years for her. It does get easier, but you know what? That feeling is always there. And we had a good family member and a good friend of ours. They killed each other together. They were together. They were both having just a really rough go of things. Drugs were part of an issue. And they could not see the way out. Both of them were so deep, so mired. A simple telephone call could have solved that. Could have helped them through that issue. So again, folks, if you're struggling or you're suffering or you're having a hard time, or just like now, you're in a situation where you've had a loss and you're feeling alone or you're feeling isolated, you're not doing this alone. Okay. Um, go to the community, come to people, talk with people, go listen to somebody, have fun, do whatever you need to. But please remember 988. And again, sorry for taking this, but again, the opportunity is there. I am very adamant about this. We lose veterans and things like that all the freaking time to suicide. And these are people who have fought and bled and died, watch people die for the freedom that we live. And so 988 is very, very important. You do not have to be a veteran to call it. You just have to be a person in need. So again, folks, again, 988. Okay, remember that number. And if you know somebody, make sure they have it. Okay. So sorry to talk about that. This needed to be discussed. Again,
We're in rough times.
Yeah.
And Kraken, my wife has been devastated by this war. I don't want to go through all the details, but most recently, the war took one of our own. Her aunt, who was a beautiful, fit woman who basically lived to go to the gym, lived for fashion, loved her cosmetics, loved her family, who's in Ukraine, it got to her. It got to her bad, and on the third attempt, she successfully jumped off a building. This is everywhere.
God damn it.
So, honestly, if you ever want to talk, we're here, man. You want to talk about stacking, we'll talk about stacking. You want to talk about you getting through a rough time for the day, we do that. Okay?
Appreciate it. I appreciate
hey,
everybody.
Kraken, I want you to do me a favor, dude. I want you to email me. Bifrost and I just talked. We're going to send you these two pictures that we just drew.
No, you don't ain't got to do that. I appreciate it.
You know why? It's because you need to recall the things that you did with your daughter. And maybe looking at this will help you remember the fun times.
I didn't really get a chance to spend any time with her after her mom left. That's the reason she was coming back to stay with me.
All right. Well, reach out to me anyway.
I will.
All right, brother.
I appreciate it. And to be, I do have, I have the 800 number that Suicide Hotline was offering, and now I have the 988 because I do call them. I call them all the time. And, you can always talk to somebody that you don't know, which is a lot of the times really good because I've noticed that when I try to talk to family, I feel like I'm being judged. And you don't get that feeling when you call the 988 number. I as many times said, I'm really surprised I'm still here, to be honest. But I'm not in that situation where I feel like I'm totally lost.
Understood.
So don't nobody, everything's okay. I just have those moments where it's hard on me.
It's okay, dude.
Kraken, it would be a miss for us to not acknowledge it, because what happens too often is somebody says something as a cry for help, not even really crying for help or letting people know where they're at. What this does is let's allow people to know, you know what? You have a conversation with somebody, you find out that they're having a tough time. Seconds to send an email, seconds to send a text, seconds to pick up the phone and say, hey, wanted to see how you were doing. We don't do that. We get so wrapped up in our lives. So when the opportunity comes, I do not let it go. I want to make sure that people understand and are aware of this, because that is the first prevention. And so I'm glad you said something. Thank you for telling us what's going on. know that we appreciate and love you. And if you need anything, you got a community here that will do everything they can to provide laughs and smiles for you. But I'm really, really glad to hear that you use 988.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And y'all have a good night.
Kraken,
And
before you go, send me an email. I mean, I can't do any drawings like Bifrost can, but I can send you some stickers, maybe some magnets, maybe let you know that we'll let you know that
you
I'm
know,
here too as
I,
everybody else.
I've always known that people that were in this community were, good people. And I don't really have a bunch of friends. I don't have really any friends outside of this community as far as the YouTube, and that's not just saying that. It's being honest. Um, and this is the reason why I turned to the community, because once, I mean, it's easier to talk to people that you get along with that's never met you than it is to go home and talk to like your sister, your parents, or whatever. And I use it as a way for me to cope with what's going on. Anyway, I'm gonna get off of here, but I appreciate everything this community does for me, and I love each and every one of you, and I keep all of you in my prayers.
And we'll keep you in ours.
And y'all have a good night.
Take care, Kraken.
Good night, Kraken.
Good night.
This is what I
God
like.
bless that man.
This is what I like about this community. I have
You broke
seen.
up on me. What'd you say?
This is what I like about this community. I have seen more people get to connect and talk with people and resolve situations because of just the general kindness in this community. So let's just keep doing that. Right? Let's keep bringing smiles and telling jokes and laughing, but just pay attention, right? It doesn't take much to really listen to what somebody's saying to find out they were struggling. And so, Kraken, thanks for being in here. Thanks for sharing your heart and the struggle that you're going through. Much love for you, and again, we're here for you. So, thanks for doing that.
I appreciate it too. So, what you up to, OC? I think you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
He said he was stepping away for a minute. He'd be back.
Yeah, he did, and he came back, and I put him back up.
Oh,
Hold on. Is that me doing it, or is that him doing it? Let's see here. Okay, cannot unmute your guest mic because they chose to mute themselves. Well, that's not on my end then. Oh, see, you're going to have to find your mute button, dude. Well, while he's
Hey, Tiger.
There you are.
there you go.
There you are. There you go. You
I
might
did have you on mute. I got a phone call as soon as I jumped on.
Oh, okay. You might want to turn off something to stop your echo.
Oh, you have YouTube live in the background. You'll have to mute the YouTube side.
Oh, I can't hear him. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah.
We just hear the YouTube side audio coming through in the back end.
Hey, Frostbite. On my end, I keep hearing.
You keep hearing what?
There's a loop going on where I keep hearing you and Tiger and Kraken talking while I'm talking. That's why I've been quiet.
Yeah.
So you have a YouTube window open. You're gonna have to open that YouTube window and then mute it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, I'll be right back.
That sounds like something I'd do.
Indeed.
Bifrost, slap his hand for picking on me.
She's shaking her head no, because she knows it's true.
Yeah, but your Uncle Tiger ass. It wasn't just anybody.
She just flipped me.
She flipped you?
Yeah, she just took her finger and flipped me with her finger.
Well, that ranks. I'll take that. Thank you, baby. Uncle Tiger loves you. Oh, that was a scream.
Well, cool. Yeah, and Nickel, I didn't cheat. I have an issue with the proportion, so I didn't draw the hand, but I did what I could. It didn't turn out too bad, actually.
No, not so bad.
You can tell which one cheated.
I'm told hands are really hard to do.
Well, I can promise you this: it wasn't done on purpose.
Vegas, I just saw your note. I have Sunday open. You know, if you want to do a live stream tomorrow, I have Sunday open. If you want to meet up, we can, talk on the computer or on the phone. Pick whatever subject you want to talk about, and we'll just go with it. I mean, if I offered a spot to Nickel, I can offer a spot to you. I was meant to be like a jab at Nickel. I don't know if that came across so well. I don't think he heard me because he would have rebutted by now.
When are you supposed to be home, Tiger?
When am I what?
When are you supposed to be home?
Oh, okay. I come off the morning. I restart work the 19th night to the 23rd night. I come off 24th in the morning, but I'm not supposed to be on the road after that. Me driving tired is like someone else driving drunk. So I'll leave and fly out on the 25th and get home late on the 25th and be home for 2 weeks. And then the fun starts. I'm going to be with all of you, visiting everybody else's chat, doing videos, pouring some stuff, trying to get my brother-in-law to finish up the magic to release some videos that have been in the back room for a while. And I'm going to keep on just trying to make as many videos as I can before I have to go back and do another run. So, have I answered your question?
Indeed.
So I know some of you have contacted me and said, "Hey, you still alive?" And I don't have any energy left after a 12-hour shift at this place. They are twice as busy, and the people are twice as sick than any other place I've ever been at. And when I'm done, I am toast. So a lot of times I drive up to the hotel, park the car at the hotel. 2 hours later, I wake up still in the car. So it sucks getting older. By the way, anybody else want to come up on chat also? Now that I know how to put a pin up and it's sitting there, thank you, Frosty, for yet another thing I didn't know.
Easy peasy. That stuff is easy.
Man, slow down. Do you want my help or not?
Well, it is what it is.
I know, but wifey giggled the first time she ever heard you say that to me. Oh. You want to come on up on board, MR? I haven't heard your voice in a while. Surfer's still there? Let's see, is there anyone else here? Zardos, welcome. Ellie, you want to come up? Lisa?
Well, let's do this. Okay, instead of just inviting everybody up, why
Yeah.
don't we start answering some questions? So
Okay.
let's do some question and answer stuff. So let's kind of talk. We can talk about pretty much any topic. Keep it as clean as we can. Obviously, certain ones we're going to have to kind of monitor. But why don't we just basically do some questions? We can talk about numismatic. We can talk about stacking. We can talk about Father's Day. We can talk about if we want to talk about different things that we do or we remember. It doesn't really matter.
That works for me. I just want everyone to feel like they're welcome to talk if they want.
Yeah. So, or if you guys want to talk collectible items, why don't we talk about some of the coins or the new silver bars or something like that is on somebody's hot list. Let's talk about the mandated draft.
Can you guys hear me now?
I hear you
Loud
now.
and clear.
Oh, that's much better. I'm sorry I'm joining late, but I have my laptop up so I can chat with you guys because it has a camera and a microphone. My PC's old enough where there's no camera and no microphone on it, but I can hear you guys perfectly over there. But I always forget to mute the channel before I jump into the green room, so that's my fault.
That's okay.
I just felt so bad for Kraken. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and I can identify with him directly. That's a rough go of it, man. I'm telling you.
It is.
So
Kraken,
if you're still listening, brother, love and prayers to you, brother. I will keep you in my prayers tonight. I imagine Father's Day is going to be a tough day.
Oh, I'm sure. Definitely, indeed.
So I don't know what you guys are chatting about. Like I said, I just jumped in. I've got
what are you going to talk
I went
about?
and tried to buy some sterling today. If you guys want to hear that story, how it went.
Go for
Yeah.
it.
So real quick, I want to answer L's question. So L asked a question. Let's talk about the mandated draft. So I want to kind of clear. This is something that we've talked about. This is something that's not new, folks. It has been a federal law that all men over 18, actually all people over 18, but primary men over 18 are sign up and complete their selective service. This is nothing new. What happened here was that they're enacting something that hasn't been done over a century, or well, not quite over a century, but about 50 years, which is the automatic assignment of doing that. Now, what they're enacting is if you choose not to. So what they're doing now is because so many people are dodging the selective service, it's not the selective service that's the new thing. That's not the new thing. It's the punishment that now it's going to be legally a felony. And so that is what Congress passed. So it's not the selective service. The draft isn't something new. It's always been around. It just hasn't been enacted. But what they're doing is, again, they're redoing something that happened in the time of Vietnam because people were dodging the selective service and doing other things. It's the felony that has been reacted. So when you hear this, make sure you understand that it's the felony portion of this. Now it is illegal to dodge selective service, where they kind of just shrugged it off because we had good numbers in our service. But with so many people not signing up and not meeting criteria and leaving the service, I mean, we have people leaving in droves and people just aren't signing up the way they used to. It's the felony now if you don't enroll in selective service. So just wanted to clarify that and make sure that people are aware. How do they know that they won't sign up? Easy. Really easy. You have a database that includes everybody's social security numbers. They have your date of birth. And all they do is they just run a check of who has this box checked and who has this birthday. Really easy. It's a no-brainer. So it's really easy to do. Now, is it jail time? I don't know if it'll get to that point, potentially, but it is a felony. Now, are they going to do it? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Originally, they weren't doing it because to process this cost a lot of money. But they're just like, look, it has to happen, right? Now, it wasn't just a short item. It wasn't something that it was like 32 to 31. This happened through the National Defense Act. It's something that happens every time we get a new president. And the vote was 57 to 1. This was a majority. Only one person went against it. I can probably tell you that they're from California. I'm not going to confirm that, but you can pretty much guess who it was. But anyway, so that's what it's about. So I just wanted to know. It dropped on, I think it was Friday. No, wait. I think it was Friday that the bill passed, like it was signed. But again, yeah, it's not new. It's just they reenacted the felony component of it. Yeah. And the thing is when my boys turned 18, they got a notice that says, hey, you haven't signed up for selective service. And it happened within weeks of them turning 18. So, and it was like, it's not optional, dude. You got to go do it. And I took his butt down and we filled it out at the post office too. So yeah, it's a really easy thing. They actually send you a form. So it's not a big deal, but yeah, it's a requirement.
I remember doing it when I was 18. Oh my goodness.
I was there on my 18th birthday. I couldn't wait to do it.
I mean, I didn't wait either, but it was still scary. I remember some of the stories. My dad wouldn't talk much about his time in the Air Force in the Korean War, but I looked at it as my dad went. My grandfather was in the Navy in World War I. I had uncles in World War II. I had an uncle that flew a B-52 bomber and brought it home multiple times. Got lots of medals because he brought his plane home shot to smithereens, saved his crew, completed his mission. These were my heroes. Scary thinking about getting shot at, but the way I was raised is this is your country. You are here to take care of your country. Like JFK said years ago, do not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And I served time in the military. I miss it. Gotta miss it. But I think that everyone should want to serve this country. Not everyone shares my opinion.
Yeah, Michael Stacking is absolutely right. So it hasn't gone through the Senate yet. The Senate's very likely to turn it down. But again, I just wanted to be clear on what it was. It's not anything new. It's just enacting the punishment. There's reasons for it. Coming from the medical side of things, I understand. Tiger understands costs associated with certain items. We won't get into the politics of that. But it's a great burden on the taxpayer. So I don't think the Senate will pass it. But in the same sense, our military is dwindling down and we're becoming more and more vulnerable because people they don't want to do it. So am I for it? Am I against it? I will support it, but I'm not necessarily for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. When my son signed up with the Air Force, that was because he was getting some help financially through school or for school. He didn't get much. And and within a year, he found a way to find a loophole to get out. You know, in one respect, I knew that he wouldn't be in harm's way. On the other respect, I kind of felt bad because it kind of broke a family tradition. So, um, if we're going to enjoy the freedom of our country, we need to participate in the responsibilities that is provided to us. Um, that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but I served freely, signed up freely, and you know, even though we got crummy leaders, we need men and women who are willing to protect and support this country, whether it's overseas or here domestically. And let's face it, that's what some of our stacking life is about: protecting things in this country. I mean, after all, it was said by President Lincoln, if I remember correctly, that this country will not fall from an enemy without, but it will fall from an enemy within. Or am I wrong about that? Anyone?
Sorry about that, Tiger. I was talking to somebody else real quick, so I didn't catch what you said.
I was just saying that I personally think that we all should be contributing to the protection of this country, and that's just my viewpoint because I come from a family that served in the military, and my son found a way out of it, which is kind of a bummer. But on the other side of the coin, I know he won't be sent into a war zone. Not that much because the Air Force usually is behind the scenes a lot. But I believe our 16th president, Lincoln, said that this country will not fall from an enemy without, but they will fall from an enemy within. If I'm remembering correctly, that is who said it.
Yeah, I believe so. Politics aside, okay, I think now again, barring countries like Russia, where they're picking kids up as soon as they turn 16, 17, 18 and shipping them straight off to war, barring that scenario, I think it would be absolutely crucial for all able-bodied persons to spend 2 years in the service. Have them understand where they are, where they live, and where they fight. Now, a lot of people don't agree with that, and that's what's great about this nation. You don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. That's something that we've forgotten how to do. And frankly, you want to disagree with me? Disagree with me. I don't care. I have no problem. But a minimum service of 2 years is something that helps people understand what the machine is. Now, I'm not talking about political government. I'm talking about the defense of our nation, true, ready defense of our nation, how to protect themselves, how to adequately use a firearm safety, understanding the mentorship, understanding teamwork, how to work together, how to not be isolated in a cowboy situation or state so that you may be part of a team, to understand the greater good, what that means. It's the lessons that you can only learn when you're in an environment where you have to put your life in somebody else's. Now, with all that being said, do I think everybody is fit for service? Hell no. There are some people out there that need to be as far away from the military as they possibly can be. And I absolutely and avidly support that. There are some people that I don't want in my military. And I'll tell you right now, it has nothing to do with sexual preference or belief. It has to do with integrity and morality. There are people that are in the service right now that I think should be removed pronto without haste because of their immorality and their lack of integrity. Integrity first, above all others. Every service has that in their core values. And so there are people absolutely that should not be in the military service. But those people should be required to enact something like public service, right? Everybody should have to do something in defense, in support of the nation in which we live in. I was just going to go there. Stacking Surfer. You read my mind. Because people understand. Now, Switzerland is no joke. 50 franc fine for putting your foot on the seat of a bus. They don't tolerate ignorance. They don't tolerate stupidity. They expect you to be on time. If you buy $100 ticket and you misplace it, they expect that you're going to take care of it. So if you misplace it, guess what? You got to buy another one. They're going to say something like, why the hell would you lose it? You spent good money on this. Only fools don't take care of their stuff. I know, because when we were in Switzerland, we heard somebody who lost the tram ticket for $80, and they said the exact same thing. What are you thinking? It's stupid. Well, buy another one. Well, I just spent $80 like 10 minutes ago. We can show you the receipt. Doesn't matter. You have a ticket? No. Buy another one. If you can't be responsible with this, then why should I have to be responsible for you? So I think everybody should act some sort of service. How that looks, where that's at, that's not for me to decide.
I agree with you, and but you look, if you look at the greatest generation, World War II, not everyone was overseas fighting, but everyone was part of the machine that made what needed to be made to support this country and protect this country. Because if you don't, we can be invaded. A lot of people say we already are. And if that's the case, the war will be on your front porch. It will be in your backyard. It'll be at Walmart. And you better know how to protect yourself and your family. Not only with weapons, but how in the world to by stacking what you got to stack to protect them food and water wise, by helping them mentally as they break down. We're even when we're at peacetime, we're at war. There's constant war games going on between the powers that be. There's constant other things are going on. They're always testing each other to see where their weaknesses are. It never stops. It will never stop. The only time it will stop is when we're passed away and we're in heaven. I might vote for Nickel if he quits talking about gloves. But all joking aside, I kind of agree with you, Surfer, and I kind of don't. Because if you don't keep the war out of America, the war will be in America. So, hey, Medically Corrupted, welcome. I don't know if you share my opinion, Frosty, or anybody else, but that's how I feel about it.
Hey, Frostbite.
What's up, OC?
I want to get back to your point about talking about the young people today. They're not joining the Army or the Marines or whatever. They're not joining the military. When you made that statement, I looked back to myself and I thought, okay, if I was an 18-year-old young man right now, would I join the military? And I got to say the answer would probably be no. And it's not because I don't love this country, but what am I fighting for if I go to protect the U.S.? You've got an administration that is, find an articulate way to put it, that is basically operating unhinged. They're doing nothing about the printing of the dollar. They're doing nothing about the border. They're prosecuting our previous president. I mean, America wasn't what it was 4 years ago, and I look at our America very differently. And I honestly, in my heart of hearts, believe that there is so much manipulation going on in the world, whether it be the precious metals market, whether it be politics. What's the purpose? Why would I wouldn't blame these kids for not joining, and I would agree with their reasons why not, because there's one side that's fair and one side that's not fair. I don't know, dude. I just have a lot of questions about what's going on. And if I was a young man, 18 years old, contemplating what I'm going to do in the future, join the military would be off my list, given the current situation in America.
So I'm not going to argue with that. At 18 years old, I didn't want to join the military. I supported the military and I wanted to do my part.
Well, same
I
here.
wanted to help my nation and do what I wanted to do. There were many, many, many ways that you can do that. Here's the issue. The issue is that, okay, so barring, and again, folks, when I say this, please understand I'm speaking in generalities. I'm not speaking as a blanket statement, and I'm not accusing every kid who's 18 years old of being anti-American. That's not my premise. That's not my point, because there's a lot of good, solid kids. Matter of fact, when we came back from Europe, we walked into the San Antonio airport, and you know what we saw? New recruits, 55 of them standing in line in civvies, not even with their haircut yet. They had their little bag sitting at their feet. And it was like, booyah to you. And they all kind of looked at me and kind of like, what the hell's going on? It's like, there's the next generation of freedom fighters. They're the ones who are going to be paving the way for the next round of people who come after them. And the guy was like, pardon me, sir, but, these are new recruits. And I said, yes, I understand that. And as a vet, the person who served, I'm letting them know that I'm proud of what they're doing. Now, there were a lot of kids in there going, what they doing? Oh my God, I would never do that. I would never put myself in a situation. I don't expect that at 18. My premise is this. It hasn't been, again, when you look at the situation that was asked by L, why are we doing this? What's the relevance of this thing that was just passed at the House of Representatives? The premise is this. We haven't seen this kind of anti-governmental, anti-country sentiment since Vietnam.
Yeah.
Our nation is at war with each other, folks. And if you can't see that, you're blind.
True.
Yeah, Beto made a good point that we're also sending money overseas. I mean, my biggest problem with all this is that we're sending trillions of dollars, and I don't want to get into the war argument about this, but the fact that we can't take care of our own, we've got military guys killing themselves every 7 minutes, whatever the statistic is. Why are we not taking care of our own? These guys went to battle for us, went to war for us, and came back hurt, damaged, PTSD, you name it, and we're doing nothing to help them. And these are our fellow brothers, Americans, and we can't take care of each other. It's very infuriating to me in today's society what's going on.
I totally agree with you to some degree, OC. I would love to see
and it's not that I'm discompassionate to what's going on to them. I feel for them. But, and here again, I don't want to get into a big war thing, but none of us were out our sins. Let's get that off the table and out in the open. But what the level of corruption to get where they're at, I am 1,000 convinced that we are sending trillions of dollars, and there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 certain family members getting kickbacks in accounts that we can't even bring that forth. And they have that what's that banking issue when you have too many transactions or too much money to get you get that notice or whatever, and the current administration's got like 20 or 30 of them, and nothing's being done. That if I got one, they'd hang me by my neck with the old rope probably.
Well, so here's the thing. So we talk about, and that's not a problem that has to do, really, honestly, has no bearing on military at all. This is a political climate issue, and this is something that I'm trying to remember if it was Karl Marx. I don't think it was Karl Marx. I think it was one of the other leaders. Basically, the premise was this, right? Cause dissension amongst the lower classes. Have them fight with each other, and they will be less concerned about the power. They will be less concerned about the money. They will be less concerned because they will be so wrapped up in the petty squabble of things that just don't matter that they will be able to take control. right?
Yeah.
What our nation lacks: more military service? No. More money? No. A better realization of how to handle or budget money? Absolutely. But what people need to be able to do, and I've said this before, the one thing as a skill that our kids need to learn is critical thinking.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That is the bottom line. More than finance, more than history, more than math, critical thinking, being able to think for yourself and look outside the box and say, what's really happening here? Okay. And it's not easy peasy. It's one of the hardest things. You guys have heard the comment that, common sense, oh my God, they have no common sense. Well, you guys know that common sense is only common if everybody in the entity has it.
Well, I'll cite a good example of that because I just witnessed this in the news the other day. I'm watching this Democratic city mayor screamed about how it's unfair that all these illegals got shipped to their city, but yet it's okay for it to be drowned your state, Texas, California, and other states that there's just no controlling any flow whatsoever, and all these other states are saying that they're maxed out on helping these people out. What about Texas? You guys have 10, 15, 20 times more people than they even got shipped to them, and then they scream that it's not fair. Well, then how is it fair to Texas, and why can't we get a universal law for our country? Like, here's something silly. Let's put up the border walls and make them come in legally.
Well, honestly, I think this is all part of, because I've seen a lot of this on Fox News where that was part of the plan to have cheap labor, and that they spread them out everywhere because this is part of the plan. And I also think part of the plan is that our current commander-in-chief wants to convert them to voting citizens at the last minute. That's my personal viewpoint. I think I'm accurate. And to answer your question, Frosty, the paraphrase that you were using, I think that comes from Lenin. Well,
Mentally, I was born in 1957. I love Amy. She cracks me up.
yeah, that's cool. But no, the quote or paraphrase that you used, I think, was from Lenin.
It might have been. I can't remember. But the general premise is cause disruption, cause dissension, have people focus on, and you can see this in the media. It's absolutely hysterical when you stop and actually watch it. Massive event. Okay. Massive event. And all you hear about is somebody painting a statue. World-changing event. And the thing that makes the news is somebody defaced a statue. And for 4, 5, 6, 7 days, that's the only thing they talk about. And then once this big financial crisis thing or whatever it is stops, that story it vanishes like a fart in the wind. Right. And so stop and go, well, where's the news about this stuff that's really happening? So again, critical thinking is a skill that we just don't teach anymore. And everybody it's like tuning forks. I don't know if anybody has ever tuned a piano or tuned things like that, but it's one of those things where when you hit a tuning fork, there's a pitch that comes across. And if you're not tone deaf, you hear the pitch and you play it and you can hear the sound. When you have the sound right, when that's tuned, it sounds beautiful. Well, this is what happens in social media, right? We hit the tuning fork, we find somebody that agrees with us, and all of a sudden our argument sounds good. Or now we have 7 people that agree with us. And oh my God, now we have a just cause. When in reality, prior to social media, you'd have been looked at as like the village idiot. Yeah. But now, because social media allows all those idiots to connect, everybody has a just and right cause. Whether it is a just and right cause, whether it is factual, whether it's smart, whether it's intelligent, whether it's educated, whether it's sensible. It's just ironic that you would be able to connect all the village idiots, and now the village idiots are the ones, kind of running things, because it was just insane to look at the craziness. But again, social media both is a blessing and a curse, right? AI, blessing and a curse. But yeah, we need to learn to disagree, agree to disagree, right? Have an argument, argue the facts, and then walk away as friends. We have a hard time doing that anymore. Now I have friends that won't even talk to me because they're hardline Democrat. They won't talk to me because they know I lean Republican side. And that alone has stopped them from communicating with me. We've been friends for years, but there's division, and it's only because of what they think they know my beliefs to be. And I don't vote party lines, folks. I vote the issues. That's how we used to vote. So again, is what it is.
Yeah. What are your? I don't know if you can see the comments, not Frosty, but I was looking back. I saw a surfer saying, thinking about Civil War coming to us. If you think that is possible or likely or highly unlikely, what do you think the sanction is going to be? Democrat against Republican, rich against poor, skin color? What do you think would be Civil War, or what do you think would bring that about?
Continuation of where we're at now. Simple that. If we don't change, we're heading to it.
Yeah.
There's going to be, and again, you kind of already have one in California between the three sects of the state, north, middle, and south.
Yeah,
they've been trying to separate California for a long time. Yeah, liberal, conservative. You have, there are many factions at war with each other all the time, and if we don't straighten up our nation, now I'm not going to tell you my thoughts on how we get to that, because my beliefs are my beliefs. I know some of us share them. I know some of us don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you and preach to you my beliefs because it's not my responsibility to do so. But I will tell you that there's only a couple ways in which we're going to do that. And number one, we have to agree that we're not the center of the universe. We have to agree that in the United States, there are other countries that are better than us. There are countries that are better than us in math and English and science. I mean, we have nations that speak better English than we do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And so we have people that are dwarfing us in math and science skills. We have a horrid economy. Now, there are other nations that have economy that is worse than us, but the dollar is losing its relevance. It's losing its importance. Once we start to understand as a nation, as a people, that we are no longer the biggest and the baddest and the best, and we start looking at, hey, how do we become that? And I don't mean MAGA, okay?
Yeah.
I don't mean MAGA. I mean genuinely, how as a nation do we come together and act as one people? You want me to tell you when the last time we as a people stood together? 9/11, folks. 9/11 was the last time we stood up and stood as a people. Now, there was a lie behind it, but it was the last time that we came together. We all flew flags. We all sang Kumbaya. We all talked about it. We all came along. We started to agree. Party lines dissolved. We talked to our neighbors. We sat outside. We had barbecues, and we did the things that we needed to do as a people because we realized we were no longer so high and mighty. Yeah. This is what we need to do as a nation again. We need to come together as people and get over ourselves. I'm included in that.
You made the point earlier where you have friends that won't talk to you. Are you guys? I mean, aside the friendship, the fact that we're just flat out American, aren't we? For me, it's God, family, country, and why isn't that way with your friends? That just because you disagree on one subject, I get that, but it's got to start somewhere. And where do we say, and Frost, I'm guilty of it too. I've got neighbors that I've been neighbors for 30 years, and because of because of our political differences, we don't sit out and chat anymore because
No, we don't.
they always bring up the politics. And I said, look, we've tried this a couple times, and then we've sat down and I said, hey, I agree to disagree with you. I still care about you. You're my neighbor. If the SHIT hits the fan or whatever, I want to be able to say that I would help you out and look out for you. I'm the only house on my block that has a generator, solar, food storage. I am ready.
Well,
but when do we start helping each other and start closing the gap instead of widening the gap? Until I think we get rid of this banana republic and get things in order and get this country steered right and everybody getting on the same page, look what's going to happen next week. We're going to have a debate on somebody else's terms and not the other. So we can't do one way and one the other way. We got to do it all one way, which has been that way for far too long. And people like me I'm getting a little jaded about it because when does it ever come? When do we get to say, hey, look, we've agreed to your terms. Now here's our terms for the next debate. It's my way or the highway. And like you said, Frosty, nobody's talking anymore. That's the way it is. Or I'm going to sit down on my back and I'm going to kick my feet up and cry like a baby.
So OC, you say something and it really brings to light something that we could really, I would love to see happen. And when we're talking about government, right? And we set the amounts of money that they can earn, not only from campaign contributions, but in private business, these attorneys and lawyers, and they own industry and stuff like that, they need to set financial limits on what they can earn a year, period, across the board. But the other thing that they need to do is they need to set term limits. You cannot serve more than 2 consecutive, just like they do with the presidency. You cannot serve more than 2 consecutive cycles in office.
I am so
you can't.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. The other thing that they need to do is they need to get over this freaking Senate House lifetime care for medical.
Yeah, why do they get it? We don't.
No. I don't give a rat's ass that you sat in a public office for 3 weeks and you sat up for 12 hours a day and you worked so hard having all your legalese folks do the work for you, and then you just sat down with a bill and talked about it and passed some stuff off. That doesn't mean anything to me. What means something to me is the people that are in the House and the Senate who are actually beating the pavement, talking with people and getting in and actually doing that. We do have people that are really good at that. I spent a lot of time in Younger. I have a family that lives in Utah. Orrin Hatch was a good person like that. He actually got out and talked to people, find out what was going on, stood for moral high ground, actually had certain things. There are people in the Senate, there are people in the House who are really good at what they do. Yes, they have the politics, they do what they need to do, but they really have the best interest of our nation. Those are not the people that I'm talking about. Even then, they still should have term limits. I don't care how good they are. They should have a term limit, because what they need to do is when they know that time is coming, they need to start looking at who do we back, who do we support, how can we help them do that, right? These are the things that need to happen. They don't happen because they know when their time's running out, they won't have time to get behind all of these things. They won't have time to do all of this stuff. They won't have time to build all these association, because the time that they get in, they get spun up. They're not going to make those big powerhouse seats.
Yeah,
they're not going to do that. You're going to have to do it by certain things. The other thing is, and I'm going to get back to something that Nickel just said about moving the voting age up to 21. I have issue with that. But I'm going to take a step back because I don't want to be.
We're here to go back to.
I don't want to be. I don't want to get obtuse about that. But yeah, go ahead.
Nickel brings up the Supreme Court too. I agree. I think across the board, and anybody that leads our nation should be set to, like I said, 2 terms. Period. Mayor, governor, senator, president, across the board.
Supreme Court, I think, needs to be around for 3. I think they're the only branch of the three branches of government that should be around a little bit longer. And the reason for that is, in order for laws to be understood and enacted, you need somebody who kind of understands the premise and the intent of those laws. So in that regard, it's the only one that I think should be increased to 3. I think the legislative and the executive branch should be 2. And I think that the judicial branch should be 3. But I do think term limits across all branches of government. And I think that they age, again, should be something that should be a premise. Now, with that being said, on my stream today, I talked about Isaac Newton, who was very active and engaged all the way up in the time of his death when he was 80. Unlike a certain someone that is in office who has a hard time muttering sentence together, reading next on cue cards. Now, I'm not going to say who that is, and I'm not going to talk ill of that particular person or that office, mainly because, in a sense of speaking, he's a boss. No, I mean boss literally, not like a boss as in 1980s music. So again, I do think term limits need to be there. I do think age limits need to be there. But again, that doesn't solve the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is, as a nation, we just don't agree to disagree. We cannot critically think, and we allow we allow the rant to rule, and it shouldn't be that way. And here I am ranting.
Well, no, you're making a point.
You know what I mean?
I mean, in our laws here in California, I'll just cite this the state that I'm in. You can join the military and hold and carry and fire a firearm when you're 18, but if you're not in the military, you can't do anything until you're 21. So then they say if you're capable of firing a firearm at 18, why also can't, if you're responsible enough at 18, why is it not to vote as well? It makes no sense. It's you give them responsibility in some area, and then at 16 you can drive a car.
So question for you, Zarzad, are you really 18, or are you just saying that? So the reason that I ask is because if you're genuinely 18 and you're joining in this conversation, I do have a question for you. Okay.
So here, let me break that down for you, because it also dictates if it's a handgun or a rifle. So rifle, you can have it at the younger age, but if it's a handgun, it's an older age. So the law is you literally have to read what age you are, if you're in the military, not in the military, if you're 18 or 21. Certain guns you can own and purchase, some you can't until afterwards. The only way then there's a loophole of, okay, well, my grandfather passed away and I inherited 35 guns. Where does that? The laws are just so vague and far-reaching here.
California,
it's a joke.
I won't even go there if I can avoid it.
I was born and raised here. I love living here. I love the weather. There are some good people here, and I've met quite a few, but when people talk about that and see what's going on here, if I'm an outsider looking in, I couldn't agree with them more. I mean, I get it. My best friend since kindergarten moved away 3 years ago. We spent every weekend going to church and going to dinner and talking, and life was good. And we went to church, and after church, we sat down to brunch, and he goes, "Hey, brother, 60 days, I'm out. I'm moving to Idaho. I'm done." So that was 3 years ago, and they've been trying to get us to go there ever since. But I don't know.
We have a lot of people leaving California and coming. I'm in Texas, so we have a lot of people coming here.
Yeah,
and it's like, hey, you're welcome to come. Not a big deal, but leave your politics there.
Oh, he until he changed his license plates on his cars, there was people that actually got his address, saw where he parked, and wrote him letters saying, "Get out of our state and take your politics with you." And they don't even know him. He's more red than most people I know.
Well, and again, so I'm not, and I say that jokingly. Okay, I have family all up and down California, right? I have people and friends all the way from San Diego all the way up into Hemet and up into the Oregon border. So I have family and friends all through California. It is a gorgeous state. I'm not going to knock that. But the taxes, the economy, the laws, some of the stuff that they've enacted, used to be, it was just Berkeley. Now it's the entire state.
Well, our governor is just an absolute wrecking ball. And another thing, I think it was either 15 days ago or it's coming up in 15 days. I think it's July 1st. Anytime our governor hears of another state taxing somebody on something, he gets on board and enacts on us. So I believe it's happening in 15 days. I'm not sure, but there's other states that double the tax on a purchase of bullets. And Newsom heard that, and within weeks, the law was passed and done. And I think it's July 1st. Our tax doubles every time we want to go buy bullets of any kind. It goes up to 12 or 13% tax if you buy that. And we're already taxed to death as it is, and it's just another thing that jumps in.
I understand where you all are coming from. I want to point out something here a little bit, because I've got an upcoming live stream early next month with Delegate Chris Pritt, who has put two bills together to recognize gold and silver as money in the state of West Virginia, which would make it the fifth state. But he also, when I did the live stream with him, talked about term limits, Article 5, and all that type of stuff. He's going to be coming up with a question and answer session on July 3rd. So, those of you who are interested, please go look at the playlist that I have that Delegate Chris Pritt did discuss. Let me get over to the playlist here. Delegate Chris Pritt did talk about that, so you can at least hear his viewpoints on that. But he is on his second term. It's coming to the end in December, if I remember correctly. And I think it's under this one. Yeah, it's under this one. But basically, he's coming to the end of his second term. He was hoping to get into the to the Senate of West Virginia. He didn't make that election, so he's going to go back to doing his law firm more. But he's still involved in politics by trying to promote different things from the outside looking in. But he didn't even try to run for a third term. So there are some good people out there. I just wanted to point that out as we're all talking. Now, honestly, I think part of our problem, and in my opinion, something my grandfather once said years ago, back then, people would come from miles around just to sit on the front porch and talk to him about stuff. And he said something back then. He said, that box in there, that's going to be the ruination of the family. What he was talking about was the television. Well, if we go further, television, iPhones, internet, I put them all in the same category as guns. It all depends on who is using it. You could use a gun or the internet or anything for good or bad. You have to put your politics aside and you have to put your morality up. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that, but whether you're talking about guns being used wrong or the internet being used wrong or the media being used wrong, it's all added up.
Yeah, again, there's so much, and Metal Corrupted, he says so much has changed in Santa Cruz. It's just weird, right? But again, when we talk about this, it goes back to even in this conversation that we're having, right? Red state, blue state. There's division. Now, there's always political discourse in the world. There's always You have to choose your party, you have to choose your belief structure, Shiite, whether you're, Christian, Jew, whether you're Muslim or Hindu, whatever it is. We all have our choices. We all have the agreements. Now, I can't really talk much about it because it's something that I really just don't understand. I know there are people in the chat who will know this. And so in just saying this, that the Alamo could have been worse if it wouldn't have been for a common understanding. Right. And it's those belief structures, those common understandings. I think there are people here that kind of will understand that. There are other people that won't understand it. I'm not going to explain it simply because of the premise behind it. But we have lost the things to believe in. Our attention span is what? 3.2 seconds now? It's horrible, right? And we just don't have the time to sit and think and look and be critical. And, it's crazy.
Yeah.
True.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's finance, and it doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter what your belief structure is. It doesn't matter what schools you went to. None of that matters. The bottom premise is that everybody has to feel like they're right. And that's it. I mean, it's really that easy. Now, how do you fix it? That is a very difficult, almost impossible answer.
Very true. Very true. So I missed the part where you and your daughter were doing the drawings up on your screen that we see. Which one is?
I put this here. Sorry, Tiger.
That's okay.
So
see it?
Which one did you do, Frostbite?
Tiger, do you see that what I'm showing right now?
Yeah, there's a coin I sent you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure I received it. This is by Frost.
How did you like the envelope?
Say again?
How did you like the envelope?
I did. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put something in it and send it back to you.
Too funny. So back to my question, which one did you do? I didn't catch that.
My daughter, who's the actual artist. She's the actual artist. You can tell by, this. And then that's the one that she taught me how to draw.
Gotcha. Yeah, she's definitely talented for sure.
Oh yeah, she's done some really cool stuff. Hold on just a second. I'll have her come in and bring a sketchbook. She can show a couple items. She definitely is talented.
Hey,
but do me a favor. Go ahead.
Let me hit you up with a question on that, Frostbite. When I see you guys do this from time to time, both of you, do you guys offer that art up to, like, if I don't know if you do auctions or not, or if people want one, or do you well, first of all, maybe you can answer that. Do you do auctions and sell coins at all?
So every once in a while, we'll do a commission. I shouldn't say we. She will do a commission. But normally what we do is like what we did today. We will draw. Now, earlier on, somebody said, draw me a character. Now, I didn't get to see it. We were looking. She said something about it. I didn't really pay attention to it because we knew what we were doing. I was trying to figure out what I was doing, because again, I'm not the artist, right? This is like the third time that we've done this, and she's like, do this and put this here and go through and do this, and so I'm really happy. Like, I'm really happy with mine. Like, this is one of the better ones that I've done. I tried to do, we did one of Tom and Jerry, and I'm like, we're not posting that. It's beyond horrid.
What is that picture taken from? Is that a cartoon character, or is that just a picture of somebody that you guys put the pencil? So
the movie Up?
I do not.
Okay, so the movie Up is about an old couple where the wife dies, and he's an old man, single, and they have a business coming in. He wants to sell his house. He doesn't want to sell his house. And so he sells balloons. Thank you, Tiger. he sells balloons, and he puts all these balloons around his house, and he lifts this house up off his foundation, and he's going to go to, I believe it's like Argentina or something like that, near Victoria Falls, and that's where he's going to kind of fly his house through all of this stuff. And in the mix of this kid stows away under his porch because he's looking for snipes. It's a really cool show. Anyway, this is, so you see the guy there, right?
Oh, yeah.
So she kind of gave me a general outline of what she was going to draw. And then she's like, draw a square. Now draw a circle, draw a triangle, draw 2 more squares. And so she kind of built the structure for me to kind of draw. So she's actually teaching me how to draw, and I'm teaching her about money and coins.
How old is your daughter?
17. She just turned 17 in December.
So does she take an image off of does she pull up the image of him on her computer and she looks at it and draws from that way? Or does she just draw just straight freehand, doesn't need a visual? She can picture it in her head and put it to paper?
Both.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very talented. She can now she's more cartoon anime dragon. She's done like Avatar. When she's doing complex stuff, she'll have a reference image. But it's no trace, there's no outlining, there's no, put it up to the screen and do any of that kind of stuff. It's all freehand. So I'm going to step away real quick. I'm going to grab her. I'm going to have her bring a couple pieces. I'm going to have you name something, and I'll have her do a quick drawing and show you what she does. So I'll be right back.
But there's one thing, Frosty. She does do mostly cartoons, but she did me. Well, he must have.
She did do your logo. That is true. And I actually have it here. I'll show it in just a sec.
Tiger, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, got you.
Kind of hard to talk. You guys took the floor.
Came back on it.
I turned it into a condominium.
I thought I was on the Frostbite channel there for a little bit.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, we gave you time to go to the kitty litter box and go take care of business while we were chatting.
I understand. I was a little hungry. I ate an antelope. So
there you go. My daughter went out and bought a fresh baguette, and she makes her own pesto.
Oh, wow.
She puts a pesto on top of that, and then she puts a little Parmesan cheese on top of that. She sticks it in the toaster oven for like 4 or 5, a couple of minutes, and boy, is it good.
Oh, I see that nose hair. So, pick that nose. So, no, honestly, if I can put a plug out, those of you who are family people, and even more so if you get older, this is a wonderful movie, and it is a serious tearjerker at the end about the love of a man for the woman he fell in love with, who passed away, and now he's left on the world, and now his world is restarted all over with a child. So, just want to point that out to you. Okay, you're back up, Frosty. Go see that movie, guys. If you haven't
I'm going to grab something to drink real quick, but she's going to flip through some items here in just a sec. So give me about 3 minutes, and then we'll kick it off, okay?
So basically, you're going drinking, and she's going to flip us off.
I'm going to go get some water because I'm about to. Well, actually, she's laughing. She's like, she caught that reference before I did. Yeah, that was actually quite funny.
Well, hey, Frostbite's grabbing a drink. You want to turn the conversation to something a little bit more fun? I can chat about my quick adventure today, going to buy sterling silver like Chef and Nickel do.
Okay, you went with Chef and Nickel?
No, I listened to Chef and Nickel about how they go. They look at OfferUp, Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, and they find people selling sterling silver sets, whether it be flatware, salt and pepper shakers, candlesticks, or whatever. So I just talking with them and chatting with them. I finally branched out on my own and did a couple of them. I went and looked at 3 deals yesterday. Nothing panned out, and I looked at one today. and the one today was for a flatware set. We were close on numbers. They wanted a certain number. I weighed it all. So we buy it by the gram. So there was 2,478 grams of sterling silver that the set had. So fortunately, they live in the same city as I do. So we met at the local sheriff's station. It was only a 5-minute drive. But I'm attempting to try and buy silver like they do. It's the best way to buy it. And I'm just keeping it. I'm not melting it. I'm actually keeping it the way it is, just to have more diversification where if something were to happen, and if they confiscated our bullion and our coins and everything else, I still have silverware that has silver on it. So
yeah, I'm totally okay with that. And to be honest with you, I know some people get weird about sterling, but they have constitutional. A 90. Let me say it this way: 90% constitutional.
Yeah, I have both.
But that brings up two things. That makes for me. It's silly to boo-hoo, whatever on sterling at 92.5 if you're going to be all okay about 90. The other thing is in my personal opinion, and then I look at it this way: part one is all coins that have silver, even 35%, is constitutional because it's following the Constitution. You might not like it. You might not think it's worth anything. Me personally, if we truly do hit SHTF, I have a guardhouse box of 40% quarters, not quarters, halves. I got a guardhouse box that's getting full of 40% Eisenhower's, and I am working on a guardhouse box of war nickels. Not that I'm trying to be adversarial, but I honestly think if we're going to get to a point, we might need those smaller pieces of silver to buy smaller pieces of whatever we need.
Sure.
When I get I already have a guardhouse box of 40% halves. I'm not going for a second one. I'm working on my guardhouse box of ice. I'm not going to go for a second one. I'm working on my guardhouse box of war nickels. And, I don't aggressively go after that much for obvious reasons, but I do try to fill it up. I'm not aggressive like that with the 90% dimes. I'm working on my second box of 90% dimes. And someone, I think it was just stacking server. Why would you do that? Well, I am looking at trying to get 4 people, now maybe 5, out of Ukraine. I'm going to be the sole support for them until they can get on their own feet from our government standpoint. And if SHTF hits, I got a lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah.
So,
are you doing quarters at all?
I have a guardhouse box of quarters. Once I get my second box of dimes, I'm going to go for a second box of 90% halves. And then I'm going to argue with myself over a box of quarters. That's a mother to fill. I've done it.
Dimes?
No, the quarters.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It is much more difficult to fill the quarter box than it is to fill the halves and the dimes.
Interesting. So for health reasons, so one of the sterling sets I have, we actually use them on day-to-day, and you should know why. You're a doctor. The yep, there you go.
I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah.
There is some antimicrobial abilities to silver. Yep. In fact, I did a video some time ago where I talked about silver that you couldn't even recognize the silver unless you knew, what I know. I'm going to try to find it while I'm talking to you. If you knew what I knew and how it can be used, it was about silver, about bleeding. Okay. Let me see if I can find it here. It's in one of my old ones. Oh, here we go. Right here. I'll pull that up. Right here. Silver can stop bleeding. No joke. silver nitrate. It is antimicrobial, but also it does cause a chemical burn, which causes blood vessels to stop bleeding. It works like a charm. Burns like fire, but you do get over it pretty quickly. I thought I saw Bifrost do something. Come back, honey.
All right. So OC.
Yep. So I before we get going here, I do have in Frostbite. If I'll ask a question through you to your daughter. Does your daughter? I have some friends who have their kids are artists, and they keep a pad like that, but they come up with their own images and their own characters. Does your daughter have anything like that, or does she aspire to do something like that, or come up with their own line?
She does. She'll show you that in just a second.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
How did she get a picture of my ex-wife?
I think yours and mine were twins.
I think I have that on a piece of silver. Now, let me know if these are her things or if these are images that she's seen.
So most of them you'll know
Yeah.
by looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously Mandalorian and Grogu.
I am not a Star Wars guy, but I after working with Surfer at the Long Beach Coin Show, I've gotten more familiar with it.
Yeah, I heard you were crushing it, dude, at the Long Beach Coin Show.
I've done. I don't want to take away from her art. We'll talk about that after that. That's awesome. That's
no,
Yeah,
that
she
looks
does.
like Japanese anime.
She does a lot. She loves anime. Anime is one of her things.
yeah.
Now this, if you were a Spider-Man fan, you
Mhm.
will recognize this from the multiverse.
Is that where they had the? Is that? I can't keep them straight because I mean I've watched the movies, but I don't know who's who. I'm not into it. I guess you would say.
They're
Is
all
that
Spider-Man.
the one with the black that he could move around like liquid?
Miles and Gwen. Yeah, those are the two that are on here.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Again, more of the virtual world anime.
Yeah. Very talented.
Oh yeah.
What's your monthly expense on colored
One of
pencils?
her own. This is one of her own.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
Oh, that's pretty.
Okay, so was this taken from a picture, or is this something from her head that she just put to paper?
From her head.
That's awesome.
This is one of her newest ones. This is another one of her kind of in her head. It's like 5 characters kind of put together. Or I take that back.
That looks like a character from New Orleans. Have you ever been down there to Bourbon Street and whatnot? That's about what they look like.
It's one piece put in different styles. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Yeah.
She's correcting me on that.
There you go.
So
That's interesting.
So just a couple pieces. So do you have an open spot? Okay. Name a character you guys like. We'll pick one, whichever one she wants to do, and we'll have her draw it up. Let me.
I already drew one of my favorites, Jessica Rabbit. That was awesome.
Do you still have the Jessica Rabbit one?
Yeah, I
I think
watched.
she has it over here. Just a second. She'll grab it for you real quick.
Okay,
I
Frostbite.
love Jessica Rabbit. My wife said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I says, "No, but if I can meet Jessica Rabbit, you got trouble."
Yeah.
There's the Jessica Rabbit she drew.
Yep. So I do have a character in mind. I don't know if she'll know who he is though. Do you guys remember Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy? Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy?
She said, "Try me."
Yeah, there was a character on there called Gonzo.
Oh, yeah.
She's smiling. She loves Gonzo.
It's kind of funny. As a kid, I dug him, and to this day, when our parents, I got married and had kids and whatnot, and my parents saved the ornaments from when we were kids and gave them to us to hang on our tree. I have 3 ornaments that I hang on my tree every year. Gonzo is one of them.
Oh, that's awesome.
I have the 3 Stooges playing. One's playing a violin, one's playing the bass, the stand-up bass, and something I can't remember.
Yeah, but which 3 Stooges? Because there were 5 of them.
No, the one with Curly, of course.
Okay.
It's not a 3 Stooges movie without Curly.
Who was the original first 3 Stooges?
Oop. Hang on a second. My dogs are going off. Hang tight for a second. I'm going to mute.
Hello, Gary Huffman. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Gary?
I loved that talk you had with him about his military days and jumping and all that. Gary, if you don't mind, I'd love to have a live with you. Just hear your stories about your military days.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, OC, who
Yes.
were the first Three Stooges?
Well, I want to say they started with Shemp, but then Shemp I read the story about the Stooges. Shemp got hired away, and so they brought in Curly. And then the stint with Shemp, after I think it was 3 years, he was let go or the show ended or whatever. Then they brought him back on. That's how I remember.
Well,
so I'm going to say Shemp, Mo, and Curly. Shemp, Mo, and Larry.
Yeah, that's true. They started with some other actor, and those 3 originally was 2 at first, Mo and Shemp, and then they brought Curly on. But they were working with this actor, and he got all the credit, but they did all the work.
Yeah,
And,
Joe.
I forget his name, but they broke from him. What's that?
Joe.
No, it wasn't Joe. It was some other guy. It was a nice-looking guy, taller, all that type of stuff. But they worked with the film industry to break from him and start their own. And it was first Shemp that was part of the 3.
Yes.
And Shemp broke from them because he was so disgusted with the whole thing because that one actor whose name I can't remember.
Yeah.
He started doing some of his own serious film work.
Yes.
So they brought Curly, and Shemp had his own hairstyle, Larry his, and Mo his, and Curly had great hair. So Curly came up with his own thing. He got his hair cut off, and that's how they started that. But then
Ted Healy.
What's that? Ted Healy. That's it. So basically,
Thank you.
Curly got sick. I think it was cancer. I'm not sure. And then they asked Shemp to come back, and being he was a good family guy, he gave up his individual film career to rejoin. And then I think Shemp died, and then they brought in Curly Joe, and then later Joe.
There you go. Yeah. Yep.
So that's where the 5 come from, and they had an amazing long career, was just absolutely incredible.
They got paid peanuts too.
Oh yeah, especially when they were under Ted Healy. That was one of the biggest reasons they left Ted Healy, because he was getting the big money and they were doing all the hard work.
Exactly.
Jim Henson got paid peanuts too.
Really? Or are you joking?
Charles Schultz. It was a joke.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now here's an interesting
I have to
thing.
get the name right to make that funny.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting thing. You remember how many times Curly would drop to the floor and run around in a circle on the floor?
Oh yeah, about the Mo Larry cheese.
Yeah. Do you know why he did that?
No.
He forgot his lines. He forgot his lines, and he came up with that at the last second, and it worked so well they just let him do it.
I see Gonzo. I see Gonzo coming to life here.
I'm so full of useless knowledge. What?
She goes, so is my dad.
I think that's why he and I get along so well.
That totally caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. She's got all sorts of jokes today.
I think you should mic her up, Frostbite.
Yeah, that's one thing she doesn't. She's not comfortable doing. So
That's okay.
I honor that for her. And
Sure. Well, I honor my wife's wishes is for me not to show my face on YouTube, but I can talk and use my hands all day long. So,
well, my wife's totally okay with me showing my face on camera. She just wants me to make sure that my hair is all in order so that the stripes show through.
there you go. And when's that going to happen?
Smart ass.
Well,
Are you related to
my
Nick
dad always
Lachlan?
said if you're going to be an ass, be a smart ass.
Yeah. Are you
that's
related-
why I'm a smart ass, because when I was younger, my mom told me to stop being a dumbass.
There you go. Answer for everything.
You still didn't answer my question.
Who?
Are you related to nickel stacking?
Are you referring to me or Frostbite?
Uh-oh. We got trouble. We got trouble.
Do we have a nickel in the green room?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And here we go. That's awesome. Smart ass.
I love that.
What's up, Nickel?
Hey, Nickel.
Hey, Nickel.
Am I in?
You're in. I just wanted to bring up the animation.
Uh-oh. I don't think I got.
No, you're there. We hear
Oh, well,
you.
I was going to suggest that she draw Yukon. I was going to suggest she draw Yukon Cornelius, but
You know, until I found you on YouTube long time ago, I was thinking about doing the whole Yukon Cornelius because I just love that animation. But then I saw you, I'm like, oh crap, that's already taken.
I love that Gonzo. That's awesome.
She did Yukon for somebody a while back. Who did
Yeah.
she do? Who did she do Yukon for?
I actually saw that video or watched it. I saw that.
I can't remember who she did Yukon for, but she did the character. She did that in one. Normally what we do is we like she will give them away. So these are kind of like things that we do randomly on some of the live streams. Like on Sundays, she'll join me on a live stream and we'll just kind of sit and I'll talk about whatever it is or be part of the panel. And then she'll draw and then I'll just randomly pick somebody in the stream and give them the picture. Now we do have a couple pieces that we're trying to put together. We've been talking about it for a while. We just haven't completely done it.
Mm-hmm.
Will you do me a favor, sweetie? See that second shelf right there? The very far right is, yep, open that up and pull that out. So what we're wanting to do is so she did the Phantom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to put it with the comic book and the coin.
Hey,
and then
careful that he doesn't get taken off YouTube for showing what's in his hands. That happened the other day to somebody.
yeah.
Just looking out, guys. Just looking out.
No, I
she
know.
did this one.
And so, but we want to put stuff together. Now we did this for me. You guys know YouTube me.
Yeah.
Actually drew Loki and Thor. Got both of them. He actually had the Loki cartoon, had the coin. She actually drew Loki, sent it to him, and then he framed all three of them together with the cartoon or the comic, the drawing, and then the coin in the center, along with some other information that went about where he was from and so on and so forth. So those are the kind of things like we've done either like trade for art supplies. People have sent her money. We did one as a commission, Wonder Woman for one of the ladies. Who was that?
Hold on. Let me. Nichols trying to show something, so let me bring that up.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
She did this one.
Oh yeah,
Well, there you go.
Yosemite. Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Nickel.
Is that her signature?
Make him big. Make him big.
Working on it.
Oh my God! Just click on the little big button. There you go. Yeah. So the little M with a swish through it is her mark. But yeah, so she did that. And what we did is we were doing a couple giveaways. I think that was my 1,500 or my 1,600 subscribers back in October.
This is when you did all your new updated computer stuff.
Oh, when I put all my new fancy equipment together, and yeah, I can't remember. They all run together. But yeah, so that's exactly, that's one of them. That's really cool. It's cool to see you have it. So this is the kind of stuff that a lot of people like to do, and we've done, man, Marvin the Martian and Bugs Bunny and Donald Duck and Yosemite
Tweety.
Sam, Foghorn Leghorn.
I like
Tweety.
Foghorn.
Everybody loves Tweety.
Popeye. Yeah, we did Popeye too. So, but we do it just kind of just as a just a fun little thing to send to people. But again, if you want something really, really nice, something that's going to be extremely detailed, like the chief, right? Something like that takes weeks. So that's, what she talks about, that kind of stuff. But
how about Donald Trump? Has she got orange crayons? I had to say it.
Do we have an orange crayon?
Or orange.
Nickel, I got a question for you, man. Hey, Nickel, I got a question for you.
Oh no. Okay.
I've shown you my gloves. When are you going to show me yours?
Whenever I get them, I'll just go down to the Bengals gift shop and get me some sometime.
They don't sell these white gloves at Bengals. Python Hi Adder, welcome. Can't wait until Bifrost shows us the tiger that she did. And she's thinking.
You good there? What you thinking?
I don't know what she's thinking. She's thinking. I've seen enough of your videos that when she's doing that, she's thinking.
Where's the tiger? It's over there somewhere.
Hey, Frostbite, on your thing, it's on your screen here. It says Frosty and Bifrost. Does your daughter go by Bifrost?
So the name of her channel is Bifrost Animation.
Okay.
So she does a lot of drawing, but she also is learning. So everything she does is self-taught. And so she's learning how to do digital animation. She's also learning how to she does a lot of digital drawing. She does it both just on tablet. We have an Oculus, so she does a lot of stuff in 3D world where it's done in that fashion. So it's Bifrost Animation. If you pull it up on YouTube, it's at Bifrost Animation 801, I believe is the number. There's the logo. There you go, Tiger.
Wow, that is detailed.
Yeah, that is. Let me bring that up.
So I take it her age, she's either graduated high school and getting ready to college, or does she have one more year of high school still?
She's one more year of high school.
Okay.
So here, let's do this.
How are you trying to show my nose hairs?
There you go.
And perfect with the darker colors. They're perfect on each side. Very good.
Oh yeah. She did really good.
Is there a
Yeah.
college? Are you guys looking at colleges yet for her to see where she can expand on her talents?
Her desire, she's thumbs up. She knows where she wants to go and she knows what she wants to do.
Oh, awesome.
Texas A&M
There you go.
is, I think, where she's going to end up.
I love that.
Um,
That's a great. My oldest graduated Bama. I'm a Bama guy through and through, but Texas A&M, that's a good school. Good school.
So, but she wants to be part of the corps. So she's going to do like the marching band and play, because she plays, is it 4 instruments: clarinet, saxophone, alto, tenor, and piano. Well, and keyboard. Yeah. So
But if she joins a corps, what would she be playing? Clarinet.
most likely saxophone or clarinet.
There you go. Okay.
That's my girl. That's my girl. I'm an old saxophonist from high school.
Oh, I thought you said your girl was here because Dog World just showed up.
That too. I got a wifey girl and I got an adopted niece.
How's my favorite Dog World lady? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being in here.
Hey, baby, if you want to hop online with us.
Hold that. She said that. Majored in what? I couldn't read that though.
Cinematics.
Cinematics. Okay, yeah, I thought that's what it said, but I probably should full screen my thing.
So she'll someday work for Walt Disney, probably.
She smiles. She's like, there's some other places that she would like to work for. She wants to do animation, but she's pretty smart. So she's also talked about working for companies because she knows that really good corporations look for people to do advertising. And so she can be more creative on that front and do stuff that actually requires the artistic ability and not so much being told what you're drawing. More of solving. Well, no, not fashion. She likes to draw kind of stuff. So she's like, eh. Now, she liked, especially when she was little, she would design dresses and all sorts of stuff. But she's more into like animation is her thing. She really likes animation. This girl is an artist. And I mean that by musical, drama, singing, performing, drawing, computer animation. Just she loves the arts, and she's got a good head on her shoulder. She's good at mathematics. She's like, well, she doesn't love mathematics, but she's good at it. But she's also really good at the sciences, and so she understands that there's going to be some things that she has opportunities to do, and you can utilize a lot of her skill sets in a lot of those types of things. So she's taking kind of a wide approach. She understands that cinematics is going to be something that's important, but she'll probably have to do something like a business minor or something of that nature to make sure that she's marketable.
Yeah. Ellie brings up a good point. Did you read her comment?
Can she do book covers that make a lot of money?
Oh, so we talked about that. Actually, one of the people that we follow on, I don't know if it's TikTok or Instagram, probably on both, takes like novels and things of that nature and actually paints and draws on the page side and actually paints and draws stuff in. And she's like, that would be interesting to do. So she's kind of looking at stuff like that. Now there's a lot of really cool people. There's something to it, but I can't remember what the name of that is called. But anyway, yeah, she loves all things art. So, but she's a smart cookie. It's just a matter of getting her to focus on the things that she needs to focus on.
How about acrylics and oil? Does she do that type of paintings?
She loves it. She loves acrylic. Oil is hard to work with. She said she's still learning it, but she loves to work with acrylic. She's actually really good with it. She's got some really cool pieces that she's done. But anyway, yeah, fun stuff.
I got a thing. I want to see if I can stump her. Yeah, she pulled out Gonzo and knew it right away. So that's cool.
Okay, well, hold on. She's doing a piece right now.
I'm not going to ask her to draw it. Yeah, I just want to know if she knows who I'm talking about.
So I want to see if the person who actually asked for this knows what she's drawing. But you said you mentioned a character who is what was the pairing again?
Who,
You
me?
wanted to see, yeah. You said you wanted to see.
I want to see if she knows who I'm talking about.
No, before that, there was a pair of characters. You said
Pair of characters. That was someone else.
I can't recall. Maybe it was OC, or maybe it was Nickel.
Is that Peppermint Patty?
It is not Peppermint Patty.
All right.
I don't think she does a lot of watercolor. She has, but she's nah, not so much.
I love the hand signals. She's listening, drawing, and paying attention.
Yeah, she's
Multitasking.
focusing. She says drawing helps her focus.
I understand.
It helps. It's the thing that kind of keeps. Oh, very nice. Python does oil paintings on canvas. Outstanding.
Awesome.
Yeah, oil takes a lot of time.
It can take 2 years to do one.
Yeah, it's very, very finicky. So people who paint very nicely in oil, I give them massive props because it's very hard to paint.
And this is my question. I always ask them. I say, when do you know you're done? Because you can always detail. You can keep detailing. So when do you know it's done?
When you feel like it was right.
Hey, Frostbite, can I tell you what kind of art I do?
Yeah, certainly.
So I'm one of those guys that puts a big white piece of paper on the floor, and I hang a bucket with paint in it, and I poke a hole in it, and then I start swinging it around.
I love that.
She's smiling. She's like, I love that shit.
What
Yeah.
type of art do they call that?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just having some fun.
Okay. I thought they had a name.
I think
for
it's
it.
elephant art, isn't it? Have you seen the elephants paint?
I have. They put the brush in their trunk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know how you would paint with.
That's it.
Just
Kim
for true.
Possible.
It's a female, but I don't know yet who it is.
I think Silver Journey hit it. Kim Possible.
Well, it wasn't Silver Journey. It was actually UFO's No Joke that said Kim Possible's first.
Oh yes, you're right.
Well,
I see
didn't-
it.
yeah, but it was Zardoz that actually asked for Kim Possible.
Don't they have a big black diamond in the middle of their uniform? If I remember watching that show.
No, that's the villain.
No, that's the villain.
Oh, okay. Is that? I thought that kid had a lightning bolt.
Oh, I know.
Not
it's
Kim. Not
I
Kim
know it's Sid.
Possible.
Okay, go.
Thinking of the Thundermans.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Incredibles. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know-
you're thinking of Stretchy Lady. What's her name?
Yeah.
Elastigirl.
Yeah.
I know this. Don't ever rob a bank with someone that can do something like this because they're sure gonna nail you. Because she or he is gonna be able to draw you. Because they got detail. They know they have detail.
Oh yeah.
Does your daughter have
That'd be my luck.
photographic memory?
No. She's like, kind of. I'm like, no. So
Cartoon
she has.
characters.
Well, no. What my daughter has is selective memory.
Kind of like our selective hearing.
Yeah, exactly.
Those of us
Yeah.
that have been married 30 years.
Yeah. Well, what was funny was a friend of mine, his wife kept nagging him and saying, "You need to go get your hearing check. You need to go get your hearing check." And so he went and got the hearing check, and he said, "We need to bring your wife in and find out what tone she speaks at, because you're tone deaf in a certain realm." And they brought his wife in, and it's exactly the place. Like, he actually has a deficit in a tonal range, and his wife speaks right in that range. And so he's like, well, in order to fix that, we need to get a hearing aid. He's like, bastard.
Are y'all going to go see the new Garfield movie?
I didn't know they
Um,
had one.
Yeah, animated. It's going to be animated Garfield. Yeah,
Oh, that's the one. Has it come out? Has it come out already?
I think it's released.
Oh, cool.
Coming to a theater near you.
The only thing I
Interesting.
know about is the new Popeye movie, and I'm not a fan of it. Have you guys heard about it?
I have not heard about the new Popeye movie.
Oh, the person that's playing Popeye, get this, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh, you know what? I did see that, and I was like, "Oh hell no!"
Oh,
Well,
I agree with you. I agree. I'm sorry, but Popeye does not look like The Rock.
No,
Well,
that's Brutus.
At least he's got the muscle down. They don't have to do anything for that.
But Popeye didn't have upper arm muscle; it was all forearm.
Oh well.
You know who did the original Popeye with Robin Williams is still the
Yes.
best.
Oh, I said that when I first saw that. It's like, you cannot remake Popeye, and certainly not with Dwayne Johnson's. He's a good actor, but he does not have the crazy skills that Robin Williams did. No, not in a million years. No one can touch the acting skills of Robin Williams.
Oh, and he could do a serious role. You remember the 24-hour Park? Was that what it was called? He played
Well, no,
a serious.
How about the Dead Poet Society?
Oh, great movie.
Yeah.
There's so many good points, especially towards the end of that movie. That was a brilliant movie.
Oh yeah, and he did not play the comedian. He was.
Oh yeah,
he
the 24-hour photo. He was a bad guy in that. He did really good, or really well.
I didn't see that one, but I can believe it. I can certainly believe it, but no one could touch the artistic variety and skill that Robin Williams had. He suffered from bipolar, but he tapped into his disease and turned it into artistic skill. It was just amazing.
What was that movie that Robin Williams was in where he played the doctor?
Oh, Patch Adams.
Adams.
Yeah, Patch Adams. Yeah.
Believe it or not, I actually worked in the town that Patch Adams, the story is from, Pocahontas, West Virginia.
Wow.
I'm not joking. That's amazing. Now, can I ask my question of Bifrost and see if she knows which character I'm talking about? Could you do, or do you know Kimba the White Lion?
She's thinking.
Yeah, when she taps, she's thinking.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Oh, that was old Japanese anime.
Yep.
She thinks she knows what it is. She's going to give it an attempt.
So, Tiger, why don't you go ahead and drop down? Frost and I are going to take over. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No, that's funny. You know, it's
I love
what's
this.
fun about-
I knew that you guys channel a couple of times, but you guys, I mean, you can't catch everything. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
He didn't know what I did to him.
he jacked with you and threw you down in the basement for a minute.
Jessica Passion, she's gonna do an Indiana Fever right there. She's gonna do that one for me on canvas.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you are a big Fever fan. I do enjoy you talking about them. I certainly don't like the way they're treating Caitlin Clark right now.
They think it's roller derby.
Exactly.
I don't even know who Caitlin Clark is.
Oh my! About every other video I do, it's probably something to do with her. I mean, yeah, she's big stuff, man.
She set a college basketball record that beat men's. What was Nickel? I know you
Pistol
know.
Pete. She outscored Pistol Pete, but Pistol Pete was only in there 3 years, didn't have the 3-point line, and they didn't have a conference tournament most of the years he was at Louisiana State.
Yeah, but that
So
record
you got to measure it.
Yeah, but that record stood for a long time with Pistol Pete.
A long time.
Oh,
And,
so you're talking basketball?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not a fan. So I don't know who that is. Now I know why.
Yeah. No big. I'm not a big fan of that either, but just she was so much in the news that you couldn't help but pay attention to it. So now that she was a number one.
Yeah, she's the fastest player in the pro level to get to 200 points and over 50 assists. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't follow the game at all.
If you want a hero that's female, it's Caitlin Clark. She doesn't do anything that is, what would you say, rebellious or out there or whatever. And I think that's why they don't like her, because she's pretty steady. Or well, I don't know what the word I want to use, but she doesn't get into trouble. No scandal.
She's pretty and she's steady.
Yeah.
I just looked her up. So
Nicole, I would say she's just a good kid. How about that?
I think she really is, and she gives to charity, and she's going to be worth $100 million within 5 years. So,
oh yeah, so cool.
Same as
the thing of it is, the players what they don't realize, they're knocking her down, trying to hurt her. They're hurting themselves because she's going to bring more money into that league and get that league known and get more people in the seats. They're all going to make more money from her. So you don't want to kill the person that's going to help you. And they just are really rough on her. And so, but she is, they'll expand 2 or 3 teams just because of her. They have to move the game to a bigger auditorium so they can, because they sell out. Everywhere she's gone has been a sellout. So they can play in men arenas and sell it out. And there's nobody else. She's like Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan, who's another, Muhammad Ali. I mean, she's in that category about as far as bringing people in. It's amazing.
Yeah. So, Tiger, you still with us?
Oh yeah.
Just check.
Yeah. I'm setting up my other screen because we're trying to see how close she gets to Kimba the White Lion.
Okay, so did Kimba have its own cartoon named Kimba the Lion, or was it a character in? Because I remember that, but I just don't remember what the particulars were.
Well, I was raised in the Pittsburgh television area, and they had a children's show every day. It was run by a guy named Paul Shannon. He did it for years and years until I guess he couldn't do it anymore. And he would play all sorts of things, usually with the Three Stooges, the little shorts from the Three Stooges, and other things. But Kimba the White Lion was also one of the big things that he played on an everyday basis. And that was the first Japanese anime I'd ever seen. I absolutely loved that as a child. So, I wanted. I pulled it up so I can remember the name correctly. I have it on the other screen, which I'll share with you when she's done, so that she can, see how close she got. She's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
really good. That's it. She got it.
She's like, I think I know who this is. Give me a minute.
How does she know all these cartoon characters, especially the ones from the past?
Okay, so I'll tell you guys something that we do, and we've done this ever since she's been 3 years old. Is we play basically like memory games. So we will say, okay, I'm going to give you a line to a movie, and you need to tell me what movie it's in. And it can be something abstract. It can be something you like 10 questions or something like that, max. Usually we do like 3 or 4 questions. You get 1 clue, and then if you don't get it after about 4 questions, you're done. And I used to keep up with her. I used to be able to do whatever. She comes up with this just weird stuff, and it's like that's not in that movie. And she'll come back and she'll be like, "Oh no!" She'll start talking the movie before it happens, and it's exactly word for word, verbatim. Like it's just like, holy crap! How do you do that? And she's like, I don't know. It's
That's
like
what-
me with jokes, right? She's just good at it. She just remembers characters and lines and styles and more cartoon animation type stuff than anything. But
Well, that's what I was asking if she had a photographic memory, because obviously she pulled this from memory. I mean, she didn't pull up an image of it on the computer and go, "Okay, I'm going to draw that." I mean, she got it and put it to paper.
Let me bring this up. Tell me when you're done, Bifrost. Okay, here we go. Let's get a vote. How close did she get?
Spot on.
This is Kimba.
Yep.
pretty
She's-
close.
Yeah, very close, especially for me pulling up a cartoon that was in my childhood.
Well, I think it's a teenage Kimba. It's definitely her, but she already knows what she's going to look like when she's a teenager.
This is her going to the prom.
Yeah, she's definitely older.
Hey, Tiger, leave that image up for a second. I got a question for you. That picture. What was the name of Kimba's right there? I don't know what kind of.
Oh heck!
What was his name?
I'll pull it up here. Hold on.
I was just trying to remember what his name was. Wasn't that the wise one that guided Kimba? And I'm digging back 50 years now.
Oh. See here. I wonder if they have a picture for him.
It'd probably be that second one down, because it was a main character in the series, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It's been a long minute, for sure.
Oh yeah, it definitely has been.
She's shaking her head. She doesn't know who it is either.
I don't know the name.
I can't remember. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the.
Is it Eliza?
It was to the right of Kimba. It's some kind of in the ape family. I just don't know which category. I can't.
What is it?
Maybe it's a capuchin?
The capuchin monkey?
There you go.
I'm guessing not.
I thought capuchin monkeys were small.
Well, I mean, that's not a very big lion.
It's true.
I'm having I'm surprised I remembered Kimba.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tiger, did you hear about the two cats that got kicked out of school?
Oh no, this is going to be one of your dad jokes.
The
Okay.
lion cheetah?
What's that?
Lion cheetah?
Oh yeah, you told me that punchline, but you never told me
Yeah.
the joke that went before the punchline.
I'll tell you what's drawn a lot is the Lady and the Tramp when they shear the noodle.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're talking about the other one? 'Cause that's Trixie, 'cause it's Scotty.
I mean, how
She's
about
over
that?
here saying, are you talking about Scotty?
The Scotty.
You can't get more romantic than sharing the
No,
noodle.
No, that's awesome. In fact, I have 3 of those error coins of the Lady and the Tramp.
You have 2 of them.
No, I have 3 of them.
Nope, you're supposed to be sending me one. I always do this to him. Every time he has multiples of something, it's like, nope, you only have. He's like, I have 4 of those. I'm like, nope, you only have 3.
Hey, Frostbite, can we have Bifrost on that Gonzo that she did? Can she put to OC on that and sign it for me? And then whenever you and I ever do business, I wouldn't mind getting a copy of that if you don't mind.
She'll send it to you. Absolutely.
I'm good for art donations.
She smiles. What do you want? OC Stacker? What do you want on it?
Yeah, that's fine. 2 OC, whatever. However she does her thing.
You know, they had a character of Biden on what was that, Muppets, them old men? One of them looks just like Biden. I ain't kidding you. Remember they was in the balcony, the 2 old men?
Oh, yeah.
And they used to have them on at the beginning of the show.
Yep.
And Biden, that one looks just like Biden. I cannot kid you.
Well, that Jeff Dunham has that puppet. That's a dead ringer. I'm sorry.
It's like, hey, this is you can't do that. This is a comedy show. I know. That's why you need to leave. Yeah. Oh my God. What were their names?
I'm gonna try.
I know it's Waldorf. But what's who? Statler. She's like Statler and Waldorf. I don't know how she remembers that. I don't think she's seen it but a dozen times.
But she got that answer back quicker than I could Google it. She is correct.
It's like, good grief. This is why I can't win at that game, folks.
Well, it's funny that you play that game, Frostbite. When I drove my girls to, I live on a cul-de-sac, and so there was 19 kids on our cul-de-sac. So I would take a carload of kids to school every day. It was my chance to chat with them, just make sure, just goof off. But I would play music from the 80s, and we would play Guess That Artist on the way to school and on the way home.
She smiles. She's like, we've done that before.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. My oldest got pretty proficient at it. She when they took the AP classes all through high school, both my daughters did. And so their senior year, they took a semester at the local college here, and the course was called American Music History. And so my daughter was quite proud that she was able to call him out on some stuff and to point out facts that I shared with her.
Ellie wants if she can do Pebbles.
The best
Bam Bam Pebbles
music was the 80s.
I asked her that. The Teenage Pebbles from the Pebbles and Bam Bam show or from Flintstones? She said the child.
What's great, all these characters came out before she was even born, I would imagine.
That's what I'm pointing out.
Oh, no, but here's the thing. So here's one thing you have to understand about the way my daughter and I work things. I teach her ever since she was a kid like little kid, to listen to all sorts of music. We listen to reggae, funk, ska, big band, country, rap, R&B. We listen to things like Johnny Clegg, and Suvlaka. We listen to Sting, and we listen to things like Ladysmith Black Mambazo, French folk singing, Irish, Scottish, Celtic, German. So we did all sorts of different musics. I showed her cartoons and stuff from my genre. Some of it, she was like, oh my God, you watched this? Some of it still today is good. I introduced her to He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. She was like, oh, Dad, this is so wrong.
Oh, funny.
This is horrible.
I recently found Kung Fu with David Carradine.
Oh, yeah.
Those good shows. Those are good shows.
And I went back and watched them as an adult, as I was a kid. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. That's awesome. I'm sitting there watching it going, man, I look at it completely differently now as an adult versus being a kid watching that show.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, because now you understand a lot of the philosophy and the thoughts behind it. And you understand, especially if you go back in time, you look at the political undertones that were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff. OC, do me a favor, drop me an email and I'll make sure that I get that off. Tiger, I got your information. I'll make sure I send you this lion off. And
Oh,
then who was it that asked for the Kim Possible? Was it Zardoz or
think.
was it?
Zardos, I think.
I think it was
thought
Zardoz.
UFO or something. Okay, here's an interesting factoid. Who came up with the concept of kung fu? Who was the guy who made that idea?
Bruce Lee.
There you go.
Yeah.
Who was supposed to be the lead role?
He was in the Green Hornet. He was in the Green Hornet. He was Kato.
Yeah, and when he was doing Kato, he presented a kung fu, and he was supposed to be the person who did the role, but for whatever reason, they stole his idea. They didn't put him as the lead role, and they wanted someone who looked more Caucasian as a half Chinese, half Caucasian. I don't know why they chose that option. They would have done. I mean, David Carradine did a wonderful.
Do you know why it ended? I'll ask that trivia question. Do you know why Kung Fu ended?
No.
He was beaten up to death. He did a lot of that stuff himself, and he was just sore all the time. And he told him it just couldn't do it anymore. That's why.
Wow.
Thank you, Bifrost. Take care.
Thank you, Bifrost.
She's waving. She's like, Dad, I'm going to go play my game. I've sat at this table long enough.
Enough hanging out with the old men.
She is very good about. She loves art. She likes to be engaged. She likes the channels that I associate with. She likes, obviously, Tiger. You know, it's kind of an uncle niece style thing where it's like, you know, it's the Filipino uncle and aunts, right? Everybody's your uncle or aunt. But it's one of those where she enjoys being a part of something that makes people laugh and smile and do that kind of stuff. And so she's like, yeah, I'm engaged. I can draw. I can do whatever. And then she's like, okay, Dad, I've had enough of you. Love you, but I got to go. And so it's like, go do your thing. Go enjoy.
Does she do that Fortnite thing on the computer at all?
No, she is more of a fan of obviously Chief, right? So she likes that. And then there's another game she plays that's a little more dark and sinister, and I can't remember what it is, but she likes
Grand Theft
horror
Auto.
adventure. But say again?
Grand Theft Auto.
No. This is like almost like a horror style type of game. I can't think of the main character. Looks like I can't even think of the name of it. I'll remember it later. But
yeah. I don't play video games. I don't know any of those things. I just listen to my kids talk about it.
Yeah, I don't have time to do it.
Oh yeah. The only thing
I like zombie movies.
Yeah. Centipede. I can remember that from the arcades. That's about the last game I can remember playing.
Well, see, when she was I think she was like 5 or 6. I had an old Nintendo game. It was an old Japanese game where you actually had to walk them. It was a storyline you had to walk through. Somebody killed his brother or his father or something like that. He had to find out who the killer was and beat him up to save his family's honor. And so we would kind of talk through and look at, and I think that's how she kind of found her love for anime. But she'll go back and she'll watch anime from 35, 40 years ago, back when going into the military and just before the military, the anime that I used to watch when I was a kid. And so she goes back and she watches all that old stuff and learns the stories and how the characters are morphed and how they are tied together. And she loves all of that stuff. And so this is why I think this is probably the reason she knew who that tiger was, because she's gone back and she's looked through so much of that old stuff.
Well,
It's
that's
crazy.
that same era and time. I'm sure she had to have watched Speed Racer.
I think she did.
Jim Chim, Gramps.
Oh yeah.
I think Speed Racer was the idea behind Knight Rider.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Bullwinkle. That's a classic.
Oh, I love.
Hey, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Boy, we're really flexing our age tonight, aren't we?
Yeah,
Oh,
I love
yeah.
it. They go, oh, Bullwinkle. With the flying squirrel. What was the name of the flying squirrel?
Rocky.
Yeah.
All right, so trivia I can answer tonight. I love it.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
Okay, here's a question for you. Do you know why they called him Rocky?
I thought Rocky was a girl because of the voice.
Here, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Do you guys know why they was called Rocky? Without looking it up. No cheaters. Come on.
I think I've heard it before, but I can't remember why. But I think
don't
I've
know.
heard somebody mention it.
He's a rock squirrel.
I'm going to
Okay.
venture a guess to say that he used to move as fast as a rocket or launch as quick as a rocket. Then he used to fly around.
Yeah, but his name was Rocky.
Yeah.
And he was a rock squirrel.
And the evil woman was Morticia. Is that right?
No, that was
Boris. Natasha
Boris
and
was evil
Boris.
guy. Boris
It
was
was
evil, but she was
Natasha and
Morticia.
Boris.
okay.
Morticia
Yeah,
was
Natasha and
Adam's family.
Oh,
Nickel.
Rocket James Squirrel.
Oh god, that was
Nothing
great.
up my sleeve. Yeah, that's man, that's a lot of fun.
and then was it Mr. Peabody? Was he the one that was on that? team?
Peabody and Sherman.
Yeah.
German, yeah. Okay, here's a little trivia for you. What was the name of the doctor? Well, not that doctor. What was the name of the dog that used to look out for the blind guy that used to walk everywhere, and the dog always used to keep him out of trouble?
Mm.
I'm trying to remember.
Well, there was Brain from Inspector Gadget.
No, it
What
was
are Are you talking about the dog from Mr. Magoo?
yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Uh,
I named my first dog after him, hoping that he would look out for me when I was a young man, and he actually did. Actually,
I don't remember that. I don't remember Mr. Magoo's dog's name.
McBarker.
Mudley. I don't know what it was.
It was McBarker.
Yeah, Mick Barker.
Because I used to call him. Then we lowered the name down to Mac.
Yeah,
Was
I really don't remember. I remember him sitting there. It's like, well, isn't this lovely? And looking through that massive lens that he had on the front of his car.
Yeah.
That's too funny. That is too funny. Mick Barker.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, he looked like Mr. Magoo.
And Mr. The guy on Gilligan's Island did him. Mr.
Yeah.
Howe guy did him.
Jim something.
Yeah. Baracus, Bacchus, or Buckus. Bacchus.
Jim Baracus.
Jim Backus.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question for you guys. Gilligan's Island.
I
Okay.
was just thinking of that.
They said there were 7 people, but I have a question for you. Okay. They had Gilligan, the skipper, the millionaire and his wife, the professor and Marianne.
Another movie star.
Well, yeah, the movie star, and then the professor and Marianne. Who was the guy?
Which
He
guy?
named everyone.
No. So I'll put it in comment.
You know, they didn't give Marianne credit though at first. They had to add her later.
No, not just her. It was her and the professor.
Okay.
First season was and the rest, and it would show a picture of Marianne and the professor. And Bob Denver said, no, that's not right. They need to have their names up there too. And then they quit doing that, and they put Professor and Marianne plus their names.
Okay, how about this? You get shipwrecked, and only one of Marianne or the movie star can be or Ginger. One of those two can be with you. Who would you pick?
That's a no-brainer.
Ginger or Marianne?
Marianne.
I think she can cook, so I'd pick Marianne.
Not only that, but it's my personal viewpoint that women that are 10s are screwed up in the head, and I can't tolerate them. So I never wanted to be with a 10. That's almost the reason why I didn't end up with my wife. She ran a introduction service, a marriage agency in Ukraine. And while I was talking to other ladies, she started sending me pictures of herself, wanting me to pay attention to her. But she sent pictures that her father, who's a professional photographer, did. And he had her all dolled up. All the hair was done. Makeup was perfect. Photos were perfect. And I'm like, I'm not touching that. And turned out to be the lady I got married to.
No, Gary, I understand that, but it's just the professor and Marianne. So I was like, hey, well, who's the other dude? Anyway, it's not funny if you didn't catch it.
Okay. I get it. It's the way that they slurred them together.
Yeah, just dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's 10 o'clock. We have been on for 3 hours.
We have been.
I'm doing a Father's Day stream in the morning, so I need to get some stuff together and get that stream set up so that I can do my Sunday morning live.
What time? Your time, Frostbite?
I'm Central, so it's 8:30 Central. It's not going to be quite as long because Father's Day. I mean, I don't expect tons of people to be there. It's going to be in and out. It's only going to be portrait mode. I'm not going to go through all the stuff to do both the landscape and portrait and all that stuff. It's just going to be a quick down and dirty. Basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about what it is, basically the difference between a father and a dad. Anybody can be a father, but not everybody is a dad. And talk about what it means to be a dad. Talk about good things that have happened. And things that as a father on Father's Day, you can do to honor those people in your life. And again, so I don't know if you guys know this, but, somebody can look it up if they want to, but in relation to holidays, as far as the most celebrated, where do you think Father's Day fits into the category amongst the top 20?
20th.
Yeah, I was going to say 20th.
100% 20th.
Yeah.
President's Day, Lincoln's birthday, all have more sales, more things associated with them than Father's Day. And here's the thing, guys, we don't expect much. What we want is we want respect, and we want people just to be thinking about us. Let us know that you care about us. Let us know that you respect us. But what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to talk about things that as dads, not fathers, anybody can be a father. As dads, what can we do to honor and show our family integrity during this day? What kind of things can we do on our day? Like my mom used to talk to me about, on your birthday, you should buy me a gift. And she would say it jokingly, but the fact is, it's fact. I wouldn't be here if it wouldn't have been for my mother. Right. So it's actually not a bad idea. So my theory, the thing that I want to talk about is, as dads, as people who have invested into our kids' lives, whether they are young, old, whether you have children who have kids, what can you do to invest in their life to help grow the idea and the concept of what it means to be a dad? So talking about some of those items.
I think
And
work ethic is huge for the man, for the sons.
Oh yeah.
it will. So one of the things that I'll talk about, and it's going to be very brief, is, and again, I talked about this a lot today, and that is agree to disagree.
True.
Be able to stand toe to toe with the man, stand on your moral values, follow your compass, say what you believe is right, and have the discussion. Hear other people's point of view and say, why do you think that? Tell me, well, that's wrong. No, don't do that. Say, well, explain to me your point of view. And don't do it as in you're telling me, but help me to understand what that means. And I think that as men, and again, not just men, women as well, but tomorrow's Dad's Day. As men, one thing that we need to teach our kids, our guys, our sons, is what it means to show others, men or women, respect. What it means to show people proper dignity, and what it means to stand our ground. Standing our ground doesn't mean you're necessarily going to throw blows. Standing your ground means you can take the high compass, the moral standpoint, the moral pinnacle. You can stand strong, stand true, stand by your belief, and accept somebody else's point of view. And you don't have to agree with it, but accept it and wish the best. And let them know. And you know what? Go have a beer afterwards.
And someday I will do that with you over why we should raise the vote to 21.
But again, fathers also have roles within their daughters. And you guys see that I include my daughter in this kind of stuff. And we talk about that. What's good, what's not. What are the things that you're going to hear? Now, I will say this. I'm really glad that Stackin earlier said, I lost my kid. I struggle with this. I'm often questioned why I'm here. And I put you guys on mute and I talked to her and I said, listen, I need you to understand something. This is something when you do this that you're going to hear. You're going to hear some really hardcore stuff in life. And here's what you need to do. You need to arm yourself with a little bit of grace and wisdom. What do you do in a situation like this? Do not try to handle it yourself, but have the resources that you need to be able to help somebody in a situation such as this. This is why I gave him 988. I am not a licensed counselor. I am not the person that needs to be going to him. However, I can be an ear, and when it becomes too much, or I hear something that is threatening to himself or somebody else, I can do what I can to help him as a friend, but leave it to the professionals to do that, know that information. And this is your charge in life. This is what I charge you with as my daughter and as a woman, to understand, to listen and observe conversations and understand the intent and the tact behind what it is that they say. Python, I love that. Wise as serpents, gentle as doves. But again, it's one of those things where as fathers, we can take time. It is our day. Pull your family aside and say, look, I know you got shit to do, but guess what? Today's my day. Boys, go mow the yard, and then come back in. I'm going to take everybody to lunch. But this lunch is going to be, we're going to talk. We're going to sit as a family. I'm going to barbecue tomorrow. I'm going to grill some steaks, and we're going to sit down and we're going to talk. We're going to visit.
Yes.
They're not going to eat and then split. They're going to hang out with me.
Hello, Jessica. She's here. I was just talking about you. And
hey, what's up, Jess?
You're going to draw this fever for me on and put it on acrylic. I think she's going to use acrylic. And you just missed Frosty's daughter. She was drawing in here. You just missed it.
Hi, Pat. Hi, Jessica.
Good to see you, my friend. So,
Nice-
but
nice
that's kind of what tomorrow's live stream is going to be about, and it'll be just open to chit chat. I mean, Eric
you
is going to be there.
Frosty, are you going to have a panel on, or are you just going to talk and then take questions?
I am going to open up tomorrow. Now, again, I might change this. I might not put it in landscape mode. I may go. I might not go portrait mode. I may just go landscape mode. But that means setting everything up and putting it all together. If I do it in portrait mode, it's just turn it on, set the structure, and then go. It's really easy. Like you don't have to do anything. Portrait mode, I have to get everything set up and get it all structured. You think it'd be backwards, but it's not.
Hey, Frostbite, tomorrow's Father's Day. Do what you want to do. How about that?
Well, I told everybody in my community chat that I was going to do portrait mode. But if I'm going to open it up to people, then I want to make sure that people can see who's talking, and it's very difficult in portrait mode to have a panel of more than 4 or 5 people. So
Gotcha.
we'll see how it works. I'll find out in the morning exactly which way I'm going to do it. I may most of the people that I'm around prefer landscape, so I may just suck up the bullet and just do it that way anyway. But I want to do the same thing that I did for Mother's Day, for Father's Day. My dad's long passed, so I don't have that opportunity. The other person who was my father died. He was my grandfather. He died 20 some odd years ago, and so again, it's just one of those things where I've had so many people mentor my life and lead me to where I'm at that I want to provide people some of the counsel and some of the good pieces of information that I've received from extremely good, godly men, strong men, powerful men in relationship, in love, in finance, in business, because ultimately our job is to provide and protect. And so that's going to be the message that I give tomorrow.
Awesome. Good. I think that's 7:30 my time. I just calculated. I might set the alarm for that. I usually don't, especially on Father's Day.
Well, if you're going at 8:30 in the morning, Frosty, wouldn't that be 6:30 in the morning for OC?
If he's in California at 6:30, yeah, it's early.
Yeah.
Just catch it on the flip side. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
We'll rate it because we'll still be here because we got at least 2 more hours to go.
I love having Nicholas. Nicholas always funny, man. I enjoy listening to him. He's funny.
What guy? What guy? What guy? Who? What guy?
Exactly.
Well, guys, I'll tell you what. Now, Tiger, I'm glad you listened to this. Hey, UFOs, no joke. Thanks for coming in and being a part of this. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. That was awesome.
Well, you thought it was
But no, I'm glad you did this. You talked about different ideas and things that we could do to kind of help work with the hours. This has been fun, right? This is like my Sunday's general chit chat where you just get up and you just talk. This has been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this time.
Yeah.
Same here.
Different points of view. It's kind of nice. Hey, look at we're talking about what we were earlier that we're all sitting here and chatting about something. Like I said, we all may not agree on, but we're sitting here still having a human. I call it a human conversation where you treat each other with a little bit of respect and don't belittle their point. Just listen to it and then give your point. Is how I try to have conversations so that it doesn't turn into, like you said earlier, a battle and I'm right type of thing. So
Well,
I
think
really enjoyed this myself.
Problems we have in our country is because everybody wants to battle. Sometimes it's just not worth the battle. Number one, and number two, being that we're human, we might only be partially right. Maybe in time we're going to find out that Frosty was 50% right, now it's 50% right, or I was 90% right, and Nickel was 10% right.
Well, you know,
So,
I had fun
Tiger,
yesterday. I just don't think Ian did.
I want to say something about that, Tiger. That also made me 50% wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, you have to acknowledge the other.
I
Right.
know.
Remember.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And so again, we always talk about, well, who's right, who's wrong. I heard, and I don't know if I've seen it on TikTok or whatnot, but it's hilarious. It's an Indian gentleman talking about kind of the philosophy of being right. And it's like a man who is right and stands his ground, but is quiet when he needs to be, is wise.
Yep.
A man who understands the truth but elects to hold his, or no, hold on, is smart. The guy who is right but elects to hold his tongue is wise. And a guy who is wrong, or a guy who is right but admits that he is wrong despite the fact that knows he's right, is married.
I remember when you were quoting that, I go, man, I know I've seen that before. I remember I was trying to figure out the punchline. You got me.
I love that, and it's a joke. It really is.
It
Hey,
is.
Stacking's like, whoa, you guys are still on. What the heck? But
Hey,
again,
I'm still in shock that Tiger gave Nickel 10%.
Yeah, he was very charitable. You know the two most successful words in a marriage?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, dear.
Yeah, yes, dear. Yes, dear.
Yeah.
Oh no,
It's very
yes,
successful.
dear will get me in serious trouble. My wife can't stand that phrase.
Oh, okay.
It's how you say it. If you say yes, dear.
Oh no, no.
Frosty, here's how you do it. Okay. Da moja krasiva žena.
She'd be like, I think you just swore at me.
I don't care how you say it as long as it's with a smile.
What is it? What that translates into? Yes, my beautiful wife.
So when my wife and I talk, it's like, I know you're right. And then she'll just kind of smile. Yes, dear is condescending to her. It doesn't matter what tone I say it in. It's condescending because yes, dear usually is a dismissive phrase. And my wife is not one to be dismissed. And so great respect. I love my wife to death, but yes, dear is something that will never come out of my wife unless I'm joking or seeking an argument.
Well, when I say it, it usually comes with eyes lowering, head dropping, and just realizing I've lost. There's a lot of respect with eyes dropping, head lowering.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but Tiger resolves that by saying, yes, dear, this is for you.
Yeah.
I already know when the first word comes out of her mouth. Is this for me? It's yes. It's done.
It is now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's like, whenever I buy something, it's like, can I have two? Oh, okay. I've caught Coin Crew off kilter a few times until they finally started catching on. I was like, the wife's going to take one. I really want one, so I got to get two. But it's true. I wish she was here. She comes on, she goes away. She comes on, she goes away.
Hey, does your wife come on and I thought your wife didn't come on and talk, or has she recently started coming on?
She hasn't come on to a live stream. I will tell you that I did an interview on her channel about protection dogs, and I put a community post up as a poll, and we had a lion's share of people saying they wanted to hear her opinion. About 75% wanted to hear her voice rather than her run the AI. They wanted to hear her voice.
Okay.
I showed her that. It took a while for me to get her to do it. We did it. It's in the back room getting developed.
Okay.
Basically, a long story made short. Let me try to give you a basic idea of what I was trying to do here. Let me go
So
back
what
to
you're saying is we can look forward to hearing her voice sometime in the near future.
yes, I'll show. I'm not going to play it for you, but I'm going to show it to you. Where's that? Here we go.
Hey, Tiger, I'm gonna bail before you do that real quick. I'm gonna say one thing and then I'm gonna jump off the line.
Uh,
I want to leave you guys with a comment, and this is something that I'm going to share again tomorrow. But it's by Ben Fountain. I don't know if you know who that is. But it's about Father's Day, it's about Dad's Day, and I want to leave you with this thought. Much of life, fatherhood included, is the story of knowledge acquired too late. If I'd only know what I know now, or how much smarter or abler or stronger would I have been. But nothing prepares you for kids. The swells of emotion, the things that roll through your chest like the rumblings of boulders tumbling downhill, nor for the all developing labor of it. The sheer mullish endurance you need for the 600 or 700 discrete tasks is something that has to be done each and every day. So remember, as a dad, your job is to learn the lessons and do the best that you can with what you got. Try to grow better kids, try to help your wife, and try to protect and safeguard the sanctity of those little ones in your charge. All right, folks, take care, be well, be blessed, and we will talk to you all later. All right.
Before
Take
you
care,
go, would you email me that thing that you just quoted?
Say again.
Would you email that to me?
Yeah, I'll try to put it in. It's in chat,
Okay.
but I will email it to you.
Okay.
Oh, there's two of them. It broke it out into two. There's too much for one.
3.
Okay.
Oh, did it break it out into 3?
Yeah, I'm looking
Oh,
at it.
wow.
Okay. I was kind of hoping to get it as an email so I could email it off to my son to let him know that I feel that way because you just hit the nail on the head.
We lost Neil.
Yeah, I didn't do that to him. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring him back up.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Frostbite, and you have a good Father's Day.
No worries, guys. Y'all take care. Thanks for having so much fun. That was awesome.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. Be well, be blessed, and you guys know that I will see you in the streams.
Absolutely.
I'll see you there. All right. One of the best friends I have ever had in my entire life, and one of the smartest too.
Is that Neil? Is that Neil, the flag?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
just to
Neil.
give you an idea what I was saying, I'm sorry, Neil, I just wanted to, this right here is in its raw form. And this is in its intermediary form right here. It's in the process. My brother-in-law is still working on it. So just
Do we have,
it's in the process.
do we have a target date?
As soon as my brother says it's done.
There you go.
Stacking surfaces, you should do a 24-hour marathon.
Only if he's doing it with me.
Yeah, we've been on for what? According to the clock on my screen, it's 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 23 seconds.
That's almost what I got. I got 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 29 seconds.
Then after this is off, I think me and Tiger's supposed to do one. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. I was planning on calling you earlier after my live stream, but you went on a live stream, so I figured that you're too busy. Then I fell asleep hard.
I told everybody on my live stream to come look at the one we just did and get in. I said if they might want to start hour 3 and watch it, but I don't know how many people did.
Oh my goodness.
I'm
Oh.
convinced Tiger took a nap when Frostbite and I were chatting.
No, actually I didn't. I was I don't know what I was doing, but I was awake.
But you know what's kind of neat about your channel, what's going on, how it flows, that we can sit there and do that, and you're cool with it, and it just kind of flowed. It was nice and easy.
Well, one, I realize I don't know everything about everything. And the second was I have this really cool friend called Frostbite. It says, when you have someone who's going on about whatever, let them have at it. Everybody, it's about the transfer of information, so that everybody can win. Everybody can get something out of it and take the information home with them, so that they can have a better tomorrow and a better life. So that's what it's really about.
Well, I definitely got to appreciate his daughter's art. I didn't realize how extended it was. I mean, I would see him do that drawing with his daughter. I would jump in, jump out. I was always had something going on. But when you take the time to stop and watch and listen and like chat like we did, now it's awesome. I've got Jessica's art on my safe, and she does the sun catchers, and I have those hanging on my safe. So when Frostbite sends me that drawing, I'm going to put that on my safe next to all the stuff I got from other channel members. So it's kind of
Jessica and his daughter are a lot alike. They basically taught themselves how to do it. So
well, I will tell you that he has a wonderful daughter, and as a divorced dad, I fought like crazy to be a large part of my son's life, and I was. But this whole millennial mentality that was pushed in the school systems kind of poisoned my son's brain, and I was. He can't tell you that I was not a good dad for him. He can't do it because I wasn't. But he's got this whole thing that said that dad's got to be wrong. Dad's got to be wrong. Dad's got to be wrong. And when dad's not wrong, he's gotten angry over it. He's told a lot of girlfriends and also his wife, I wish my dad would be wrong one time. Not that I want to be right. That is what I talk about to him over the years. I want to be wrong about. It's been trying to give him advice to protect himself. And you got to talk about some really not so happy things. So, but I still try. It's not due to my lack of trying. I went to my grandson's baptism. I helped him get a house, and he's gone back to ignoring us. But I still keep trying. I got other plans on how to try, but to be honest with you, YouTube is part of my plan. I have left a lot of messages in there, not only about stacking and teaching everyone, but also teaching my grandchildren and leaving messages that they are loved, so that if they ever say, why didn't my grandfather love me? Someone, my wife, one of you, someone said, oh yeah, he loved you dearly. Well, how do I know that? Go watch his channel. You're all over it. That's one of my missions with this channel, is to leave messages for my grandchildren to know that I love them. Also to try to teach them, don't trust the government. You got to protect yourself.
Are the grandkids old enough to get on YouTube and listen?
No, one's 2 years old and one is in its first year of life. So they know toys.
So this is future reference.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of the many reasons I don't see me ever stopping making videos. Slowed down maybe because of my job, yes. Stopping, no. It's a large section of it is to give them the information that they need and get them to understand their grandfather loves them. And if you watch some of my videos, a lot of them mention my grandchildren, and the earlier ones even more so. The baptismal pour that I did for them, it's all there.
I forgot that you did that video. Did you make 6 or 8 of those, if I remember correctly?
I think it was 5.
Yeah, and then you gave one to each one of the grandchildren, correct?
I did. And the other ones I didn't like so much, so I have them prepared to be remelted. I was on the pours. At home, I got about 10 products that I'm somewhat satisfied with that I might consider putting up for auction at a later point.
Do you have that cross handy that we can take a look at it?
Not on me, but I can show you on the video. Bear with me here. Let me go to the
Are
video.
you at home? Are you at work?
I am in a hotel.
Yeah,
I have 5 days off, and it's stupid for me to for me to go ahead and fly home just to fly back for 5 more days. I would be more exhausted with all the travel.
Is it 5 on, 5 off?
This time it is. Before it was 18 shifts of 12 hours.
So on your 5 days off, you're just staying there instead of going flying back?
Yeah. If I flew back, it'd take me about 3 days to recover and then fly back and do it all over again. I'd rather sit here, rest, get my energy back again, and then in the meantime, do what I need to do to build up my hours. I've already just done an interview with someone earlier today that I'm going to edit. So I'm pretty much eat, sleep, and YouTube, repeat. So this one right here is the baptism one.
Yeah, I remember. I watched a few. I've caught most of your stuff, but like I said, I can't say they sit here and claim that I've watched everything.
Which I understand. I'll put it near the end.
And what is the name of that cross? Is there a name of that cross?
I call it an Orthodox cross because
that's right.
The Serbian Orthodox cross has clover leaves at all 4 ends.
Yeah.
Okay. And this makes me think of a Serbian Orthodox cross, that type of thing. These were the last 2 that I had picked out for them. I gave my newborn grandson the prototype and the older one, the number 2.
Yeah. I remember voting on that. You said, "Hey, which one should I give away? Which one?" Because you wanted everybody's opinion, which one we thought was better. I remember all that.
Yeah, it was interesting. A lot of you agreed. Some of you didn't, but a lot of you agreed with what I picked out for them. And on the back of it, it has their real names. Across the crossbar is their real first names. So I never showed the back. But I was really happy and left them a message on the back of the COA.
Mm-hmm.
I was invited last minute.
Did you have that mold made, or was that available?
No, I bought it. I just bought it not long before, and I walked into the pouring station area, and I kept thinking, okay, I want to see my grandchildren, and if I don't go, it makes me look bad. My wife refused to go because of the way my son and his wife treated us, especially her. I decided I needed to take the high road, and and I walked into the garage as I was walking around the house, thinking, what can I give them? I don't want to give them money, because that's kind of impersonal. And I saw the cross that I just not so long ago purchased. I'm like, thank you, God, for making me buy that. Yep. And put on the gear, and off I went. I was up a lot that night, pouring and pouring. I messed up so many times on this tiny little cross, and a much more experienced pourer that I talked to says that cross is so hard to pour. Says you did a good job, especially at your level. You did a good job pouring that cross. And we talked about techniques and what I did, and he said, that's a good technique, especially for someone who's brand new to pouring. I had the best time. I did not get tired until the crosses were done. When I got to this level, that's when fatigue hit me.
So did they come out looking like that, or did you have to tumble those for a certain amount of time?
Oh, I tumbled, I massaged them, I put polish on them, I used all sorts of things that to be honest with you, OC, talking to a much more experienced pourer, um, and also I was complimented quite a few times by Yankee Stacking. He's like, "How did you do it for being such a new pourer?" I says, "I don't know. I just understand science, and I've watched Silver Dragon's videos forever. I've watched P the Silver Stacker. I've watched other pourers, and I'll be driving down the road, and I might be watching the road, but part of my brain is like, before I even bought equipment, how would I do this? How would I do that? I've poured many more items in my head than I've done in real life.
Right. Speaking of Silver Dragons, Surfer and I just met him. He spent about an hour, about 45 minutes at our booth at Long Beach on the first day.
Yeah, I saw him bring up Surfer on his channel. I was like, oh my goodness, I would have given my right arm to be there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. The part that he chops off is when he grabbed his camera and turned around and put it in my face. I said, no, that's not going to happen.
I can understand that.
Yeah, well, it's been married 35 years for a reason. My wife just asked me not to put my image up on there, but I can talk and do all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of funny when I told him that he's got the same issue, or not issue, but same request for his wife as well. So
yeah,
he was very cool, very gracious, very nice guy, fun to talk with.
I get the impression what you see on YouTube is the real him.
Me personally, meeting him and seeing him and to his voice, I wouldn't put the two together. I don't know. Surfer's in the channel, maybe he might think different.
Well, let's Surfer hop online. Launch here on my 10-foot board.
That would be like a Viking longship then, stacking Surfer.
What's that?
I said that would be more like a Viking long, the dragon on front of a 10-foot surfboard with the lawn chair on it.
Yeah.
Just get yourself some oars and a big old fucking Viking sail.
Is that the deal?
Hold on, let me check. Yep.
Okay.
We've been talking to Tim and Yankee trying to get him to come out here. I have connections with Long Beach with the Long Beach Grand Prix, and I thought, well, hey, maybe I can entice Tim to come out and visit us, and I'll get him some VIP tickets for the Long Beach Grand Prix. But we haven't gotten a solid yes out of him yet.
Oh, look at that! Now look at hold on. Here we go. Where's the name?
Who's that?
Hey, Neil, what are you doing in the background?
I just took a drink of tea.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'm gonna go grab some iced tea real quick. I'll be right back.
Just out of curiosity, how do I get the comment down here? Somehow I don't know what I did.
Top right, if you're on StreamYard, it has private chat, comments, live, and then started. You hit comments.
Top
that should
right.
give you the top right of your screen.
Is that stacking Surfer in here now?
No, I'm talking about what's under the bottom of Frostbite's stuff. How did that show up?
You had to click a plus sign on the chat, and all you have to do is it should say again above the chat. It should have a minus off.
Okay, so if I did this,
you just kick someone out of the chat, out of the live stream.
Stacking Surfer, I think.
I thought you guys said click the star.
No, if there's if at the bottom of the screen where it shows Frostbite's chat that's highlighted in the chat on your StreamYard in the chat at the top, since you're the creator, it should have it highlighted there with in the sign that you could click, and it'll take that and unhighlight it.
Hold on a second. Let me do this. Okay. We're gonna do this for a little bit. So I'm looking down here, and where do I go?
It should be at the top right,
Here?
on the chat. In the chat. That's not the chat. That's on the window where the people are chatting. At the top, you should have right around there in the chat. There should be something showing that Frostbite's chat is highlighted, and I don't see it actually. There you go.
So
You just did it.
The total accident.
In that area, I told you to. It worked out.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with slop shots. That's how I win most of my pool games whenever I do win.
Tiger Surfer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I thought those names would show up as soon as it got rid of the comment. Tiger Surfer. Where'd he go?
He jumped back in.
All right, am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
He's jealous of my picture.
Dang. I was down at the beach filming a couple videos today. Well, actually, I was walking down Del Mar filming some videos, and I never made it to the beach because there's no parking. Everybody's out here for summer.
Damn tourist.
School.
I know.
Out.
But
Here we are putting
the
some
best time to be out here
product.
is actually in October is the best month to be out here in SoCal.
You do know it's intentional. We're trying to drive people out of California so we can have the beaches to ourselves.
I know. Well, luckily they're back in school. They can't be here anyway.
I'll be right back.
So we had a good chat with Ian last night, Hans.
Right on.
Neil Hans. So I was telling him I need to get a surfboard necklace made for my wife out of osmium.
Do different angles, different profiles. So get a cool profile.
Yeah, that would be cool.
You know what OC and I got going.
Yeah, I don't wear those kind of things, but
Neither do I.
It might work.
You know, I'm sure there's more than enough of a market for how the limited supply.
Yeah, there probably is.
We're getting earrings made up too. I need to call the guy Monday.
I think those will go well too.
Yeah, and then I need to talk with Ian because I'm getting some jeweler's glasses because I tried grinding into a 1.4 carat Alexandriatite 3 millimeters round, and I just couldn't see well enough before I tried that operation.
There you go.
Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing?
We were just talking about you, but since you're back, it's no fun talking about you to your face, so we quit.
Feel free. I got thick skin.
Well, in that case,
So what happened again with your silver deal? You did get it?
What?
We were a couple $100 away.
All right.
It was it's the same thing I've run into. I've looked at 3 sets, and it's always the same problem. They're never complete. This one was missing 3 spoons of one style, 3 spoons of another, and then one of the piles had a mismatched spoon that didn't go with the set at all. So,
yeah, that's weird.
they live in the same city, so if they change their mind, I gave them my best and final, and we'll see what happens. So,
You need to hook up with Chef. He seems to get some good sets.
well, believe me, I do. He's I was talking with Chef after the deal because he was curious if I made it too, So then I had a pleasure of speaking with Nickel today, and we had a great conversation. And then I told him I would let him know how it went. It has to make sense. So this time it didn't, but there'll be more. But I'm just getting out there doing it and talking with the people and learning how people feel about it. I think the set I went looked at today was not sentimental at all. It didn't mean anything. They just wanted the money. Period.
And you know what could have happened to the others that were missing?
Someone stole them.
Well, no, bleach. If you put sterling silver in bleach, it just completely disfigures them. They're still silver, but they probably threw it away. And another thing is your packer.
When you say disfigure, the silver actually changes form or just changes color?
Color.
Oh yeah, it ruins it. It absolutely ruins it, and people just throw it away. It's still silver, and they throw it away. So, but yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, I've never heard that. So thanks for the information.
Well, the South's supposed to get his Silver Eagle out of bleach, and we'll see what it does to that. He's supposed to show that pretty soon. I'm interested to see how it messes up.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Hey, Nickel, do you know about the smell test on silver?
The what now?
The smell test.
Oh, well, I get silverware, and sometimes the silver plated, you can smell where they cleaned it.
Well, according to Chef, it smells like old metal or it smells like rust. If it's plated, you'll smell the metal, but if you smell sterling, it does not smell at all. So I looked at the two sets yesterday, and I smelled the ones I knew were plated, and it definitely does have an odor to it. And then the set I looked at today, I smelled it, and I didn't smell anything. So there is some truth to that. So people say that you can smell if it's real or not. There is some truth to that.
Mayonnaise will, if you leave it in that lad on there, it'll discolor it too.
Putting your sterling silver in with mayonnaise?
Well, there's like when you put it in the sink. If you don't rinse it off, yeah, it can mess it'll mess it up.
The finish.
Yeah, I had no idea. Did we lose Tiger?
No, I'm here.
Okay. We're just trying to keep you awake. We're over 4 hours now.
You all got to keep in mind, I usually work night shift.
He's eating granola.
You know, I get calls from Tiger in the middle of the night. It's like, and I'm on the West Coast.
Well, I'm sorry, but they mess me up. Try being an ER doctor. It works at night.
You guys work too much.
What's that?
You guys work too much.
There's pros and cons of being a doctor. That's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a very special woman to be a doctor's wife, and even more so to be an ER doctor's wife.
Yeah.
My brother was a doctor in the Army.
He's no longer?
No, he retired a decade ago. Well, maybe not a decade, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. Yeah, he was a Green Beret physician. He did all kinds of fun stuff.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, I was an RN in the Army. Outside in civilian world, I was a corpsman. What do you call those? Yeah, I guess corpsman.
Corpsman. Yeah. We should tell Gary Huffman to go in the other room so he wants to come up on chat with us, but his wife went to bed.
What does that mean?
If Gary wants to come up, come up.
Yeah. Well, I would just tell him to go in the other room or grab your phone and go outside.
Let's tell her it's Father's Day. I want what I want.
Yeah, for real. Throw her the earplugs and say, "Hey, it's my day, girl."
There you go. 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, if he's back east, he's 3 hours back, so it's officially Father's Day.
Exactly.
Where do
You
you
won't
live,
pay.
Gary? I think you're on the East Coast, but I'm not sure.
Gary?
I bought flowers for my wife for Father's Day.
Nice. What kind of flowers did you get her?
She likes tulips.
That's better than yes, dear.
So, you know, a thing of tulips every week from Trader Joe's for $6 is some of the best life insurance you can ever buy.
Did you say life insurance or wife insurance?
I think
Life
he said
insurance.
wife insurance.
No,
That-
life insurance.
Hey, Tiger, that's one and the same, brother.
I know, it's the same thing, man.
When I got married to my wife, she was still living in Ukraine. I actually married her 3 times.
Wow. Do you need medication?
No,
Okay.
she accidentally eloped. I was her client at first, and she introduced me to a lady that was wrong for me, and everybody convinced me finally she wasn't married because I thought she was married. She had a boyfriend, but he wasn't paying attention to her, so she was open game. 4 days later, we got engaged. She didn't see it coming, but I really was nuts about her. 6 days later, we got married in a monastery on the western part of Ukraine, and in church marriages don't count in Ukraine nor Russia. So her parents, being a bunch of wedding photographers, herself included, they felt gypped. So I went back with my son 3 months later and had another non-legal wedding ceremony so they could feel like she got married. And the reason I did that was because it was twice as expensive and twice as long of a process to bring over a wife into America than it was to bring over a fiance. And I was going to go ahead and have a big shindig for my side of the family, and then dawned on me, hey, on all these years, they've never called me. They never saw a check to see if I was alive, nothing. So I was like, nah, I'm not spending money for people who don't check on me. So we just went to the Justice of the Peace. We landed here, got the wedding license the next day, applied the next day, got it a week later, went to the Justice of the Peace and got married legally. Just the Justice of the Peace and her and me. So I married her 3 times in 1 year, but oh crap! I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about before I talked about the 3 weddings?
I don't know, but I kind of got the idea. I need to have your phone number so I can call you in case you ever go to Hawaii. You'll invite me. That's what I got out of that. I don't know what you were talking about, brother.
But no, it's just I was going somewhere. It'll probably come back to me. A little bit of sometimers. It goes a long way.
Are you
What's that?
eating turkey?
No, I
Every now
am.
and then you eat turkey, you take a trip to
Take a trip to where?
Pan. Play on words. Turkey has tryptophan, makes you tired.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It's play on words.
Okay.
I'm an iron worker. Sorry, I don't deal with sophisticated talkers like doctors often.
Well, I heard you. I didn't quite hear. You're talking about tryptophan.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
that's why I asked if you had any turkey. I was just making fun of traveling.
No, I bought some wonton noodle soup out of a Chinese restaurant earlier, but I swear to God they make it all from scratch because I've never had something like this before.
So are you seeing it's good?
It's good. It's different. It's not your typical every Chinese store wonton soup. And I got a little hungry. It was grateful I bought it and put it to the side.
I'm a fan of the hot and sour soup myself.
You don't want this one out here. Man,
No.
it's made with nuclear power.
Oh no. I'm okay with the flavor. I just don't like heavy spice where that's all you taste. It drives me crazy.
I can't blame you. I mean, my goodness.
What's I don't you don't have to answer it, but what state are you in right now where you have to go fly back and forth? Are you heading the Midwest, West Coast? Are you how far away?
We're currently in New Mexico, but
Gotcha.
the company that I'm working for has places all over the place. They're talking about sending me to Kentucky, Connecticut, Oregon, a few different places.
What about the West Coast to come out and visit Surfer and I and go hit the waves?
Well, I have to find out if they have anything out there. I was tickled when they mentioned Connecticut because when I get a day off, I'll just drive over and visit Yankee. But when they said Oregon, I got really tickled because I can visit both Oregon Stacker and Silver Dragons.
Yeah, they're both out there.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of doctor are you?
I'm board certified family medicine, but most of my career's been in the emergency room.
That's what I thought, emergency room. So they're flying you around to emergency rooms that the company owns?
Mm-hmm.
Right on.
That is more than people who live close to where they work. Ellie, I don't know if they have anything in the South, sweetheart. This is a family-owned company, and to be honest with you, I like the family-owned companies a lot better than the big companies because they're just too big for their britches.
Do they treat you a little bit nicer?
Yeah. The big companies want you to do more and more and more for less and less and less. And
Run by shareholders who are greedy and want to stay profit.
Oh yeah. And I've seen them destroy doctors.
Yep.
All these undoctored business people will destroy a doctor over nothing. And that they'll blackball them in a heartbeat. They're not worth it. And then all the time I'm getting phone calls from all these recruiters. We have this really great place, blah, 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 blah. And I already know the answer, but I asked them in the beginning, what companies are they with? And some of them will answer and some will, I can't tell you that until you sign that. So no, I'm not signing anything because you're going to spread my CV everywhere. And with these recruiter laws, if they don't do any work to get you a job, but they spread your CV, then they're the only ones allowed to represent you when they're doing nothing when you get a recruiter that will do something. So I'm like, if you don't tell me what company they're with, I don't want to be bothered with you. And it's a waste of my time because if it's one of these companies I don't like, I've wasted all my time talking to you about nothing.
Yeah. Ellie's asking why you can't work in the ER in your state.
Welcome to current day healthcare. It is common, highly common. When I was working in Virginia, my medical director flew up from Florida. He lived in Florida. I drove 4 hours plus or minus to go to work down there. He flew up from Florida. At the ER I'm at now, one doctor lives within an hour's drive. And that's it. The rest of them are flown in.
So that's a common practice in the medical field to not, like for me, I had my dealership. It was 12 miles away from my house. So
this is common.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's very, very common.
What's the thought process behind that to where you live in one state and work in another?
One more time.
What was that, Neil?
Need.
What was the question?
There's a need for his type of doctors, so they fly him around.
The basis of my question was, what is it a common practice in the medical field to fly to different states for your occupation?
Well, I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself.
Sure.
That's been my observation with me and with other doctors, that when a hospital gets a doctor to relocate, they think they got you by the kahunas and they start the squeeze.
Take advantage.
And they want you to do this and do that and stand on your head and whistle Dixie and all this crap that doesn't mean nothing about nothing. And if they don't get their way, they start manipulating you to try to either make you go, because in their mind you're replaceable from the very beginning. You know, all they have. I've seen doctors manipulated into terrible positions. I've seen good doctors let go over garbage. I've seen good doctors given witch hunts because the administrator or whoever is in power decides they don't like them all of a sudden and they didn't do anything wrong. You know, doctors are persecuted in current day society.
Wow.
You know, they don't give us any benefits. They want us to work only as a 1099. As a 1099, they can get rid of you at any time for any reason. That you don't get due process, you don't get benefits. I have to pay 100% of my Social Security. I have to pay 100% of my health care benefits, which isn't cheap. I have to pay $2,500 a month for health care at a $7,000 deductible per person.
So no retirement then either.
No, it's all on me.
Wow.
And you know, they want you to do more. And they invented these things called the Press-Ganey scale. All the Press-Ganey scale is they judge you based upon what the patient thinks about you. Did they like you? Did they not like you? It's a popularity contest. You could save someone's life and they don't like you for whatever reason. And I've seen it loads of times. You know, and you know,
I am so glad I became an iron worker.
You get someone who's a drug seeker, they could say the most horrible things about you because they didn't get their drug. You know, I made a comment last night about years ago. I saw this really, really pretty 18-year-old blonde lady. I mean, she was model perfect. She came in for a rash. I looked at her. She showed me her rash. It was a pimple in the middle of her forehead. I told her it was a pimple, and she called administration and said I didn't know what the hell I was doing. This is the type of crazy that exists in my world. There was a doctor who worked in Virginia that I used to work at. Let me think here. That was basically the beginning of COVID, the original form. And then all of a sudden, he was gone. He was there for 15 years. He was an excellent physician. And they let him go. Why? Because someone at the hotel that he slept at, we all slept at, someone put on their Facebook that this doctor said that hospital was not prepared for COVID. Wow. It wasn't his Facebook. It was someone else's Facebook. And he may have said it. He may not have said it. And honestly, he was gone within hours. And they were calling me, asking me if I'd work extra. I mean, when you talk about slavery, I had the hospital administrator come up to me and says, I want you to give this woman steroids. I said, why? She doesn't deserve it. Well, she has Bell's palsy. I said, Bell's palsy, we really don't know what causes Bell's palsy. Mm-hmm. And steroids are not an innocuous medicine. You have risks. And if you look at her, she looks like metabolic syndrome, which is kind of like a pre-diabetic syndrome. So why should we give her steroids, kick her into diabetes? That would put us at liability plus hurt her. He told me, I sign your paychecks. You're going to do what I tell you to do.
Yeah. Then he's asking you to go against your morality clause that you sign when you become a doctor. What's that paper called?
You mean the Hippocratic Oath?
Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And I looked at him and said, "Do you realize that that's a reportable offense to the medical board? You telling any doctor how to practice medicine?"
Yeah.
By saying that, I painted a bullseye on my chest.
Yeah. Well, I kind of figured that was going.
But that happens every day. I know doctors that have been threatened by something called the National Practitioner Data Bank. And that's their ultimate threat. If you don't do whatever, we're going to put you into the National Practitioner Data Bank. And that then you got to explain that the rest of your career.
So,
This is the world we live in, and people wonder why doctors change jobs. I saw. What's that?
I left the medical practice after I got out of the Army, and I'll tell you the story about it. I got a job at this hospital, and I was caretaker for this African American. Refused to take care of himself, was a druggie, and body parts had to be amputated because he refused to take care of himself. And this was 1980. I didn't know a lot about AIDS, and he had AIDS, and he was known I wasn't a doctor, an LVN. So I go in there, he tries that crap with me, and I went to the administrator. I says, "Is there anything I can do to protect my?" Fuck that shit. I quit, and I became an eye worker because I couldn't defend myself against someone who person was my patient.
Yeah.
And I had no rights. So
Yeah.
people who do stuff in your field, but you guys are crazy.
I had this one guy. He moved very quickly when a person wants to move, they can move very quickly in seconds and cover a 21-foot span. He was coming at me. The only thing that stopped him was I looked at the nurse. I said, "Call the police." And the administrator gave me a hard time because I told them to call the police. Do you know how that's going to look on Facebook? I'm not joking with you.
Yeah, I would have quit.
Well, do you know what we go through to get a job?
I have an idea.
Like we're already criminals.
Hey, Tiger, what is preventing you? I'm just going to give just an outsider's view of this. I don't know anything about the medical field whatsoever or pretend to know. But what's preventing you from opening up a private practice and doing something? And I'm just going to cite an example here in Hollywood where those doctors had that TV show where they do consultations and breast implants and all that other kind of nonsense.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're talking about plastics.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm using that as a general. This is what I see out there. These guys open up their own business. They don't answer to anybody at their facility. They're the owners of the place. And it's, they pick and choose who they treat and how they treat them. So
don't have that option.
Okay, that was my question. Is that what are your options?
When you work for a hospital, especially one that is not for profit, you have to see anyone that comes in the door, and you better not treat them any differently based upon whatever insurance they do or don't have.
Yeah.
So I got to a point where I don't even want the sheet of paper that has that information, so no one's going to accuse me of it. Cool, I like that design, Neil. So basically, someone accuses me of treating them differently because of their insurance. I can easily say, I don't know what insurance you got, and be honest with them. And I don't want to know because I have to treat them anyway. So, and I'm getting paid per hour. So why the hell do I care? But people will use that. In a private practice, I had my own practice for years.
Okay.
And it was me, and then later me and a physician's assistant, and the insurance companies walk all over you. Unless you're a big group, they walk in and say, you're going to take this amount of money for this. Well, you pay the other group much more. Yeah, because they have more doctors and they have more leverage. You don't have leverage with us.
They can push you around, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, like I said, you opened my insights to what that's like.
I did start up my practice years ago, and it cost me to get started a loan of over $50,000, and that was a lot more money back then than what it is now.
What year was that?
1990s.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was 90s. Hold on, let me think.
No, that's a heck of a lot cheaper. It cost me $250,000 just to open up my automotive shop.
Yeah, and I could pull off getting a loan for $50,000, but I also worked like a dog. Not only in my office, but I worked ER and urgent care, and almost 100% of that money went into my practice to pay for the mortgage and the loans and the equipment and the staff. And I had to work a little extra to make money so I could pay my own bills. So, I mean, that's a lot of hard work. Now it's even worse because the regulations are stiffer, the fines are stiffer. They've made more and more and more regulations so that the little guy can't do it.
Yeah, they're squeezing you out. So
exactly. I mean, it's just like what they're doing to little businesses now. They did to little doctors' offices. Oh, look at that! I want a picture of that sent to me, Surfer.
I just saw that Tiger Surfer.
You like that?
I love that. Send that to me. Send that to me. I'm going to send that off to my brother-in-law. I'm sure he can do something awesome with it. That's funny. But no, it's not worth it, and especially at 61, it's seriously not worth it. I've gotten to a point where I'm like, I can get away with it now at my age. I look at the nurses and I'm too damn old for this crap. I've looked at them and said, I want to get my own T-shirt, and in the front of the T-shirt it says ER doctor, and in the back it says I'm here for the trauma, not the drama.
There you go.
And I'm sure I'll probably get fired or reprimanded or something if I made one. Which is, oh, by the way, a little side note, Surfer. I contacted Sticker Mule about T-shirts, and they only make them up to 2X, and I'm bigger than that. So I need to find another T-shirt company that will make them for bigger people. And a lot of people in our community are bigger people anyway. So,
well, the reason I've used them is they'll do specials where it's like the other day it was $9 for a shirt.
That's fine, but unless I can fit into a 2X, it's worthless.
Well,
all right. Yeah. Who's doing dishes while we're talking here?
I think I'll probably Nickel.
He's got his microphone muted.
Oh, okay.
Must be Neil, because it ain't.
Nope.
It's not you.
Maybe it was Surfer, because he just recently went mute.
No, sir.
It was me. It was me.
Oh, are you doing dishes?
No, I'm actually about to do a foot bath as we chat and talk here.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
it's a detoxing thing. I'm a highly toxic person. I've got to detox a lot.
Well,
Tiger, you might. Do you know what MTHFR mutation is? Are you familiar with that?
No, I never heard of it.
It basically, you don't methylate. So folic acid is very dangerous and very toxic to me.
Oh, what did you say? You don't methamphetamine?
No, I don't methylate. Methamphetamines, yeah, exactly.
You don't lactate. What?
Yeah, okay. No, so a third of all the humans have a gene mutation called MTHFR, and it basically causes your body not to detox. And I happen to have both of them, and that's the reason I ended up with melanoma cancer that almost killed me in 2011. So I don't know if you can tell, but on my left ear, I'm missing half of it, and I have no lymph nodes in my left of my neck. They took 14 of them out. Luckily, they got everything out, so I'm good. But I basically have to do a lot of detoxing stuff, and folic acid's very dangerous to me. So I can't actually take that stuff. I've got to detox it. Yeah, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
So you're not athletic.
Yeah, there you go. I have to take a lot of vitamin B12 so that I can methylate. It's a new thing for you guys to check.
You better not get into drinking then, because part of the treatment on a chronic alcoholic is giving back folic acid and thiamine.
Anything folic acid is really bad for me. So taking vitamins that have folic acid are bad. I've got to take vitamins without it. That's hard to find.
Oh, I bet you it is.
But a third of humans should not be taking folic acid. It's really bad for them.
Okay.
So all the stuff my family has medical-wise, Tiger, usually we educate the doctors on it because it's.
Oh, I've had that happen too.
It's such rare stuff. They don't know anything about it. You know, we've got Ehlers-Danlos, we've got Hashimoto's, we've got Lyme disease, ADHD.
Well, I'm sorry, Surfer, but that's all that inbreeding.
Lupus. It's all the inbreeding. There's so much of it. It's bad. Oh man.
I'm telling you, man. I love medicine, but it has twisted me.
I'm sure.
My son got mad at me one day. He says, "Medicine's really messed you up," because I made some sort of smart aleck comment. I said, "It wasn't medicine." He says, "What was it?" I said, "The emergency room. It's a completely different environment. You know, the way an ER doctor is a whole lot different than any other physician."
Hey, Tiger, at 61, how many more years do you see yourself doing what you're doing before you jump into either retiring or jumping into something that's less aggravating, I'll say?
Until I'm dead.
Really?
Yeah, I was not a very good saver. You know, I didn't get it, and I believed all the crap that was said over the years. And I hate saying it, but it's true. But I've said it loads of times in my videos. So, you know, and I was raised in a how do I say this? I was raised in a family where my dad and them were like lower middle class or maybe middle class, and my mom was very much a penny pincher and didn't allow us to do whatever and never taught us the value of dollars. She just pinched them. So all three of us, when we got out, became the opposite of the way we were raised. So, and I just came to the mindset, just work harder, work harder, work harder, work harder. You know, that only goes so far.
Yep.
But it wasn't until I woke up in 2021 about what was going on with the finances here in America. Finally, I woke up and realized, oh crap, what's going on with the country? And then I realized, what did I do to myself all these years? You know, so that's when I started look back into the stock market, which I tried again and lost again. And then I tried cryptocurrency that my friend got me into and didn't do as bad, but I didn't do great. And then I started remembering what my grandfather taught me all those years ago, figures don't lie, liars can figure. And I started remembering some of the other lessons that he gave me over the years. And I was like, oh. So I made one major purchase with some extra money I had from American Hartford Gold. Do not buy from them. They will rob you blind.
Yep.
But I didn't know that at the time. I'm not mad at myself because I had no one to teach me. I learned it all by stumbling over my own shoelaces. And then I stumbled into the pawn shop because my friend that got me into cryptocurrency says, go to this pawn shop. They have the best reputation in town. And they taught me about silver and gold. And over the years, I have checked into things and I've done price comparisons on the local coin stores in Charleston. You know, she has the best sale price, and you won't get as much if you sell back to her, but you're buying from her. Yeah, you get. But she's also done some wonderful things for me over the years. Made me a birthday cake, and been good to my wife, and one day I go in there and say, we've got something for you. They've given me gifts before that I didn't know were coming. She gave me a knife that opens up, pocket knife, and on the handle, both sides of the handle and inside the box is a picture of Sarah Palin. They knew that I love Sarah Palin. I think she's way smarter than people gave her credit for. And,
and she's single.
I don't know. Is she single? I thought she was married.
No, she divorced that guy. And by the way, he absolutely owns part of a silver mine discovery that was discovered in Alaska.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. So
yeah.
I come home one day and my wife grabs that box and that knife. Who is this? I'm like, oh. And it's really weird because my wife is way prettier, way more attractive than I am. And I find it interesting that she is that jealous over me. I'm like, don't argue with it. You married up. She still loves you. Shut your mouth. But I looked at it. I told her who it was, and she asked me who that was, and I started giggling because I was like, obviously you don't know recent American politics. I had to pull her up on the internet. I said, my chances of meeting Sarah Palin is about my chances of meeting Marie Osmond.
I was just going to say, we better not let Marie Osmond hear about this.
Well, I told her if I meet Marie Osmond, first of all, she won't do anything anyway. She's happily remarried to her first husband. Second of all, I think that Church of Latter-day Saints would string her up on a flagpole. But, if that wasn't all the case, I looked at it and said, I get a pass from Marie Osmond.
Yeah.
She looks like she gave me the dirtiest look.
That's part of the clause, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to keep in mind, I've always been an Osmond fan, and I didn't pay any attention to Marie when I was a kid, as in the typical boy Adrian He-Man Woman Haters Club. And I tried all those years to sing like Donnie. And then when the hormones hit and I hit puberty, it was like, whoa, I noticed her.
Yeah.
And then you're infected with testosterone, your brain's permanently changed.
Yep.
So, but I'm happily remarried. She's happily remarried, and I've lowered my standards. I will be happy to die if I can do a duet with 3 different people. One of which is Donny Osmond, one of which is Marie Osmond, and the last one, believe it or not, is Dolly Parton. If I can do a duet with all 3 of them, just put me in the casket and start nailing it down. I'm ready to go.
It's you know who I think has just a fantastic voice that you don't hear much about anymore is Adele. I think she has a phenomenal voice.
I don't know that person. Who's Adele?
Well, the only thing I can do is tell you is a Google her and you can listen to her. She's got some pretty famous songs. My favorite singing artist of all time, female, is Patsy Cline.
I'll give you Patsy. I'll give you Patsy. She was pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, she was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'll give you Patsy.
I discovered her. My wife's stepfather turned me on to her music when she and I were dating, and I got to. I fell for that pretty quick. I thought she had this a fantastic voice.
She does. She did. She absolutely did. And the songs back then were way cleaner than what they are now.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the rap and all that.
Yeah. Here's a trivia question for you.
Okay.
Name me the female artist who, to this very day, is holding the record as the youngest female artist to go to number one on her debut song.
Who's laughing? You know the answer already?
No, I think it's Surfer that's giggling. And then he went mute.
Boy, that's a good question. It could be Nichols' favorite, which is Tiffany, but I don't think so.
I have no idea.
Probably Dolly Parton.
No.
No.
She didn't start until later in life with Porter Wagner.
Yeah. Again, I'm giving this some thought.
She was 12 years old when she did her debut song.
Yeah, dude.
You got to think.
Janet Jackson.
Close but no cigar.
Shirley Temple.
Janet Jackson and the Jackson 5.
Nope. She never sang with her brothers that much.
Nope, she wasn't in the Jackson 5. My bad.
Nope.
Marie Osmond.
Marie Osmond.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I was going to guess that, but it was kind of like the obvious answer because I know how much you have a crush on her. So that's trivia that you would know.
Who,
Yeah.
me?
No, Tiger.
Yeah. Well, she was cute as could be, and then now she's got all that surgery and well.
She's still hot for her age. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I honestly think that a lot of things that's happened to her over the years has ripped on her. She was raped. She was bullied by the industry. Her first husband cheated on her. That she had a bad relationship.
Is that the one that she's remarried to?
Yeah. Well, what happened was one of their children, the one child that they had together, was instrumental on getting them back together.
Really?
Oh yeah. And he was always there for her over the years anyway, even though she was married to someone else. He was always there for her. So yeah, you can't blame him.
They were brought fairly strict too, because I think Mormon, aren't they?
Say that one more time.
I think they're Mormons, weren't they?
Oh yeah. They're clear about their religion from day one.
Good point, aspiring artist, alchemist. Look what he put in chat.
What?
Shirley Temple.
Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, but your question. I mean, Shirley Temple sang at a young age, but
Yeah, I don't think she had a number one song.
Who hit number one on the charts?
She was mainly a movie star.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking about the charts.
When did they start charting music? By the way, anybody know what year they started doing? I'm sure one of you guys.
Be 50s or 60s, I think.
Yeah. So Shirley Temple was a 30. So if she was number one, there was no charts back then for them to rate her. But
She did the Good Ship Lollipop song, remember?
Yet everyone remembers her songs.
yeah,
Yeah, she was pretty. Let's see. July 27th, 1940, first Billboard Music Popularity Chart.
there you go.
Did you see her when she got in her teenage years? Shirley
Who,
Temple?
Shirley?
Yeah.
Didn't she marry a senator
A little
and
odd,
turn
but-
the last name Blackwell or something like that at the end?
That was late in life. No, she
Yeah.
was really attractive. She was really
Yeah.
attractive.
Yeah, and then but the industry didn't want to hire her for not being little anymore. So
Ageism sucks.
what's that?
Ageism sucks. That black
Yeah.
guy who played on was it the Jeffersons? I think it was the little short guy who always said, "What you talking about, Willis?"
No, that's different
He got-
strokes.
That's not the Jeffersons.
He got fired for not growing up.
Different strokes. But
Different-
Oh,
that
okay,
was
yeah.
Strokes, yeah.
watch Yellow Ribbon, it's a John Wayne movie. Shirley Temple's in there, and she's a young woman, and you will think, "Wow, I can't believe that's her." So yeah,
What was it?
well,
What was the movie?
she wore a yellow ribbon.
Yep. I just watched that recently.
It's actually a decent movie.
Yeah, I'm a big John Wayne fan.
I like one of his quotes he used. And it's directly from John Wayne. Life's hard. It's even harder if you're stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got that in something. I've got that like a photograph of him saying that, or I think I gave it to my brother. It was something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a framed photo or something. I gave it to him. That's one of his famous sayings. Yeah.
I'm
You know,
trying
when
to-
he was
No.
16 or 17 years old, he used to have lunch with Wyatt Earp, I think it was.
Oh, she wore one of the outfits of the North.
So Tiger, is your plan to
Who
keep
is
this live going until Frosty starts tomorrow morning?
Oh, well, I'm gonna run over Frosty. No, I'm totally okay with it. If you guys want to go, I'm good
Buffalo
with that.
Bill, I think it was.
If you guys don't want to go, I'm good with that. You know, I'm messed up. You know, you work night shift as long as I do. When I'm home, I'm up all night working on videos and other things. I go to bed somewhere around 6 a.m. About an hour or two later, the wife gets up. She's gotten used to the fact, you know, or she'll walk down into the study and find me asleep in my favorite chair. You know, yeah,
That's when I go to sleep. It's about 5 or 6 in the morning, but I'm not a ER doctor.
Yeah, I've noticed you're a late person, but I kept thinking, well, he must have had something in his life that you know made him become a night person.
But how about this? What is your favorite John Wayne movie?
Oh gosh, I don't know them all off the top of my head. I mean, I remember seeing lots of them, but then again, at that time, almost every fourth movie was a John Wayne movie.
I can answer that. I can answer that question.
Okay.
McClintock.
No, don't say that. No, that's on more than any of his movies. I never thought it was one of his better movies. I'd probably rank that like 40th.
Yeah, but I liked it when he played the CB. That was a good movie.
Rooster Cogburn was his best.
That's when he was older.
Yeah, the older movies I like them better. Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
How about Shadow in the Eye of the Eagle?
That must be a military movie. I didn't like his military ones as good.
His Private Secretary?
The Green Beret was a decent one.
Yeah, that was decent. But then that was in the '60s. I also liked the one where he went back to Ireland with what's her name, Maureen O'Hara.
Oh, The Fighting Man or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I watched that one just not too long ago too. There's a channel that has John Wayne movies on. Sometimes I just get just want to sit there and watch them.
Yeah, they have
Star
marathons.
Packer.
Rio Lobo's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one. El Dorado, that's probably my second favorite.
How about Randy Rides Alone?
Are these the old black and white ones when they?
I got all John Wayne classics in my hand. There's 22 of them. I'm just reading off a list of all of his old ones.
I'll tell you, the black and white ones. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is a good one.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm gonna mute myself for a second. I got some family members coming home. They come out here in the garage, so I'm gonna close it while they come through. But I'm not going anywhere.
And Red River, that's a good one.
I don't remember the names of the movies because I was a kid. I just remember watching them. But I just looked up something. What movie did he do with Dean Martin?
That one is Rio Bravo.
Yes. And I probably would have been all over that if I knew that, because I was a big fan of Dean Martin.
Dino.
Yeah. Whether he was with Jerry Lewis or whether he was doing stuff by himself.
You must like Ocean's 11. That's pretty good.
What's that? Yeah. I really like the ones where he was also kind of like a 007 spy person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But he's always singing and always chasing the girls.
But Rio Bravo and El Dorado is the same movie, except the actors are different. It's the same. It's same theme and everything.
Okay.
And I like Mitchum, Robert Mitchum. So.
I liked Mitchum. I also liked Charles Bronson.
Yeah, Charles Bronson was good. Who's the guy that had got AIDS and he was real? Rock Hudson. I like Rock Hudson a lot.
Yeah, that was a shame, but he had that alternate.
Who was that guy who played the King and I? The bald guy.
Oh, that's the little bald-headed
Marlon
guy.
Brando.
Yul Brynner.
No,
Yul
not
Brynner.
Marlon Brando. What'd you say?
Yul Brynner.
Yul Brynner.
He did the smoking commercial after he died. They played it after he died.
He also did Western World. That was a good movie.
He didn't do many things outside of The King, and I think he was mainly a on-stage actor that would occasionally do regular movies.
He did. He was Pharaoh in Ten
Oh yeah, Moses.
Yeah, he was the half brother.
Yeah,
and
Ramses.
Yeah, and he was good in that, by the way. But he was also in Westworld, and I know Neil's got to like that one. You know what Westworld is? That's when they go to this fantasy land. Notice I said fantasy, and they act out their fantasies. And he was in the western part, and he's supposed to die. You're supposed to outdraw him always. Well, it goes berserk, and he starts outdrawing people and shooting them. And he's trying to hunt these guys down, and eventually he gets destroyed. But that's a wild one. Then they had Westworld 2, and it's not as good. Westworld 1 is
I
really
didn't like
good.
that one.
Westworld 1?
2.
Oh, yeah. 2 was not near as good, but the 1 was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was good.
Did they make like a Netflix or competitor for Netflix type of series about this type of thing? I remember my son being crazy about something like that.
Yeah, there was a Westworld series, I think.
Okay.
Hold on now. You might be talking about Wild Wild West.
No, Wild Wild West was not about robots. It was about
two agents,
Secret Service
agents. Yeah.
Yeah, they were Secret Service agents, and they
West was one of them.
What's that?
West, I think John West was one of them.
No,
and Articus was one of them.
I think that was his stage name.
Yeah, no, that was the characters. Articus and Jim West and Articus.
Yeah,
and they had basically, you know what that show was? All the villains were the same ones on Batman and Robin.
Yep,
basically.
Pretty much.
Same actors. They didn't have a large selection.
Well, they reused a lot of people a lot of different ways.
If you had a contract with the studio, that's what you did. You had to fulfill your agreement, so you had to be a part in so many of them, and you had to play so many of them, and all that other stuff.
Robert Conrad and Ross Martin.
Yeah, Ross Martin.
Are you there?
Who?
Robert Conrad played Jim West, and Ross Martin played Artemis Gordon.
And they each were on Columbo. episodes.
I can believe that.
One was a health guru, and then the other time one of them played a art specialist that knew all about art. So,
Okay.
I like Columbo. I love it. My oldest brother, hated it. I love Columbo. So I watched those all kinds. I can't even, probably each one 5-6 times.
Well, Columbo was boring until you got to the end when he showed how truly intelligent he was and busted the criminal. That's when it got fun.
Well, he always knew who did it from the get-go. He'd act stupid. And some of us figured out, and they say, you act stupid, but you're pretty sharp. And he'd lead them on like, oh, no, sir. Oh, one more thing. Oh,
Mhm.
sir, one more thing. And then he would drive them crazy. Eventually, they would tell him if he comes back again, they're going to tell his superior. And of course, he was pretty high up in the ranks anyway. He only had one officer over him.
Yeah.
I mean, one commander. So
there was a lot of truth to that, and I'm gonna bring up some old trivia that most people don't know. Okay, this shows a lot of reusing of actors. Okay, who was the very first actor on any sort of screen to play Superman?
I'd say Reeves.
No.
George Reeves?
No.
Adam West.
No. He played Batman.
Yeah, that was close. They're both Marvel.
No, they're both DC.
Or DC, excuse me. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. It was before television. It was before television, and
Orson Welles.
no. And they didn't even put his name on the screen because they wanted the children to believe that Superman was real. It was before television and a thing called the serials, if you guys know what that is.
That'd be radio.
Nope.
Yeah, it'd be like, no, not radio?
Nope. You went to the movie theater, you paid your money, you went in, you watched whatever, and they'd leave you with a cliffhanger to come back next week. And that's how people watched episode after episode after episode. They would go to the theater and pay their money and watch whatever they wanted to watch, and they'd get you to come back by having you have a cliffhanger. It was Superman versus the Spider Lady, 1948. And then they had another one, Superman versus Atomic Man, or the Atom Man, or something like that. And the Atom Man was actually Lex Luthor in a lead helmet. And the actor's name was Kirk Allen. And not a lot, but a good bit of the characters that were in those two serials were reused during the George Reeves movie and television show. The person played Perry White in the serials was used frequently as either a businessman or a criminal in the George Reeves serials. The first year that they had the TV show, Phyllis Coates played Lois Lane, but there was a break between season 1 and season 2 because they made season 1, and back then you had to have a sponsor, and they couldn't find a sponsor for a year. It turned out to be Kellogg's. So then when they got ready to, Phyllis Coates had gotten another job doing something else, and she didn't want to come back. So they reached back into the serials and brought out Noelle Neal for season 2 and beyond. And she was reused. And she was reused a lot of times through the years. The guy who played Jimmy Olsen in the George Reeve Larson, Jack Larson, he was reused. A lot of times they showed up together as just Jack in the let me think here, in the Dean Cain version, they had an episode of Jimmy Olsen somehow magically getting old and become old very quickly, so they had Jack Larson play his role again. In the Superman Returns with Brandon Roush, the man behind the bar serving drinks was Jack Larson. In the early part of the movie, when Lex Luthor, who was wearing a wig, was trying to inherit the old woman he got married to, and she almost didn't completely sign the will, and he grabbed her hand and finished the signature with her hand, was played by Noel Neal. And so forth and so on. The whole Superman industry has always brought back people from the beginning till the very last sets. You can always find people that are being reused. It's kind of like a tradition now. So just a little food for thought.
Well, I'll tell you this. It used to be, too, when you had a successful show and you became a really popular character, it just ruined you later on.
Yeah.
You couldn't get nothing, because everybody knew you as that character.
It's called typecast.
Yeah.
Yeah, typecasting was the kiss of death. And, with Adam West, he knew he was going to get typecast, but he wanted that role so bad. He wanted to have fun with it, and he did.
Well, hey, since we're talking about superheroes, does anyone know approximately how many billionaires are Americans? I heard it's like 186.
Okay.
Well, now my question is, with so many billionaires, why hasn't one of them become Batman?
Oh, you mean real life?
Yeah. If you got billions of dollars with the technology we have, I can see why God didn't make me rich, because I would play Batman. I'd get all that tech.
Everything in
I would have all that damn tech all wrapped up. I'd be like, ooh, yeah, this is my legacy, baby.
I hear you loud and clear. I'm trying to find a video that I did which talked a little bit about that. Here it is. Worsening trends exposed. I'm going to put this up here. And
how about George Reeves? You think he was murdered?
Yes.
I think so too. The stories didn't pan out. Huh?
The original Superman.
Yeah.
No, the second one. First one for television, though. Second one for the movies.
Yeah, first for.
Uh-oh. He hit the wrong button.
What? Okay.
I suppose he got too excited.
I
screwed up. Let me pull this up. I went to the spot that I thought I had my extra screen on, and it disappeared on me. Okay.
Tag, nibbity, nabbit, jack, wabbit.
So let me see here. I'm going to try to find this. Okay. This is one of the ones where I left messages for my grandsons that I love them. But here I'm talking about. Okay. All right. Just listen to what I say about Batman.
Things, but different. When I was a child, a very favorite popular television show for approximately 3 years was Batman, with Adam West playing the dual role of millionaire Bruce Wayne and Batman. But later in my life, Batman reemerges in the media as billionaire Bruce Wayne. Was this an error in Hollywood? I think not. What I think it was the unrealized recognition of the change of our monetary system and the devaluation of our dollar, but not only in this one TV and movie franchise, but in reality as well. Let's talk.
Okay, so that was what I'd realized that a long time ago. I never quite put it together. And there's
They
something
wanted
else.
to redo. They wanted to do the $6 million man and call him the $6 billion man.
I can see that them doing that. Now I'm going to show you
Billionaire
something.
Bruce
Let me
Wayne.
show you something here.
Was this an error in Hollywood? I think not. What I think it was
Right there. This person here, although I got to look up his name again, played Batman for the very first time on any film. It was also a serial. They also ran 2 seasons of it. So he played Batman the first time, and I can't remember his name to save my life. But, you know, you can tell the difference in the technology of all the different series. But I actually own both of the CDs for the serials of Batman, and both of the CDs for Kirk Allen's Superman. Where's my cursor? I always lose my cursor.
I have a trivia question.
What's
and
that?
it has to do with the John Wayne's family. You guys heard, obviously, you see my picture now is of Mandalorians from the that Star Wars thing, Mandalorian. The trivia question is, who actually, we know does the voiceover. He doesn't actually play the person in the mask on the TV set. He just does the voiceover. Who is the person who actually plays the Mandalorian in the TV series that you see when he has his mask on?
Val Kilmer.
John Wayne's grandson.
What's that?
John Wayne's grandson.
Ethan Wayne.
Yeah, sounds like Nickel knew that one.
I was just making a joke about Val Kilmer because he was the voice for Kit on the remake of Knight Rider.
Here's another trivia question. Who has the most gold records for rock and roll?
It's either the Beatles or Elvis. But
No, the actor from Knight Rider. What was his name? Hasselhoff. He has 25 gold records. All of them were played in East. All of them were played in East. All of them were played in Eastern Europe. All of them made it to enough sales to make him a gold record on all 25 albums, and they were all in use for bringing down the Berlin Wall. It was like American government helped push him. So he's got 25 gold records.
Yeah, he's big in Europe. That's the same thing with not Dean Martin, but Jerry Lewis. He's huge. He's huge in Europe. They love his movies.
Well, I love his stuff too. But in America, who has the most made the most amount of albums?
Wings.
Not the information I have.
Michael Jackson made a ton of albums.
Yes, he did, but he doesn't have the most.
Not the most.
Hey, Tiger, the answer to the Batman, was his name Lewis Wilson?
It might be. I have to look it up.
Yeah, Lewis Wilson played Batman and Douglas Croft as Robin. I kind of Googled it.
It was in the 1940s.
Batman was a 15-chapter series released on film in 1943.
Okay.
You probably watched a lot of those shows live, didn't you?
Absolutely. I was there during filming.
Well, the way Tiger's going on,
if you're talking bands, the most is the Beatles. And singly, It used to be Elvis Presley.
Mhm.
Are we asking for an American artist who
It's
made the most albums?
artist. It's an American artist who has surpassed.
Charlie Pride.
No, her surpassed the Beatles. Now, I'm sure that a lot of people don't recognize this, but he has the data to prove it. He has surpassed. No. Wham.
Huh.
Is he also an actor?
Sometimes,
Oh.
So
not
my,
often.
my research says that as of February 10th, 2024, the Beatles have the highest total certified albums. Drake has the highest total certified digital singles. Michael Jackson, Eminem, Taylor Swift, and Mariah Carey are the only acts in the top 30 of both lists.
The Beatles are
Well,
British, though. They're not American.
How many do they have? Because this person claims, if I'm not mistaken, 66 albums.
So here's who has made the most albums of all time. Anybody know
It have
that?
to be American, though, OC. It can't be British like the Beatles.
Yeah.
And this person is still performing.
That's Michael Jackson. He's in hiding.
Dolly Parton would be my guess.
Hold on here.
Close, but not quite.
Ozzy Osbourne.
No.
Hey, he's out on his walker. He's been around for about 70 years, man.
Well,
He had to be an old person then. Older person.
Aspiring alchemist.
And
Elvis
still,
has passed away, so it's not Elvis. But
No,
Elvis
it's not.
I saw Elvis at fucking
oh,
Walmart just
I
last
know.
week.
I know. Does he have a show in Las Vegas?
yes.
It's the
Engelbert
Ty
Humperdinck.
Young living around the oak tree. guy.
No, not Tony Orlando.
No. Oh no, it's the gosh darn. He went bankrupt.
His family went bankrupt.
Newton.
His family went bankrupt. His dad would not let them claim bankruptcy. They worked like dogs and paid it all off.
Newton.
No.
Frank Sinatra.
No,
And they called it puppy love.
I'm reading Ellie's answer.
Ellie, you're right.
Donny Osmond doesn't have that many albums.
He does. Go talk to him. I watched.
You got his number? I'll call him right now.
What's that?
Give
let
me
me
his number. I'll call him.
Let me see if I have his number still.
All right,
wait a
check it
minute.
out.
Are they
I'll give him a
counting?
call.
Are they counting 45 records?
Between him singly and what he did with his brothers and what he's doing now and what he did with his sister, yeah.
I don't have Donnie's phone number. I only have his nephew's phone number.
I'll call Michael Jackson. Jackson 5 too.
But the way Tiger was going earlier, I was going to ask him
He's
how's that
chilling with
Model
Elvis
T ride.
next door.
I was going to ask him how that Model T performed as a car.
Well, believe it or not, my grandfather could tell you all about the Model T when he was alive.
Oh, goodness.
And his favorite funny story was that I forget what Ford's first name was, but Ford would say you can have it any color you want as long as it's black.
So,
Yeah.
hey, did you guys want to answer the question of who has the most albums of all time? And I'll give you 3 clues.
No.
Yeah, do that.
I'm just kidding.
I assure you, I'm going to tell you right now, nobody here will get it. It's not an American and it's not a British person.
Is that one clue or two?
That's 1, 2, and I'm going to give you a clue on the third one.
Does anybody know the person?
I'm going to give you 2. I didn't know who it was until I just Googled it, so I might as well share it with you.
Does Surfer have his phone number?
No. She
Okay.
she is Greek.
Great.
So
Lorena McClintock.
No, but seriously, I
no,
do know
she's
Donnie.
Irish.
I do know Donnie Osmond, though. I don't have his phone number, but I do know him.
that much I do know.
He's a family friend.
Let me just put it this way. I would be 1/3 of the way to my grave if I was able to do a duet with Donnie.
Well, Tiger, if you come out with me, we'll go visit him at his place.
I'm
So-
good with that.
So, Surfer, were you brought up Mormon?
Yes.
Okay, because I know, man, I'm telling you, the Mormon people, they network, dude. Because I mean, I know a few of them here, you know, and they have ties to almost everyone I know has ties to Salt Lake City, Utah.
So most of my family's up there. Donnie used to come over to my parents' house a lot and kind of watched over the family.
So what is he
So
like?
we've
13th cousin?
I don't think we're related to him I don't think we're related to him, but anyway, so my parents recently went to one of his shows out in Vegas, and they were able to get backstage passes. I had him call in when I was at grad school in Chicago. I had him call into a radio show to try to win some concert tickets. So it was kind of fun.
And that was when you was at Northwestern.
That's when I was at Northwestern, yes. So he's a cool dude. I mean, my grandma was a huge fan, and before she passed away a few years ago, he came over to see her for her birthday, and she had a lot of she was pretty senile and didn't know who the heck I was, but she knew who Donnie Osmond was still.
How
So she was
about
pretty
that?
excited about that. But he's a cool guy. The family's a good family. You know, they've got a lot of kids, a lot of grandkids, kind of scattered all over the West.
Let's put it this way: they handle fame a lot better than the Jackson family did.
They've handled fame a lot better than almost
Yeah.
ever.
That's true.
You know,
I
their
don't.
dad
I'm a
kept them grounded.
That
Yeah, when
the Jackson family was messed up.
Well, that's all from the father.
Yep.
You know,
That's what
Joe
happens when you
Jackson
beat
was
your
all about
kids.
himself and his genitals. You know, George Osmond was all about the family and the family. You know, the sins of the father carry 4 generations.
If you get cursed, it could go up to 10.
I don't know about
But
that.
I mean,
4.
fame's a hard thing. I mean, I have a lot of stories I could tell, but they're not for me to tell. And I mean, these guys
Can you
had
draw
people
maps so we can go discover them?
what I can tell you is people would show up to be in close proximity to these guys. You know,
George
anytime.
Bush?
I don't know George Bush. No.
I'm being a smart ass man.
I don't
How
know the
about the
Bushes.
quarterback for Compton?
No, okay. So the other famous person that I have relation to, but I haven't met yet, is the founder of Atari. Nolan Bushnell was my father-in-law's best friend in high school, and my father-in-law did not have the $500 he needed to start Atari, so my father-in-law skipped being the first investor in Atari, which probably cost them tens of millions of dollars.
But you don't know Steve Young.
I have met Steve Young. I don't know him that well, but my parents' next door neighbor and a good friend of ours was roommates with him, and Steve Young had his wedding in the house next door to my parents. Wedding reception. So but I was not invited. We did get to look through the fence and see him. But I've been at the golf course when he's been there, and he's really good friends with my parents' neighbor, and their daughter lives down this way too. So those are probably the people that I know that you guys would know. Larry King lived nearby, but he never came out. That's probably the guys you would know.
You know that for the tournament, they will accommodate BYU. The days they play and stuff, they always accommodate them based, I think, on some things like that, of the religious stuff.
Yeah, they usually don't play on Sundays.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking basketball.
Yep. Of course.
What else would we be talking about, Neil? Come on. It's nickel, for heaven's sakes.
And you know, they go. Well, first of all, I find it amazing. I've talked to, you know, they come to your door And then these guys are so young, and they're like, "I'm an elder." I go, "An elder of what?" But they're like kids. I'm going, "You got to be kidding." And then they go off for their is it missions?
Yep.
And so, see, that's what would mess me up if I was a coach at BYU, because you
Oh,
possibly could
Brigham
lose
Young
players.
University. Okay.
Hey, Surfer, are you allowed to tell them what you told me about becoming an elder at the age and all that stuff? Is that okay or no?
Yeah, whatever questions you guys have, sure.
Yeah, Surfer is he's got. I enjoy talking to him about this stuff. So, tell him what age and all that stuff for how they become elders.
I mean, it's basically, if you look at the church, it tries to follow a lot of the more original teachings of Jesus Christ. So you're really going back to when he was alive. Tiger, I believe your church does a lot of the same.
Yeah, we were the first Christian church that existed in the planet, and then later everybody else came along.
Yep.
You are old.
Okay,
So,
let me ask you, sir, for this.
Yeah.
Okay, the time that Jesus is missing, we know there's like 40, 30 years. There's a period there where the Mormons believe he came here. Is that right?
So when you look at Christianity, there's a couple different veins of philosophy that go on. So one is you've got authority comes from the apostles and passes to the Catholic Church, and then you have the Reformation that comes into play, where a lot of people felt the Catholic Church was going the wrong direction, and really the Catholic Church didn't come around until the Nicene, I don't know what you actually call it, but the conference that was
Council.
You're
the
actually,
council.
You're actually a little bit historically inaccurate.
And
No, I think he's right
Tiger
about
will
them
be a little
going
bit more
wrong.
accurate. Tiger will be more accurate on the exact parts of it, but the way that you kind of look at it is you've got churches that believe that they're coming fundamentally off of what was taught. You have a couple of them that have gone a little different, and then you have like this big movement of Reformation where it's trying to get back to a restored state. With the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, there's a belief that the authority was taken off the earth and brought back. So it's a restoration versus a reformation, and there's some subtle differences to all that.
And
But
spelling is one.
Don't they believe that heaven is a planet?
Technically yes, but there's a lot more to go into that. But here's what I find very interesting is talking to people from different churches on what they believe heaven is. What is the afterlife? What's gonna come afterwards?
I got a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to this religion stuff, what do other religions of anyone here? I know that you're representing yours. Anyone else has representing theirs. What is the opinion of different planes and dimensions in according with the spirit, basically?
Be more specific on what are you looking for? What's
do they recognize that there are others of existence?
I think there's a place. I believe that you existed before you came here, and I believe you exist after you're here. So there's a place that you have to be in between there. We don't see all the people that aren't alive anymore, so they've got to be in some other plane.
Okay, right on.
Location that they're at. So could that be another dimension? Sure. I don't know of any specific church that goes into detail in their doctrine that talks about a multi-dimensional, something that goes on. But, anytime you look at something that is not physically in front of you that you can explain, it really leads to a lot of of trying to have what I would call faith and understanding of things. I don't think there's a religion that's out there that explains everything in complete detail the way everybody wants it to be explained. Part of the whole premise of religion is it's based on a belief and, living your life a certain way that aligns you with a belief that gets confirmed over time to things. If no one had any confirmation in their belief or any experiences that tied off with what they were taught, I don't think you would have religions around still. I think people would have left all those.
Well, what the people have trouble with is the beginning. They'll say before God, and we just can't. We don't know.
We don't know what happened before that.
If you get to heaven,
that's
things
not
will be
for us
explained
to
to you.
One thing I do know is no religion is right. They're just right for individuals, for the spiritual journey that's meant for them. Because if any one religion was right, and I saw it best in a cartoon as a kid, and they only pulled off 3 religions. It was like a rabbi, a Catholic priest, and like a Baptist or something. And the Catholic was like, "Ooh, yeah, I won. Like it was a game of one religion's the one that's right. When in fact, if you are spiritual and have a relationship with God, you would understand that he wouldn't, because that screws everybody else, and he doesn't pick favorites. So that means this life that we're in is a journey to get to a higher place. And the basic premise of most religion is be kind, helpful, and grateful. And that passes through eons and several different religions back thousands of years. So I think it's more of a thought process wavelength, something like that. And that's the way I look at it.
I believe the Bible refers to heaven. So I believe that there's layers to heaven. I believe the top layer is God. I think the next level would be the Holy Ghost, Jesus, and the people that make it there. And I think there's the third part, which would be beneath that, will be where animals will be at. Because I do believe animals go. I believe God's very proud of his creation. If he didn't flood, he wouldn't have had an ark built and saved the animals like he did. And so I think there is a section that has dinosaurs, everything he's ever created on. That's what I think. And if there's 3 levels to heaven, there's going to be 3 layers to hell. Because
see, that's where I differentiate. There's only one thing in hell, and that's being written out of the book of life. Nothing more. Because if you're in hell, you're still remembered. And that's not eternal death. Eternal death is you're forgotten or written out of the book of life, never to be thought of. That's hell.
But I want to ask Surfer. So if heaven's a planet, and if this got nothing to do with Nefarium, is that the planet, the hidden planet? Everybody, it's got nothing to do with that.
No.
I want to make sure that.
So what you're referring to is Planet X, Nibiru. There's 80%. So far, science is looking to see that about 80% of solar systems have 2 suns. And so there's a belief by some people that we have a second sun in our solar system that's a brown dwarf that you can't see visually because it only uses the infrared spectrum. And then there's a belief that it's far out and that there's another planet that comes by every so often and causes a lot of destruction. So that's a theory that's out there that I don't think it's tied to any particular religion, but that's just another theory that people have out there.
I've heard the theory if our sun goes out, another sun replaces it. I've heard that before. Okay, but if there's if they believe that a planet is heaven, then they believe there's a planet that's hell.
Not necessarily, but it's a good question. I haven't heard of anything quite being described like that. The way I look at it is I believe God is the creator of everything. I believe that he is our heavenly Father, that we're his children. So we like to look at ourselves more as children and being created in his image versus just a creation. That is just here to worship him. We actually see ourselves as being children. And, we believe that he wants everybody to return and be able to come into his presence again, just like Adam and Eve were prior to the fall of the garden. And, I think everybody's going to have an opportunity to be able to understand how to get there. And so I believe there's a certain way that you've got to enter in, which is through Christ. But I believe everybody's going to have an opportunity to do that in this life or the next. I believe God is just. I don't think there's a situation where a kid's born into an area that has no idea of who Jesus is and is now damned and never has an opportunity to get back.
But
So,
Can I bring a thought?
Now, I think everybody will have a chance because we've got satellites, we've got cell phones.
But even people that lived a long time ago when there was none of that and they were in the middle of the Amazon jungle, I see God as being a very just God, a person that wants to help everybody have that opportunity. I don't think anybody's born into a situation where they're just screwed.
Well, but
I got a question.
Being that they're out there and that's happening, okay, but they would still have to be kind, at least to other people. I mean, you couldn't have a Hitler run around and headhunting the other tribes or whatever it was. I mean, so there's evil and there's good.
There's evil, there's good. Yes, that's true.
I have a question for everyone whoever religion. To believe and this is not a criticism of any, and I'm not trying to start an argument, but to believe that any one religion is the only way to God is to forsake everybody who lived on this planet before you came along. And that's kind of sort of, if you think about that, that's kind of you putting thoughts into God's head. I'm pretty sure that's not what he intended. I think that we're here on this planet, whatever religion we believe, for a personal journey, and we will be judged individually for our personal understanding and relationship with God and how we performed that relationship on this plane of existence. And it's not any one religion. I think religion is just to get you into the right framework to basically, bottom line, be kind, helpful, and grateful. Because if you look through all religions through time that's been recorded, that, except for in Islam, the basic premise of every religion is just to be kind, helpful, and grateful, basically.
Well,
but you also got to understand Jesus's role. If you don't understand that role, now, like he said,
no, well, and I understand that. And question, so everyone before Jesus isn't saved, then, right?
Well, they
with
had
with that type of thinking.
Well,
before Jesus came around, everyone went to hell.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. Because when Jesus descended into hell, he overcame death. And
I understand. I'm talking about 5,000 years before Jesus came around.
He took them all.
Yeah.
He took them all.
Yep.
They were around, so he didn't get to enlighten them.
He took away.
Well,
that was 2,200 years ago.
Here's the concept of it. My belief is that every human that is born on this planet will have an opportunity to return to God. We're here to understand and exercise what I call free agency, or let's call it your will or your choice.
Yeah, free will.
You've got free will, and that ability to exercise that free will works. We read in the Bible right before the flood came that people were so wicked that the children being born weren't able to exercise free will anymore. So the flood came. Mm-hmm. So when I look at that, it doesn't matter the time you were born. It doesn't matter the knowledge or light you were given at that time. There's going to be an opportunity for you to be able to go through whatever trial or test is required for you to be able to return. I don't see a situation where anybody is out of luck or anybody's put into a place where they aren't able to get past it. And that means if someone belongs to a religion and they're good at that religion and they're doing their best, I don't think they're going to be damned for that. I think there's going to be a way for them to be able to make that, whether that's having other information brought to them, if it's going through another situation. I don't think I don't, let me give you an example. I was flying on an airplane a couple of years ago, and I sat next to a lady, and she told me she was a minister and she was going to a conference. And she explained to me that most everybody's going to go to hell. And I said, okay, help me understand this a little bit. She said, the only people that are saved are the ones in my congregation. And I'm like, okay, how many people are in your congregation? And she said, I have about 300 people. And so, according to this person, there's only 300 people that have any opportunity of being able to be saved. Everybody else is going to burn in hell, was what she was telling me. And I said, I hope you're wrong. That doesn't sound very cool, right? That doesn't sound like something that I can believe from what is even said in the Bible, let alone, a loving God. So when I look at that,
being an ironworker, I'd be an asshole, and I'd have laughed at her face.
Well,
yeah. So
I understand what you're saying though about the people at the beginning, because they didn't have a Bible. Jesus hadn't come yet, so it had to be based on whether you did good things or bad things. It would have to be based on that.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, and I was taught that they talked about that in the church, and they said that all the people that died, because we all question that, what happened to the people before? It's a legitimate question, and God forgave all of them for all their sins and accepted them through the death of His Son Jesus Christ, who died on the cross. So,
if I may jump into this thing, let me point out a few things here. Being that I'm from a form of Christianity that even precedes Catholicism, because Catholicism broke from the Orthodox Church. This wonderful book written by Timothy Ware, it's been different versions through the years. I've read this version. It talks about what happened historically. I actually look at Christianity as a historic religion, and if you pay attention to the history and don't skip any of the centuries that have happened, you can see the whole picture. So if anyone wants to know what happened throughout history with the church and the churches and the splits, this author, Timothy Ware, who goes by the name Bishop Callistos over in England, he's made a wonderful, wonderful read for that. There's also another book, A History of God.
Oh, that's AD.
What's that?
AD history, not BC.
Oh, it includes the whole thing. Now,
because Christianity didn't start.
I'm talking about History of God. This one goes all over the place.
Oh, okay. History of God. Okay.
This one talks about the Christian church that happened from the beginning when the apostles and the ascension and all that. Now, as far as people before Jesus, when we believe that when Jesus died, he descended into hell. He overcame Satan's power. He released everyone to go back into heaven. So the thing is that, and I'm not the most scholastic person about the Orthodox Church. I'm just not. I put most of my efforts in medicine, but I honestly believe that if you look at Christianity historically, you can find your answers to what's going on today, even with the stuff that didn't exist back then, like drugs and stuff. But basically, the way it's one of the reasons I kind of like Latter-day Saints, even though they're not of the historical background that I am. They somehow found their way back to a lot of the things that are taught in the Orthodox Church and the importance of family. So I have a ton of respect for the results of Latter-day Saints, although I'm not really sure
They're more moral than most Christians. I mean,
I'll give you that. And they make way better families. Way better families.
The crime rate is low in the those areas that, yeah.
Just about any church has a focus on something. And for my church, the focus is family. Everything's built around family. It's the most important thing. We're very strict what happens before people are married. We're pretty strict about like Sunday's a family day. We don't go shopping on Sunday. It's usually just staying at home, going to church, and being with your family. It doesn't mean you're crazy or anything about it, but everything's really centered around family time, doing stuff. And we tend to have, larger families. But to kind of go back to the question you guys were asking too, though, Neil was asking, I think the reality is there's a lot of different paths people are on to get there. And what I will just throw out there without getting into specific details about my church's belief or other ones, I believe it's set up in a way for everybody to have an opportunity to be able to get back there, is maybe the simplest way to say it. And I think each person's going to have a different belief of what that is. If there is a very specific belief, because none of us have exact knowledge, we still have faith in our churches and religions. If there is a specific path people are supposed to take, I believe they will have that opportunity to take that path. I think God's a just, loving
And
God,
also
and wants as many people to make it back.
And they don't allow politics in the church, I don't think, very much either.
Oh,
So.
when I was in Ukraine, before I met my wife, I was on a date with a really pretty dentist. We went to a monastery, the big monastery called Lavra, in Ukraine. And back then, Viktor Yushchenko and Viktor Yanukovych were fighting over the president's seat. And there was a bunch of boys who came up, and you showed who you supported by the color of the armband that you had tied around your arm. So they're about watching that's classic over there. And they were about ready to walk into one of the churches in the monastery, and a monk came out and started screaming at him. Looked at Olga, who was my date, Dennis, I told you about. So what just happened? Says the priest just jumped him. He said he told him, take those armbands off. There's no place for politics in God's house. So there you go.
Yeah, it sounds like the Crips and the Bloods in L.A.
Well, no,
That's what I was thinking.
Well, you got to. There's a lot of things you've got to look at when it comes to politics with religion. The smaller the congregation you have, the easier it is for that priest leader to give their opinion of things. The larger the organization, the harder it is to do that and be able to, one, fly under the radar of a government. Two, if you have a lot of people that are converting from different faiths, it can be tricky for people. And so if you
Pope lately?
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you focus less on who to vote for or not to vote for, and you focus on the principles, and then you say, "Hey guys, go look and see what principles you're seeing that are coming from these people," you can kind of do the same thing. You can kind of direct people towards a certain political view without explicitly coming out and saying vote for XYZ person.
I say vote for Neil Hahn 2024 POTUS. Not been bought and paid for.
Romney,
there you go.
Romney ran, but they pretty much told him that they wouldn't, I guess, openly support him. But what's the Mexican connection? Because the Romney, they have a bunch of family in Mexico. So what's the connection there with the church?
Yeah, so basically, the church was founded in 1930 in upstate New York, and it wasn't liked by a lot of people. It had to keep moving west as it kept getting persecuted by people, and all the way until it gets to Salt Lake City. And
is that 1930 or 1830?
Sorry, 1830. Did I say 1930? 1830s.
I want to know where you are holding the Confederate gold.
So, I got.
If they've got some, it's somewhere, but I haven't heard that story. I've heard other stories of, like, in Arizona, there's supposedly a bunch of gold somewhere in the Superstition Mountains, and maybe some of the people know where that is. But as far as getting across, once they got to Salt Lake, they just kind of spread out. So Brigham Young basically asked everybody to go in different parties, and they would basically travel as far as a wagon with horses could travel in a day, and they set up cities. And so a lot of the western cities are actually Mormon settlements, like Las Vegas. Even San Diego was really built up by a lot by the Mormons during the Mexican-American War. When they were asked to go down there, they just stayed there and kind of built the city up. But
See, I think
you
the
basically
Amish are right.
you basically see the routes coming all the way down from Salt Lake into Mexico up into Alberta, Canada, and then they went out, towards Washington, and then down to Southern California, and even out to like the San Francisco area. And they just created settlements as they went along, and some of them built up the cities. Some of them probably were shut down at some point. But they spread out and built a bunch of communities.
Okay, and then the canning aspect. If y'all didn't know, a lot of these 25-year food places, they're Mormon, ain't they?
Probably all of them.
Yeah,
or at least
I mean, so
they're owned by people that are part of the religion, right? So, like I could start one, right? You got, whatever. But the belief is that there's going to be a time where it's going to be important for you to have food storage for whatever
so they were the first
kind of disaster will come about. So we're taught from a young age to have a year's supply of food. We're taught, they don't do as much of this as they used to, but teach you how to make clothing, how to can, how to keep a house, how to do finance stuff. Everything's very much about education. Everything's much about self-reliance is probably the best word for it. So I think it's important to have water storage. I think it's important to have food storage. I think it's important to have emergency bags and kits. And it's not for it, when we talk about SHTF situations, it can be you lose your job and you can't get another one for a year. That is a personal SHTF situation. And if you had a year's supply of food, you're not going to starve and die, right? If you don't have work, and you don't have to necessarily rely on the government for, for relief. We have probably the best welfare program on the planet. Government study it. And part of that has to do with the canning and bishop storehouses that we have. We've got a pretty robust system on that for taking care of our own. We try to make sure people aren't having to rely on the government for anything.
Well, now here they have I don't know, is it a festival? I don't know what you call it, but like they all get together and can and stuff. So they still do it here.
Where are you located?
I'm near Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. So there's just different places. There's a lot of farms all over the country. There's a lot of ranches. So wherever they have like a big orchard, they'll do fruit canning. And you can call up, and just about every state's got a center for it. And I forget the name of it. I'd have to look it up again. But But you can basically buy food storage cheaper anywhere else than anywhere else out there, because you have volunteers that are making it, and anybody can volunteer to go make it at one of those locations, and you get a discount when you do that if you buy any of the food. So it's a great thing to go do a little community service, and then it's a great way for you to be able to get discounts.
It's interesting. It really is, and
I like the Amish way. They teach you how to grow soil.
Did you
And
know
also,
the Amish?
they're all stackers.
There's a period where they let the teenagers go wild, so to speak.
I have
They let them
family that are
experience the
all
work.
to Pennsylvania because of it. So yes, I do know all about the Amish.
Yeah,
people.
they let them experience the world, and they have a choice. They can come back or they can leave. I didn't know that until I saw a documentary on it.
They also paint stuff on their barns.
They're quick in the barns. They get them up in a hurry.
No, they paint those little thingamajiggers on them. I forgot what they're called right offhand because I've already smoked 3 bowls. But yeah, Amish. That's you're a Mormon. I'm not Amish, but I am heavily Amish when people start talking about the right way to do things, because the Amish haven't done the wrong thing yet. They haven't taken technology. They're non-political. They've been doing stacking of silver because that's what they know has been money, and they never got away from it, except for when they have to deal with the outside world. They do their own. They do the same thing. The Mormons do their own medicines. They have a great community support system. Only difference is if you're Amish, you don't lose your job. You're always working. And
We
that's
got a bunch
actually
of Amish here. We got a bunch of Amish in our area too.
They all have skills.
yeah.
Well,
They're actually skilled individuals. Most people aren't.
They're taught a trade, so they can take care of their family.
One where you don't need electricity to do it.
Yep.
So when the shit hits the fan and the electricity goes out, the only motherfuckers that know how to build will be the Amish.
And they can't wear buttons.
What?
That's considered
Buttons
showing
too.
off.
So if the cars and trucks go out because these computer chips get pulled, the Amish will be horse and buggy, and they'll be like taxi cabs of the future.
Yeah. Their lives won't be affected one bit.
All depends on your outlook. But going back to religion, religion is a man-made thing. Spirituality is a personal thing, and we are all individuals, which makes spirituality a personal thing. And I believe that we'll be judged personally on our own personal beliefs and how we lived up to or not lived up to those personal beliefs based on whatever information in our personal lives we were privy to or not privy to. And that differs for everybody individually.
And there's Chef. Your Shiadosi is live and kicking, Chef. If he's still here, I think he's still here.
He might be lurking.
So, yeah, it's interesting stuff, you know. It's history, part of history.
Yeah,
If you look at Catholics, I actually went to Lutheran school, so I learned all about what happened with the breakup of Catholicism with Lutheranism. And I disagree with both religions.
Well, all I can say is that if you want to learn about what happened long before that, the book that I showed you, The Orthodox Church by Timothy Ware, it does give an accurate historical thing, not only what happened with the church, but also what happened in all of Europe. And, you know, how do you know? I think I first learned about the historical things that have happened in Eastern Europe. I mean, it's there, you know, and all the great controversies that happened over the centuries.
Well, I saw the ceremony when Putin got sworn in. I think it looked Catholic to me. I didn't know that. And
He's Orthodox.
The Orthodox was the first Christian church on the planet.
He's a Russian Orthodox.
No, it was Orthodox. There was no breakdown.
Putin's Russian Orthodox.
Well, might be what we saw, but I'm talking about historically. It was just Christianity, and the Christianity that existed was Orthodox. And it wasn't until years later, during the Mongol takeovers and the Turkish takeovers, where they started segregating the countries to keep the people from talking to each other, that people started attaching their ethnicity to the church of that area. It was just kind of what happened over time. But you know, what existed before all that, and how things happened historically is just it's all there. You know, when at one point they talk about the center for the then Russia was actually Rus, which the center of Rus was Kiev. So, you know, if you want to learn more about not only about the original Christians and what had happened over the years, and also it gives you an idea of what happened from the political standpoint, because you know when you have breaks in the system. It's politics. But Catholicism started off breaking off from the original Christianity at plus or minus 700 AD.
Close to the time Islam started.
Well, they didn't talk much about Islam in that book. If you want to learn more about Islam, I would
No,
recommend.
I don't need to learn any more about any religion. I've studied them all.
Okay.
Well, I agree. I agree with the. I agree with the Islam on some things. If you're a
I don't.
thief and you prove it, and you cut their hand off, I got no problem with that. And then we don't have to have them in prison and living off the system. So there's some things they do that I agree with.
See, that's thing, but that's another discussion.
I don't understand the throwing of shoes. I know it means something. Means you're down. You're a dirty dog. Means you're a daggone dirty, low down dirty dog. I think.
Yeah, George Bush got hit with his shoe.
Yeah, he's grinning. They threw it one and missed him. He just grins at the guy and he throws another and he dodges it. So yeah, that was
no one picked
hilarious.
up on that.
That was funny. I tell you what, we got my opinion, a nut in there now, but you can't hardly beat George W. Bush with all the bloopers he made. I mean, hitting his head on the helicopter and can't get out the door. And then he tries to say, I got fooled once. I won't get fooled again. It was hilarious. I used to play that video over and over again. I thought that was hilarious.
Wow. Yeah, I remember him. But was he the one that was the most clumsy?
Ford was the one that fell down all the time. Remember?
Yeah.
Make fun of him. They would just fall down and break stuff and everything. It was hilarious. That was Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase did him. It was hilarious.
So guys, I got to call it a day. I got to head to bed now. It was awesome chatting though.
Yeah,
it was. It was a good live stream. It broke down to a nice chat with everyone.
Hey, Surfer, before you go, I just got notification from Facebook. Tiger has met his 300 watch hours.
Now, how would you get a notice?
Yeah, how would you get that?
How
would you get it from Facebook? Are you making something up or what?
I'm just having some fun.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got to take off too, guys.
Yeah,
it was good chatting with you guys. I think the premise of all of this stuff to me is really community. The problem that we have in this country is that people aren't having open dialogue about their beliefs, and people are feeling like they have to tell people their beliefs are wrong. Beliefs are personal things, right?
Exactly.
And
personal.
So you can't tell me my religion's wrong. I can't tell you your religion's wrong. You can maybe share why you think yours is the right one or a good one. You might be able to share with people why you think your belief's the right belief or a good belief. When you start invalidating people and telling them that what they believe in is wrong, you start to create friction. And so what's happening in this nation right now is we're no longer a unified body of people that have a central goal anymore. We're now basically breaking off into multiple tribes, which is very dangerous. And so if we're going to keep this country around, we've got to figure out how to come together. And hopefully that's not over some kind of a crazy war against us or something else like that. But it's been a long time since we've had something like, even with 9/11 was still pretty short-lived as far as bringing people together. But that's the biggest issue I see. And when you look at people like the Amish, the comments you guys were making earlier, you're looking at a bunch of people that are living a much more simple life, less complex. And they have, they all have very similar beliefs and values to each other. Maybe some of them have some differing opinions, but, they're unified in what they're doing. And that's something that hopefully we're starting to do with some of our community and with these channels is finding like-minded people and being able to share that information. And, I've got a lot of friends that do a lot of crypto and they think Bitcoin's the future and gold and silver is a rock that no one's ever going to pay attention to and it's going to go to zero. That's their belief.
and they're free to it. Everyone's free to
And they're
it.
totally free to it. And I can, I can talk to them, and as I talk to them, they go, okay, maybe it's not going to go away, so maybe I'll hedge my bet and buy some. But the reality is I can't tell them they're stupid idiots for going that direction. I mean, I'm in technology. I can see why they would believe that, but I'm also very aware of a lot of other things out there that tell me that, there's some major hesitations to it. It's not this perfect thing that it just exists out there, and all of that. So
I agree.
anyway, the way we're going to do this thing together and survive all this stuff is if we can come together as Americans, as people that have certain beliefs, and sharing those beliefs around things like sound money, and around like being personally responsible for your actions and being personally responsible for, your family's well-being. And how do we get there? And how do we help each other? Those are the things that are going to make the
That's
biggest difference in the world.
100%.
I'm ready to
Yeah,
go another 3 hours myself. I think we should. I think we should raid. Uh,
Frosty.
Frosty.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be hilarious. He'd say, "Y'all, not you're all fooling me." No, we were still going.
That's funny.
Yeah. But I will tell you, I told Surfer this quite a while ago. Years ago, when I was in between wives, I dated this really short and very pretty nurse from Petersburg, West Virginia. A very, very beautiful lady. And I found out while I started dating her that she was LDS. Now, unlike Surfer, she shot down everybody else's form of religion but her own. I mean, shot it down out of the sky. They all got shot down, including mine, especially mine. So it kind of irritated me. Well,
I guess.
and then on top of that, she wouldn't let me get past first base. So
Well,
Out.
let me ask Surfer real quick. Are Mormons encouraged to marry other Mormons?
Encouraged, yes, because you have similar beliefs. I would say religion is probably one of the hardest things to have differing beliefs with when you are getting married. The other one would be politics. Another one would be cultural things, right? So it all kind of depends. With my religion, it's very cultural. You go to the same congregation every Sunday. We don't have anybody that's paid. There's no paid ministry. So I have a calling, and everybody else that shows up has a responsibility. If you don't show up, then something doesn't happen. So because of that, it's very close. You know everybody that's in the congregation. It's the same people, and it becomes like a family. And so that might not jive as well for someone else that doesn't want to go to church every Sunday, or doesn't want to participate in that, or has different levels of beliefs and morality or standards. And so it's not something you can't do. It's just something that's probably encouraged. Just like you probably would want to marry someone that has similar political beliefs to you. If you think the current president's a joke, and you go to marry someone that thinks they're the best person that's ever come about, you're probably going to have a lot of friction in your marriage.
That they're crazy. That don't mean anything about religion
No.
or the other.
But you got stuff like that going on. So it's just, I think it's like with anything that's out there. It's easier when you marriage is a hard enough institution to try to keep going. The more similarities you have with the person you're marrying, the better. So with my kids, I'm going to encourage that because it's going to be easier for them. However, there's a lot of, my daughters are going to college now, and a lot of the people that they dated here in high school were not of the same faith. The same church, the same faith. They were Christians, but they didn't go to the same church. So, it's not something that can't happen. It's just something that probably happens a little bit more just because of the culture of it.
So I meet this chick and she's Mormon, and but
Well,
her family.
Let me finish this, Nickel.
Well, what Tiger's going to say will make sense to you on some of those reasonings of that.
Okay, Just bear with me. So she shoots down everybody's religion except hers, and including mine. So I'm getting irritated, and I'm not so much irritated by the fact that she's not letting me get past first base. I'm getting more irritated by the fact she's shooting down my form of religion, which preceded hers. And I decided I was going to ask her some very hard questions, which was probably going to make her go away. Actually, one question. I should have asked her a question before that. What the question I should have asked her before the question I did ask her was, if I marry you, does that mean I get to have more than one wife?
I
But I
think
did think
that
to ask
some
that
time
one.
ago.
I didn't think to ask that one, but so when I presented this story to Surfer, he told me if I would have asked that question, she would have left just on that one alone. What I did ask was, I said, I'll change to Mormon if you can answer me one question. And so she gets all excited. So I set her up for a fall. And which was really sad because she was really cute. But anyway, I said to her, I'll join Mormon if you can tell me which founder or founders found your form of religion while Jesus walked and talked on this earth. And the story is that Joseph Smith had dreams about Jesus. Not saying that they weren't accurate. I mean, there's stories in Orthodoxy about other people having dreams about Jesus, including when St. Nicholas was given back his robes before his hand was cut off because of a physical argument that happened in front of Emperor Constantine. So, but basically, you know, the story is that the Orthodox was the first on the in the lineage of Christianity, because he taught the apostles, and the apostles taught everybody else, which then, you know, we became the church, which is now known as the Orthodox Church. So I asked her that, and she hushed up, left my house, and I never heard from her again.
Hey, Surfer, this is an awful long goodbye, brother.
Well, wait a minute.
I know.
Well,
I
what
know.
I'm asking is,
Hold on. Let me follow this up.
These are how tiger goodbyes go. It usually takes another 20 minutes.
You know, I'm going to knock you off that damn surfboard. So anyway,
what I want to know is, what would be the resistance from the family?
I then said to Surfer, then he knows the answer, so don't give the answer. I said to him, in all honesty, there is only one girl on this planet that has a remote chance of converting me to Mormon.
Yeah.
Take a guess.
Marie Osmond.
That's it.
Dolly Parton.
Well, what I'm going to ask Surfer is, so I would get a lot of resistance from her family, correct?
All right, good night.
Not necessarily, but I mean,
Good night,
I mean,
Neil.
would it be like, look who I'm bringing to dinner? Remember the movie?
not necessarily. It all depends on things. I mean, it's you know, because I'll be going through this with my daughters here, so you know, we have very strong families. We have very strong family relationships. People that grew up in the church have been going to church every Sunday for a couple hours. We do scripture study in the house. We do prayer in the house. During the weekdays, on like a Tuesday or Wednesday night, they go out with the youth group. They grow up with this, and they're growing up with a lot of the same people. When the Boy Scouts weren't completely messed up like they are now, we were the largest supporter of the Boy Scouts. So I've got an Eagle Scout with multiple palms. And so, you know, you grew up going through the scouting program, or we had a young women's program for young women. You know, you grow up with understanding and learning certain standards. So like Tiger's saying, getting to first base. If someone's a practicing member, they're not going beyond first base until they're married, period. And that's not something that you see in a lot of Christian religions. You see a lot of people moving in with each other.
Well, I said they're more moral than most Christians.
And then at some point they decide they're going to get married. No, you're not doing anything besides first base until you're married. So a lot of people just walk away from that and say, forget it. It's also one of the reasons BYU has a hard time with some of the building the teams because there's really strict moral codes for the players. And you get caught with a girl in your room, you're off the team. And
I
that's
think
not
that's
something
right.
that happens in other universities.
Aren't you?
I would have been okay with staying on first base if she didn't keep shooting down my religion.
Well,
you would've got picked off. You
she
would've got
had
picked off,
issues
Tiger.
because, of most of the religions out there, I mean, I would say we're pretty open to everybody and everything. So that was her individual issue.
Okay, let me ask you before you go to sleep on me.
Yep.
The marriage records, the Mormons don't get divorced as often, do they?
Not as often. I mean, people do, but it's usually going to be because of like an abusive situation for the most part. So, we believe families go on after this life. And so most people, they're willing to put a lot more time and effort in to make it work.
I told you, you really can't fault. You really can't fault.
And we get married young. I got married at 22. My wife was 21.
Well, used to be people here did. In our area, if you were 19 and you weren't married, you probably were considered something wrong.
Yeah. So like with my wife and I mean, we've kind of like our life has been together. We've been married longer than we have not been married. On this in our existence. And so you kind of grow into that. Most of the people I work with, a lot of them didn't get married until they were in their 30s or late 30s. And so they already built up a career and they built up a bunch of money. And I think it gets a lot harder to get married later in life when you have kind of gotten set in your ways.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think
it's also hard if you get married too young and you're very immature and you don't know what you're doing either. That can be hard.
Yeah, and you change when you're younger to older.
So why did you get married so young then, Surfer?
Well, I'm not going to say that on this.
Just messing with you.
I like baseball.
Okay, it's like
That's a good.
I always said the luckiest people are when childhood people get married because I think they know each other better.
It's great. I've known my wife since we were 16.
Yeah,
and that doesn't mean everything's been easy. She's still waiting for me to grow up. I've got Star Wars Legos on my floor here that I resell on eBay, and she's like, "Why are these even in here?" So I'm still a kid at heart, but like I said earlier, I really do. I mean, I've been all over the country. I've been all over the world. I've met people from all over the place, probably from about 50 different religions, and Christianity is not the biggest one out there, by the way. And it's not the oldest one that's out there. And, you still have the Jewish people that are the beginning part of the Bible. And
it's 50-50, I think.
And
yeah.
Honestly, I think that if I understand Revelations correctly, they're still God's favorite people, and He's going to give them a chance to come back. And if I'm reading the Revelations correctly, there's going to be the 144,000 Jews that will lead the rest of the Christians back to Jesus.
And you know this? Do you know if every Jew bowed to one knee and asked Jesus to return, do you know He would return?
Oh, yeah. Yep. So I do think there's going to be a time where you'll see a lot of Jewish people convert to Christianity, leading up to the second coming. And I've already met a lot. I've already met a lot that have done that, by the way. But the main thing here is, people will get caught up on religion. They'll get caught up on which religion. They'll get caught up on spirituality versus religion. They'll get caught up on, God didn't save my family, therefore He doesn't exist. And you get people that go into atheism. But the saying that I've always heard is there's no atheist in a foxhole. And so when it comes down to it, and not morality, but mortality is staring you in the face, people tend to pray and hope that there is a God. instead of
that's
just disappearing.
That's
So,
true.
you know, I think really you got to think through. We've got, let's say one religion started this whole thing off with Adam and Eve, right? And it splintered off into a whole bunch of different groups of stuff. It's not, it's something that's on the head of the adult. It's not on the head of the kid. And over time things grow and they build, and God's looking out for us. He wants everybody to come back to him. He's going to find a way to make that work for everybody. And so, you know, my belief in Christianity is that it's got to be through Jesus. Well, then everybody has to have a chance to come to get to know Jesus, even people that lived before him. So, you know, that I believe is going to happen. But yeah, if any of you guys have any more specifics, I'm happy to do a one-on-one thing. It gets a little tricky to try to do it over the internet when you've got, because there's, I mean, there's a
one more
lot.
question. One more question.
Yeah.
Your daughter, your daughter now, if she falls in love with a guy, I don't know what face, but you can make whatever face up. I mean, are you going to accept it? Or are you
Yeah, I
going
would
to try
accept
to
it.
tell?
Yeah.
Are you going to try to tell her maybe you should marry another Mormon? How are you going to handle that? I'm just interested.
She has a pretty strong moral compass. So if that individual's moral compass is not aligned with hers, I don't see her getting that far with someone. And therefore, if their moral compass is aligned that way, then I think she'll have an opportunity that person will have an opportunity to understand her religion. She'll have an opportunity to understand his religion. And I'll let her know that that's something they got to understand. It might be maybe he converts. It might be the kind of thing where she thinks that she wants to go convert to something else. I'm not going to, you know, she's an adult. I'm not going to get her way on that. I'm not going to stop her. But I would help her understand that if you've got two people that are from different faiths, even if it's Christianity, right? There's a lot of different sects of Christianity that can vary quite a bit. And there's differences. I would say there's a lot of differences between Catholicism and a lot of the other, you know, Protestant churches. So, you know, I would let her know that there's going to be struggles if she marries someone that has different beliefs and wants to do things differently. And I think she would understand that. And then, you know, you can only do so much. You can only help your kids get so far. You can't do it all for them. And then I'd be there to support her through whatever came out of it. I don't know of anybody that would tell them, no, you can't do that, and try to pull their kid away.
Well, how long do you think they should date before you think they know each other?
That's a really hard question.
That's an individual thing, Nickel, to be honest with you. I mean,
it's a hard one.
Yeah, when I met my wife, I mean, we just celebrated 35 years of marriage. We've been together for 38. So,
and Jeff just found out her middle name, so you never know.
I'm sorry, I meant to say 39 years, but you know, I kind of knew right off the bat. She did too. You know, it's when you know it's right, and you can't. I have two daughters, and I would never chase my daughters away or seek their approval of approving who they marry. Their heart has to tell them. I mean, all I can do is teach them the best way I can, and Surfer's doing the same for his kids. As dads, you just try to be the provider, the moral compass, if you will. And at the end of the day, you know, it's their decision. You know, I cite a really good example with my oldest daughter. We raised her right. You know, at least I'd like to think we did. And she goes off to college, and you know, she's 3,000 miles away, and she calls us a month into being out there, and she called and asked permission to go to a party. And that's where I had to tell her. I said, look, honey, I said, you're on your own. You're 18. You're in college. You know, I can't tell you what to do. If you ask my advice, I'll give it to you. But I'm not going to tell you you can or cannot go to a college party if you want to go. I'm just hoping that I raised you right and that your moral compass is in check. And that went a long way with her, because I go, what am I going to do 3,000 miles away?
You say when you get if you get to first base, stay there. No,
well, I mean, those are through her teachings and growing up. I mean, you know, that's, you know, I just hope that what we instilled with them stays intact. You know, at the end of the day, I try to use that same old adage: you can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink. But you can guide and teach and help in any way you can, and always be positive.
Well, even St. Paul has said, you know, if you're married to a non-Christian, and or we're talking about even within Christianity, different versions, but back then he told everyone, if you are married to a non-Christian, stay married. Just keep on your path, and maybe your spouse will align with you. But
Unequal yoke.
stay married. He was a big proponent of that. In fact, if I remember the story correctly, St. Paul was himself married, but he rarely saw his wife because he was always on some sort of ministry, and he was constantly talking about celibacy. Even if you're married and you're away from your spouse, celibacy. I mean, at one point I was dating a Orthodox girl, very very religious Orthodox girl. She didn't let me get past first base either, by the way, and then but every time we even got close to first base, I had to listen to 2 days worth of Hellfire and Brimstone, and I stayed with her because she was a really really pretty girl, and
So you bet.
I loved her dad. But one day she started talking to me about the old saints of the original days in the ancient past, the ones that were married to each other, but they couldn't even handle their own sexuality, and that they decided to stay married but stay celibate. And she talked about celibacy between us after marriage, and I'm like, that's it.
Yep.
I'm done.
Check it
So
out.
you was betting about what, 150?
Yeah.
I'm done.
But Nickel,
on the airplane back to her parents, and at night I was dating someone else.
yeah. But Nickel, here's what I would say is you need to date long enough to where you guys have a strong enough feeling that it's the right thing. Like
I think 2 years probably is the
it all depends. You know, I dated my wife since, for a couple of years in high school, and then in college we dated for a couple of years before we got married. So we knew each other pretty well. I know people that dated each other for 6 months. I think that's a little short. I don't know that in 6 months you can really get to know someone. I've even heard of people in a month or two, and I don't know if they stayed married.
Well,
So
I think you should make a video on your father-daughter talk. I would love to see
yeah,
I would love it. I go, man, this is great.
to say about this, but I got engaged on date number 4 with my wife. 6 days later, we eloped at a monastery,
well,
and
there you go.
we've been together what, 15 years plus or minus.
Well, I'll tell you this. You hear all the time. They get married. They've known each other. 10, 15 years later, they say they never knew him, and they turn out to be like, the guy turns out to be gay or something. I'm going, I can't fathom it. I said, how could you not know that? How could you
Well,
not know it?
that person didn't know they were gay if they got married and 15 years later they came out gay.
Well, it used to be in the old days. I'll ask Tyler.
Yeah.
He seems to know about the Model T and everything else. The first Superman. It used to be the gay guy did get married because they were still in the closet. And
Sure.
so, like Hudson, he got married and he was gay all along. Well, I guess he was bisexual. But anyway, so you did it to keep up appearances. So I understand the old days.
Sure. But look here. Here's the other thing I think that happens with marriage too, and then I do need to run. What you're really dealing with is you're dealing with two people that are making a commitment to be one, and it all depends on how well those two people put that oneness thing together. So, for example, I see dishes in the sink. Do I go over there and do them, even though maybe my wife does it more than I do? Or if I see a mess over somewhere, do I go help her? Because, love languages are an important thing too. For her, it's about helping her get things done. She tracks me on GPS and I'll get a message, hey, go to the store and pick up stuff right now. And I bring flowers home every time I go to Trader Joe's every week. It's like $6 or $7, and she gets the flowers she likes, and I know that she appreciates that. Now I'm stuck doing that for the rest of my life. So hopefully the flowers stay affordable, but it's finding the things that help bring you guys together. One of the things that my church teaches a lot about too is going on a date every week with your wife.
Oh yeah,
And
I think that's
you know,
what
the priorities are your relationship with God, your relationship with your spouse, then your relationship, and it's prioritization with your children. So you and your spouse are above the children, you're above your parents, you're above your siblings, you're above your cousins and relatives. And then you have the job, because the job supports the family. And then after that you have the church, and then after that you have uh you know, the community that you have to go into. And
Yeah,
so
so you keep dating, so to speak. Sorry,
you keep dating. Now with my wife, we have a hard time doing that because we've got a 21-year-old son that has a lot of mental illness and other issues and health issues that are going up, that we can't always leave him. So a lot of times we're not able to get out as much as we want to. And so we kind of do dates at home. We'll watch a movie on the TV or whatever. Um, but you know, life can be hard, and you know, I think the other thing that comes into play with marriages is it's the job, it's the career. Are you putting the career before your spouse? Are you putting
the kids. The kids can cause a
your kids? A lot of people put
yeah.
their kids before their spouse, and then you also have, you know, the friends. Are you going out and stacking all night long and on these live streams instead of dating your wife?
Yeah,
So
she's probably now going, where is he?
she's dealing with the twins right now, so I can
Oh.
hear her. But I probably need to go in a minute. But anyway, you got to keep doing all of that kind of stuff, right? And every once in a while, people will even get to 30, 40 years of marriage and they call it quits. And it's usually because something has changed drastically. Sometimes it's hormonal, other times it's someone
Illness.
cheated or made a mistake or an illness. You know, my wife came down really, really sick with Lyme disease, and it's one of those things that you just don't even believe. And then it's so debilitating that I'm like, okay, she
Yeah, you
can't.
have no energy.
There's no energy. She can't get out of bed. She can't do anything. All this stuff, and it was horrible. And we didn't even know what it was for a long time. And then we finally started getting her some help. And around that time, I found out I had it too. And I got to the point where I couldn't even get out of bed to go to work.
You got it from a tick? You got it from a tick?
I have no idea. Neither one of us remembers getting bit by a tick. So I don't know how we got it, um, but I had to go up to a clinic one time. You know, I just had to call my boss and say, I'm not coming into work for a week. I'm sick. And I drove myself up from Utah to Idaho, where they had a clinic up there, spent the week on IVs and antibiotics and doing all kinds of stuff. And that was just the beginning. I'm still fighting it today. And that was back in 2015. And but what I went up and noticed at this clinic is it was filled of mostly women, and they many of them, maybe 60% of them, were divorced. And a lot of it was because the husbands couldn't deal with this condition anymore. They didn't have a spouse. They had to take care of this person.
Patient.
They had a patient now, and a lot of these guys are like, screw this, I'm not doing this. This isn't my wife. You know, some of them, I remember one of them telling me they met in a running club and they ran marathons, and all of a sudden the wife can't run marathons anymore. The husband's like, well, our life is ruined now, right? The life was about the marathon, not about the spouse. So it was sad to see that. And maybe, you know, maybe we're blessed to a degree to have both of us get sick, because we both got a really quick understanding of what it meant to be sick.
Well, I
And
can tell
so
you
that
this.
it's like we're going to help each other.
If I'm married to somebody 30 years, they're a habit now. And I'm a habit.
I think so
type of
too, for
person.
the most part. Yeah.
And
I think
so
it is.
it would be just like my left arm or my right arm get cut off if I did it.
Yeah.
So I would just out of habit say, I guess. Now they might leave me. I can't vouch for them, but I would never, after that long. No, it's till death do me part.
But I think the key is, in marriage, you've got to find someone that you enjoy being with, that you're having fun with, that you can, you know, you can imagine being with for the rest of your life. And for me, I believe it goes on forever, for eternity. That you're in that relationship still. And so
Like
to me,
Somewhere in
it's
Time. You
sure.
watched the movie Somewhere in Time?
Yep.
I love
And
that movie.
so you're not going to give up on that person. You're not going to, you know, you're going to fix yourself really quickly if you screw something up.
Hey, Tiger, you still with us?
I'm still here.
I'd like to lodge a complaint that
He's on first base.
answering all of Surfer's answering all of Nichols' questions, and then ours.
Just on that.
All right,
On that
I do got to cruise though, guys.
Yeah,
I will
I'm
come
done
chat with you
questions.
again another day.
I'm done
All
with
right.
questions. I'm done. So,
Bye bye, guys.
see you.
Take
All
care,
right.
Super.
All right. Run away. Leave us alone now.
I have to go work on my marriage. Bye bye.
Hold on a second. I'm
Yeah.
going to support what you just said. Yeah, in my religion, depending on which variety, there he goes. He ran away, scared a little surfer. So anyway, but in my form of religion, I am divorced, and depending on which variety of orthodoxy you're in, some believe in letting you have a second marriage, some will believe in letting you have a third, but you have increasing counseling. But the priests, when a person is becoming ready to be ordained, they've completed everything, all they got to be is ordained. If they get ordained without being married, they have to remain celibate the rest of their life or have to leave the priesthood. If they get married and get ordained, then they're allowed to be a priest. But only the celibate ones are allowed to move up a hierarchy to the higher levels. The married ones are, not allowed to go to the really higher levels unless they survive their wife's death. And what I found out from Father Rodney, who was an older priest years ago, that in our form of religion, that they too feel that even after death, they are still married to their spouse, and that the rest of us lay people are also married to our first spouse, which is a little confusing with divorce. But so that goes side by side with the way the Mormons look at them being married even long after death, which I've also heard from the Osmonds on multiple interviews. So it's just a lot of religions have that mentation, and I just wanted to put that in there that one of the other similarities that I've noticed between Orthodox and Latter-day Saints. So
Don't pay attention to me. I ask a lot of questions. So
no, you keep on asking questions. I just wanted to get a word in edgewise.
Hey, Tiger, check your green room. I think the Broke Striker might want to come in.
Well, is the pin still up?
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, well, hit it, Broke.
I'm trying to pay attention to chat. You had a raid there earlier. A bunch of people jumped in, but I think they just came in, hit the like, and jumped out. But John Jacobs still with us. Hey, John Jacobs. What are these days?
They were over Steve looking for silver.
I don't see Elite. Where's Elite at? Is he PNW 77 now?
No, I met PN 77 at the Long Beach Coin Show.
I don't. They're saying hello to Elite. I don't see him anywhere in there.
I understand, Lisa. I understand. Honestly, my wife looked at me before I came out on this trip and says, we must be seriously in love with each other. I said, why would you say it that way? She says, because we have no children. We only have this house, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Got dogs.
And yeah, we're that too. But she says, and we still like hanging out with each other, which I do. She's a pretty cool girl. But I looked at her and said, I get to die first. You get to stay.
I told my wife more than one time that I'm one and done.
Yeah, no, I don't want to go through this shit again.
No.
I've gone through one divorce. I went through 10 years of hell trying to find the right girl. I finally find the right girl. Actually, on my last trip to Ukraine, before I started dating her, I was actually praying the entire way for God to either let me have a wife or take my life. I was so miserable not being a family man. So he gave me a wife that very trip. And honestly, I don't want to go through this crap again. So, I told her I don't want to live through this stuff again, so, I get to die first. So.
My wife and I don't even talk, we don't even talk about that.
You know, I think about it all the time because I'm older and I haven't been much of a saver. And, you know, between the stacking of the cash and stacking of the metals, I'm finally doing. Actually, that's a very interesting story. She looked at me plus or minus a year ago, and we're driving down the road. Says, "You know," because she knew about my past. I shared with her everything. She says, "You know, you finally grow up." And I said, "What are you talking about?" So finally, you wise man. So why are you insulting me? And she looks at me and says, "In the past, all you do is chase girls, waste money, chase girls."
And stay on first base.
Yeah, really. But
First base.
Yeah.
So,
At 150. You should have told her, yeah, but I've only batted 150.
You're supposed to be the sports nut. You don't know the difference between first and third base. Anyway, but basically, she looked at me and says, "Yeah, no, you not chase girls. You chase money. Finally, you grow up."
Whoa.
Yeah,
I think I missed something. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, bro, how's it
Stacker,
going?
what's happening?
Oh, nothing, just hanging out. Actually enjoying a day off for once.
Bro,
What state are you in, bro?
I'm out in Idaho. I'm on mountain time.
Yeah, you are. So you're an hour
Good to
ahead
see you. Yes, sir.
of me. What city, if you don't mind asking? Or you don't have to say if you don't want to.
Oh, I put it on my mailing address. It's a PO box on there. It's Twin Falls, Idaho. So
Yeah, my best friend moved to Star.
okay, yeah, that's over in the Boise area, kind of north of there.
It is. It's actually west of Boise.
Yeah, it's kind of that way. Yeah, I've been over in Star. I bought a car over there once, believe it or not.
There you
I'm going to
go.
say A10, bro. A10.
Yes, sir.
You get it?
A10, A10.
Battleship.
Oh, shucks. Yeah, there you go. I thought you were trying to give me the ID 10T test. Sorry.
Yeah, let me see the copper bracelet.
Oh, this guy here. I'm trying to work around my power cord. Sorry about that. I had to plug my phone in. That's why I was a little late getting on down here. My phone's about half dead. But yeah, I made this guy the other day. It was pretty fun, huh? I wasn't sure if you guys.
It'd be a little thinner.
Does it have?
This. I haven't had any problems with my wrist hurting lately.
They say wearing copper.
Great for your joints. It really does work.
It does. It does. Yeah, this sucker's chunky. I need to take it off and put it on the scale. When I first started with the little metal ingot I cast and poured, it was 3.68 ounces or so. I feel like it's probably just under 3.5 right now. So it's a chunky one. So, but yeah, that thing's fun. But yeah, how are you guys doing? I finally get to talk with Mr. Tiger there. I've been trying to get a hold of you, bud.
I know I've been too damn busy. I'm sorry. It's just, I mean, you're not the only one. I disappear on a lot of people. Oh, by the way, that does bring me up to, as I'm looking at your screen, I'm going to be home starting the 26th. Those of you who want me to send stickers and magnets, I'll be able to do that at that point. I'm willing to do any sticker trade with anyone. The other thing is that I have ordered poker chips from England. I explained that way earlier because the people here in America were highly disappointing. The people in England were so easy to work with.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, and it's going to cost you more to ship it over there. So I'd rather deal with someone who treats me decently than some rude woman who doesn't even want to talk to me. Just tell me, go work it out on the channel. Well, can't you take the picture off my website, on my YouTube and my West YouTube? And she just was so rude, and I just went ahead and never called her back. Told my silver journey, what I experienced, By the time he got back to me, I'd already talked to this guy Lou over in England, and let me put up their contact here on the stage. So that's who I talked to, Lou over in England, and I'd rather pay the extra shipping for someone who was going to help me. He says, "Well, let me see your channel. Let me see your wife's channel." Oh yeah, I can get that off of that. And sure enough, he did. Within
That's awesome, man.
I thought I because everything tech with me was was um uh was I need help from my brother-in-law to do all that graphic stuff because I don't know what I'm doing. So
Oh, trust me, I'm right on board with you there as far as technology goes. I haven't been up to date for about, I don't know, 10 plus years. I've been kind of doing other things. So I'm way behind right now.
So it's helpful when you got low tech person who doesn't know how to do it, to figure out how do I keep up with the techie people like Frostbite and My Silver Journey and other people who know what they're doing, and I'm just fumbling along the way. Uh, you know, I mean, it's not fun. So having someone who is willing to help me bridge the tech gap, I'm worth paying. They're worth the extra money.
That's awful kind of them, and I will keep them in mind. I do plan on doing poker chips sometime before September. September will be the 1 year anniversary of me starting the channel here. So before then, I'd like to get some poker chips made and send them all out to everybody there. Anybody wants one, I will. I've been remembering who's been here since day one, and I got my good list here versus the naughty list, if you will.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the wife to allow me to have a place to put stickers. She wants me to not put things on my wall. So
In fact, I need to get a hold of you, Broke Stacker. I think you sent me an email a while back, right before the Long Beach Coin Show, and I got busy with it. But I need to get back to my emails again. But
I think I'm going to do wooden nickels.
Oh, that would be perfect. That would be very appropriate, Nickel. I think I'm on board with that idea. I approve this.
I just saw a comment from Lisa that she wants a sticker and magnet. Lisa, just email me. I won't be home to do anything until the 26th. So if you want to email me on the 26th, and that way it doesn't get lost, and that goes for anyone else who wants to.
Lisa Anderson wants a magnet and a sticker, Tiger.
I know. That's why I just responded to.
Oh, did you? Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I got a text from Chef, so I'll read that real quick.
No problem. No problem. I remember when I used to have Alzheimer's too.
And Chef said, "Y'all still on?"
Yeah.
No, I'm supposed to meet him at the coin show tomorrow, but I needed to go early in the morning. He's got to go do something else in the later morning because my family said I can go the first thing in the morning, but they got plans for me for Father's Day tomorrow, so I got to figure it out, I guess. But back to you, Broke. Are you doing pours? You and I think we were talking about something on our emails. Refresh my memory if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, you said you might be interested in some of the pours. I don't have many left right now. I've had a lot of interest on them, so this is about what I have left right now. I might have a few more of my my button rounds going on here. Try to get these a little closer here, but yeah, these are roughly just a little bit over 1 ounce. They're kind of cool little pieces, just copper pieces.
So you're doing just copper? Are you in silver at all? I'm going to get one of those in silver.
I got one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I as soon as I start finding some silver shot for cheap, man, I swear like rounds are freaking cheaper than shot right now. It's hard to find it. I've been keeping my eyes peeled.
I bought 20 ounces of 4.9s fine at the coin show on Thursday, and then Friday's when the market took a dump. So I got it at spot. I paid $32.25, I think, for something for it.
Okay.
I've got one.
It is what it is. It'll go back up. I'm not worried about it, but I want to do something with Thule as well. I got to get with her, do some pours. I got with Sergeant GT. He's doing that auction for the dogs this coming up weekend. I wanted to send him some shot to pour for giveaways, but I emailed him to send me an address. I haven't heard back from him yet.
I'm
Nice.
surprised Julie didn't come in. She at this long of a. Oh, by the way, look at all the people commenting. Y'all still on? But that I'm surprised Julie didn't come in. You know, I figured she'd come in.
Well, I sent her a message like I sent everyone else that I know. And then Julie was my very first friend off of YouTube, so I sent her a message. But
Tiger, I've actually corresponded with you previously before starting my channel as the Broke Stacker. Maybe I'll reveal that to you later. You'd be like, "Oh, aha!" So somebody you haven't talked to for a while.
okay.
Yeah, I'll divulge that to you later in like a private email or something. It'd be kind of funny. See your reaction.
When I was running a real name or
yeah, my actual name. Yeah, that's how we corresponded. No. It was remember when you were doing these really long late night things? You're doing all the trivia and all that stuff. I won quite a few Mercury dimes and Roosevelt dimes from you, and we had stuff going back and forth for a minute. But it's been a while.
Well, I've always kept everyone's because I hate duplicating work, so I've always kept everyone's envelopes in whatever program it was that would tell the printer to print an envelope. So if you mention it to me, I'll go back there and look at the envelopes.
Nice.
I won a couple times, but MR he knew the answer before the question was up. I'm going, how does he do that? How does he do that?
I don't think it was MR. I think it was RH.
Okay, RH. Well, he's like, he hadn't finished the question yet, and I see the answer come up. I go, daggone. I see, he must have a great connection.
That's just RH. He and Knox Stacks are like, super fast. And I think it's a combination of intelligence and a fast computer.
I think I concur with Tiger. Knox Stacks, he smokes everybody in every channel I've ever seen him on when they do trivia or they ask a question about something. He's spot on.
Oh yeah, he's a cheater. He can look into the future or something. I don't know. He's always faster than everybody else.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
He is.
Oh yeah.
So Broke Stacker, are you having a hard time finding shot? Is that your problem?
If I find it, it's usually more expensive than just like generic buffaloes. That's kind of what's been my setback lately. I feel like the market's a little high right now, but you never know. It could skyrocket tomorrow. It could fall off a cliff tomorrow. I'm kind of just biding my time right now, having fun with the copper, and as soon as I have an opportunity, I'll definitely be pouring some more silver pours.
Well, my concern is if the spot price goes up or stays or both or whatever, when I sell silver, I've got to sell it at a higher rate than what I did when it was at a lower spot. It's just the law of finance, because not only is the silver, but it's the electricity, the materials, the wear and tear on the hardware that I bought to make it a nice product. I got fortunate. I got a chance to buy my initial starting equipment from Patriotic Stacker. He sold it to me for way cheaper than what they can go on new. But it's not where I stopped buying equipment. I bought all sorts of things because I wanted to be able to make things nice. And I'd watched so many videos and came up with so many plans on how to make things nice, even starting out with the bat, that that all added up. So if you're going to sell, you got to try to make back some of your initial investment. And I'm not trying to kill anybody's wallet, but you can't, especially with climbing spot prices. You're going to have to change the price based upon what the spot price is.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't sell yourself short. It is definitely a financial endeavor getting into melting. I mean, it's just like buying a house. You're going to need stuff that you're not thinking of at first, and eventually you're going to have to eat that expense, and that'll pass. Technically, even if you sell at cost, you have to pass that cost down to the customer buying your product there, if you will. So just like anything else, supply and demand and the cost of doing business.
The most valuable thing you own is your time.
Yes, sir. That's your most valuable asset.
Yep.
That is so true.
So I can help you with. I have a distributor here in California. He's up in LA, but I get good pricing on stuff. So I can pick up 4.9's fine shot at 40 cents over. So if you
Oh, nice. Now that's a good deal. Now, if you go back not too long ago, what, like a year ago, guys were getting shot at spot just all day long, sometimes $1 back a spot. Like now it's just like, man, you can't touch anything for less than $30. Well, and that's a great deal. That's like the homie hookup, you know? So
you should be able to, in the next couple of weeks, be buying silver pretty cheap because a lot of LCSs and a lot of stores are overloaded with silver. So many people traded it in.
yes, they're product rich and cash poor. They'll be willing to strike a deal on to acquire said cash. That's why I've been slowly accruing that for other purposes, but I haven't ruled out the idea of maybe capitalizing on that as well.
Well, I went to my LCS and I was talking to them, and they basically ran out of money. So they were having people walk in the door wanting to sell, and they wouldn't do it. I said, would you mind if you just called me up, and when they come in, I'll buy it, you know, at your discount or whatever, because they're gonna let it walk anyhow. So, and they text me up and say, hey, there's a guy here with X amount of this, and if you want it, and thankfully they're only 5 minutes, 6 minutes away from the house, so it's kind of convenient.
Now that is entrepreneuristic of you there. That's a great way to get started there. I like that. That is a unique opportunity.
Yeah, I'm retired, so I sold my business 3 years ago. So I took a year off doing nothing, and my wife's got another 5 years to work. So she said, find something to keep you busy, because I wanted to travel, but she's still working. But so now,
right.
I just do this. I basically became a bullion dealer.
That's just like old man told me when I was a kid: do what you love, and the money will follow.
I'm having a blast doing this, man. I've met a lot. I met this community just over a year ago when I first got jumped on YouTube, and I met Tiger through Yankee. I met Surfer through Yankee, and Yankee or Surfer lives 20 minutes from my house. We get together at least once or twice a week. He and I just did the Long Beach Coin Show 4 days straight together. We had an absolute blast. So.
Yep. Earlier he said that you paid him 3.5 peanuts.
Pretty much, that's exactly what he got.
I hope they were at least silver peanuts.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. It's kind of something unique.
Yes, sir. You gotta have your niche, your little thing that makes it you. You know, like I don't know if anybody else has ever done this. It's just so happened to be one of the ones I picked out when I first ordered it. As far as my molds go. And surprisingly to me, this is the one I least liked, but everybody else loved immensely. So I was like, oh, there it is. There you go. Roll of the dice. You never know how it's going to work out.
Hey, that piece that you were just holding with the bees on it, have you sent one of those to, or have you heard from Long Live Coins on that?
Actually, Long Lived Coins sent me some silver shot to pour him one of these, and I did exactly that.
Oh.
And he has the only 3.9's fine pour out of this mold that I've done at all. He has the only one, not one of one right now.
And he displays it, correct?
Yes, sir. It is a very nice piece. It took me 2 tries to do it because, as you know, pouring different metals has a little bit of different touch to it. So it took me 2 tries on that one, not just the very first try, but I was able to get him a very nice product there on the second try.
It's funny. I was thinking I'll just send you some shot to pour that and send it to LLC.
Oh, nice. That's not a bad idea.
He's a super nice guy. I really like LLC.
Oh, he is. He's a great guy. In fact, he and I are planning on a live stream on Monday.
Oh, nice.
Excellent. Yeah, he hit me up just recently. I believe it's the 29th. I want to say it's a Wednesday at 2 p.m. coming up here shortly. I'll be on there with them. I don't know, interviews like Spin and Ben. We're going to be on there together on the 29th.
No, Spin and Bin always is on Saturdays.
Or,
Wednesdays he has guests. So I was
yeah, that's the one. Thank you.
I was on last week with Thule.
Excellent. I remember that. Yes, I was there in the live chat with you.
Yeah, he had reached out to Thule. He didn't hear from her, and so I called him about something else. And he goes, "Hey, dude, you want to go on with me in a couple hours?" I said, or maybe it was the day before. I can't remember. And I said, "Yeah, dude. I told you, whenever you guys are in a pinch, you want somebody to pop up and talk to you about something, I'll be more than happy to do it." So then, of course, 5 minutes after I hung up from him, Thule called and said yes, and then he was all nervous about having us both on there, and I think it went really well. And he was very happy that Julie came on, and we had a great discussion. Well, you were there, so you heard.
Yes, sir. That was great. You guys had excellent chemistry together.
Yeah, he's. I try to sit back and listen, and then it's some people have that knack to get in with conversations and whatnot, and I'm learning how to do that. In fact, LLC was my first live.
Well,
nice, really?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
For the live stream, I just got it from my brother-in-law not so long ago. I thought it was a pretty decent thumbnail.
Oh man, you are the king of thumbnails. Is that your brother-in-law you're saying that's been helping you out with those?
Oh yeah, well, I come up with all the ideas of what to go about, but on anything tech, I don't have the skills yet. He promises me when he gets here he's going to teach me this stuff. But that's the thumbnail.
Nice. So, did you guys see what Yankee Stacking did to this a sister piece of this one? A very unique colorization that came out naturally. He tried to do the one dip on it. Did anybody catch that when Yankee Stacking did that?
Well, he did what? He did what?
He took a sister piece of this. It was almost identical to this with the colors that came out on it. He tried to one dip it, and he thought he can get all this off to the back there, but it didn't do a thing to it. It didn't look like it did much, honestly. That was kind of funny. He thought it was all tarnished, like I brushed it on there, but no, that's just from the casting process. When I cast these, it's just I don't know how it's oxidizing, burning the air around it after I pour it or what, but that's not typical tarnish you would see that one dip would get rid of.
So that's how the coin came out, dark on one side and what red? Is that copper, I take it?
This is copper, 4/9 pure.
And it came out just like that, shiny on the side like that, halfway
Yes,
out?
sir. Unaltered, 100%. And I sent one, like I said, just like this to Mr. Yankee Stack, and he tried to one dip it. I was like, what are you doing? And it didn't really do too much to it, but that's his piece. He can do whatever he wants with it. I'm sorry, Tiger, go ahead.
I said, I saw that. He dipped a lot of things on that stream or on that video.
Yes, sir. And he saved mine for last. Yes. I thought that was brilliant.
Hey, did you see the last pour I sent him?
No, I did not. I missed that one. I'm sorry. Can't be everywhere all the time.
Well, that's true.
Vegas wants to know if you have it next week, if he can join. And I was going to tell him, can you go for 5 or 6 hours? If he can go 5 or 6 hours, he can join.
Dude, we're knocking on the door of 7 hours. We got 3 more minutes to go.
Oh my goodness, it's turning into a job here, Tiger.
This is the best I've ever streamed. My God. But no, I sent him a pour, and it's all in the rig storyline.
Take care, Vegas.
Take care, Vegas. But honestly, it's part of the whole rig storyline. As you all know, I run a series on teasing Yankee, and if people have never seen it and they don't understand where it's at, if you go to the playlist I have it, they're all in order, and you understand how the rig story started and where we're at and why. I actually got rig data in the back room getting edited. But basically, part of the story is that Yankee gets weak when he's over around cryptocurrency. So I started off early on sending him a 1 ounce of Bitcoin, and he teases me.
Oh, I saw that. Yes.
He teases me constantly about melting it, and then I'm like, I'm gonna every time he comes at me, I'm coming back with something new. So
Now, Tiger, have you considered sending them something that's like a red coat, like the red coats are coming?
no, I didn't do anything like that yet. But did you see the beginning of my stream with Ian yesterday?
I did.
You know, where was about the British are coming.
Yeah.
Well, I've got two major versions of it. I've got a third and fourth one in the back of my head, where they all start off somewhat similarly, but the end is different. But when Yankee turned it over and it was stamped on the back of the Bitcoin, I left him a note that like the phoenix rising from the ashes, you melt a Bitcoin, it's coming back to you. This is just one example. And on the back of it, I stamped on there Yankees Kryptonite with a C. Kryptonite.
Kryptonite. I get it. That's nice.
The weird thing is, you only have to change the K and the C. It's basically the same spelling. But now, I've been teasing him about Kryptonite for quite a few interactions, and reliving them on the Rig series. Rigged 8 is going to go further into me teasing him about Kryptonite. You know, I'm slow getting these things out. Actually, I could have been faster getting out Rigged 8 after Rig 7, but the job got in the way. And thank you, Aspiring Alchemist. I appreciate that. So, but I between the job and the exhaustion, and then my brother-in-law is not always available because the war in Ukraine. They've been knocking out the power. You know, things got a little bit backed up again. So,
Oh yeah. When it rains, it pours, brother.
well, I want to get them out of there because I want to save their lives. Because if she loses her family, you know, it's going to be toast at the house.
Right. I heard that.
And I'd rather them be here, and I have to take care of feeding them until they can stand on their own 2 feet.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. That's an awful kind thing to you to do there, Tiger. It's terrible what's going on over there, but it is what it is. It's what reality is at the moment.
Now, I mean, how can I look at myself knowing that I have the ability to work extra hard, make extra money, take care of them until they can stand on their own 2 feet, and I do nothing? How am I supposed to feel like I'm the honorable man if I let that escape my
Yes,
ability?
sir. What's the saying? Whatever you do today, you have to sleep with tonight.
I never heard that before, but it makes sense.
Yes, sir.
What? How did that go? Whoever you do tonight, you have to sleep with tonight.
Yeah. Oh, whatever you do today, you have to sleep with tonight.
I know. I'm just making fun.
Okay. Yeah, that's one interpretation of it.
Yeah, I can't help but to throw a twist every so often.
Tiger gets stuck at first base a lot.
He had a lifetime batting average of 150 before he got married.
What's that? What's that? Nickel?
I said you were batting 150.
Well, basically, when I got together with my current wife, at the time she was dating someone for 2 years who didn't want to go any further, and she was frustrated, and he didn't care that she put her own name on her own introduction service. So as far as I was concerned, she was open field. We started dating, got engaged on our 4th date, got married 6 days later. And in the process of all that, the boyfriend came back. I told her what to do to protect herself because of her business, change the house locks, change the passcodes on her then business website. She didn't do anything. And of course, he did everything I warned her he would do. But, she's, been an awesome wife from the very beginning. But I had to wait. She put me on the waiting list until she broke up with the boyfriend. So, remaining celibate is not exactly foreign to me, but at least this one let me be on second base before we got married. And then when we got married at the monastery, we did it backwards than what most people did for the reasons I mentioned. And we go into this monastery and walk around for hours, and I didn't know anything because they were talking Russian or Ukrainian. And we go into this church outside the monastery because no churches in the monastery did weddings. The priest agreed to it, but no one told me. We went outside and bought icons, which was part of the tradition of getting married, which I didn't understand because I'm a different version of Orthodox. We go back in, and I didn't know what was going on until he brought out the crowns, which is only brought out during a wedding. So then he looks at us and says, "Oh, we got a problem," and he said to my friend who is also my interpreter, Angelica, says, "How am I going to take confession from him? We don't speak the same language." And I looked at her and said, "Okay, Angelica, you're coming with me." She says, "I can't do that. That's your confession. That's private." And I said, "True or false, Angelica? In the early form of the church, everyone confessed their sins openly, where everybody heard everybody about every one of their sins." She said, "Well, yeah, that's true." I said, "Well, welcome back to the original form of the church. You're coming with me." So she gets in there, and I unleashed the truth about myself. And she turned all sorts of red because I was a little crazy in between wives, and I was tired of being crazy. And then after the wedding, the priest looks at us and says, "We did this backwards because of time. So when you two go to your apartment tonight, you're not to have sex. You're supposed to stay, celibate until tomorrow, until after church tomorrow. But in the meantime, read all these things out of the Bible." And that's what we did. We tried to read all of them, but we fell asleep. We were so exhausted. And we didn't consummate until 24, 48 hours after we got married. So I'm used to waiting.
Patient man.
I thought maybe y'all paid tiddlywinks in between. Oh Lord have mercy.
She read what she needed to read in Russian, and I read it simultaneously in English, and somehow we muddled through it through the language barrier. My bad Russian, her bad English, and my electronic translator, and we got through it. So I can't complain.
How's her Dog World channel doing, Tiger?
Let me look. It's been a while. He's done a lot of her work too, and she's up to only 328 subscribers. She's got 103 videos. She's recently been doing a lot of noise therapy for dogs. And if you look at it, there's all sorts of colors: white, green, gray, black, brown noise. I don't get it. To me, it's just noise. And she'll tell me each type of noise will help a dog with this and help a dog with that. And I'm like, "Well, why are you doing this?" And says, "Well, part of which is my brother's not available. And when he is available, you're taking up his time. And this is going to help dogs with their different psychological issues. all they got to do is turn on the video and play the different noise, and it should help them with whatever it is that ails them. So I mean, the girl is seriously into understanding the psyche of a dog.
Where does she gather her information about that? That's something that's taught, or something she's read, or something she's working with?
She is constantly reading. When
Yeah.
she's not working with the dog, she's reading. She only works with her teacher, not all the time. She's like inches away from becoming a master dog trainer, which means that she'll be allowed to train police and protection dogs. She's put it off because she needs help, and I'm not there. And one of the things I plan on doing with my extra income is paying for a lady to come through the house and help because the dog business is at the house. Um, Help with the house, help with the dog cleaning up of the messes and all that, so that she can be free to read more, train more, do more YouTube videos, and and she's really good at what she does. Let me bring up her channel here. If you look here, there's all these noises, colored noises. This is her most recent regular video. And she doesn't want to show her face and her voice. She thinks people won't like her accent. But if you look real early on into her channel, she was doing way more uh, cutesy tootsy things, and I told her to, quit doing that because people want to see her intelligence. So then later on, she started developing videos where she had a avatar um, do for her, a computer generated woman that she called Jessica. Here's Jessica. And I didn't know this, but it was costing her $60 a month from some company to be allowed to have Jessica. Then she quit doing that, and she started doing uh, kind of like a newscast type of thing with a Rottweiler and a cat. And the cat models our cat at the house, and our cat teaches our dogs in real life cat manners. And so she, in the video, will show will show that the cat, and she labels the cat as a dog psychologist. So she's really ingenious with the stories that she comes up while she's teaching the truth. So here's the Rottweiler anchor, who's usually sitting over here, and here's the cat, Max, the dog psychologist, sitting over here. They usually sit in this position, but they wanted to have a guest educator. So and she writes the whole script and works with her brother to create this whole thing. But the thing is, this story, like this one about Cookie, it was one of the real dogs that she trained. She just included it in this storyline, but it was a real story about this dog who had issues and what she did to try to get the dog to go from issues to being a good dog. So, I mean, and she's just amazing. Here she had this right here. She was about wealth, and she had an interview, and she brought me up on as part of the conversation. So I'm the guest for this particular video, and I said, people want to hear your voice. Here you go, as the anchors again. But people had the want to hear your voice, and she didn't believe me, so I put a what is a poll up on my channel, showed it to her. So then she was willing to do this same information on my channel, which is in the back room, waiting for my brother-in-law to finish editing it. and you won't be able to hear what she sounds like in real life. I think she has a beautiful accent. A lot of people do, um, and I'm hoping that all the people in the stacking community will see the importance of having a protection dog, someone who will, guard your family, guard your wealth, and you know, it's real. If you have a decent stack, you're going to want something or someone or a dog helping you protect what you've worked so hard for.
Yes, sir. That's true. I got 600 pounds of Great Danes right outside, so have fun trying to sneak up on me.
You got me beat. I got 4 dogs.
Yeah. My only concern about Great Danes is I was always under the understanding that they're pretty cowardly.
No, as far as protecting their territory, they're excellent guard dogs. They were originally bred to hunt wild boar, but as far as standing their ground and protecting what they consider theirs, they will defend it.
Okay.
I had a bodyguard named Chico, the Chihuahua. Wouldn't let nobody near me.
Yeah, Chihuahuas are psycho, that is for sure.
Yeah, he was insane. People asked me what would he be if he was human. I said a serial killer. That's what he would have been.
Yeah, that's Chihuahuas for you. Everybody has their own breed they like. Personally, myself, I love Great Danes. We were breeding them for a short while there, but as the economy is steadily getting worse and worse, now's not the time. So, if your wife wants to do a video, educational, and I will watch it, I'll watch it twice so she could figure this one out. How can you manage and balance and make 2 female dogs in heat get along at the same time? I'm all ears. Please let me know. So,
trust me, you do not want to talk to me because I'll get the information, but you know about the telephone game.
tag your it.
No, the telephone game where one person tells another, and the story changes so much that the story is different later.
Yeah.
Straight from the horse.
Good night, Lisa Anderson.
Good night, Lisa.
Night, Lisa.
Yeah, 3 o'clock her time. She must be back late.
Oh, bless your heart, Lisa.
Oops,
We'll see you in about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Back.
Good night, John Jacobs.
John Jacob Jingleheimer
Schmidt. That's my name too.
Those Corsos.
Hey, bro, how long have you been in Idaho?
I moved up here with my wife in 2018, so about a little over 6 years.
Where did you?
My wife's originally from Idaho, so she's the one that talked me into coming out here. So,
where'd you move from?
I was raised up kind of in the Sacramento, California area, and but at the time when I actually was old enough to work an actual job and career, the company I locked up with there, they had me 5 states wide for 10 years. So I never really was in California most of my adult life. So I kept coming back and kind of had an epiphany when my wife was telling me, "Hey, this place sucks." It's like, "Hey, you know what? Why am I paying all these taxes in a place I'm never in anyways?" Yeah. So she mentioned, I'm from Idaho. Let's go check it out. You might like it. I was like, all right. And as soon as we came up here, spent a 3-day weekend. I said, we'll put the house on the market. We're getting out of there. So
there you go. Yeah,
there you go.
My best friend moved there 3 years ago, and we go up and visit him a couple times a year. Wintertime, we have a good time, and summertime, we float down the river. So
nice.
It's definitely I don't know. I'm such indecision. My girls are 28 and 30, so we're we don't know
You're
what
out the house.
So obviously my wife wants to be around them, and so do I. If they get married or have kids or whatever, it's they can't afford to live here, so I'm kind of giving up on staying here forever. So
right, yeah. Personally, I've been everywhere, pretty much south of the Panhandle there, and for me, Boise area in general looks like Sacramento area about 25, 30 years ago. So not to say that it'll continue to get worse or better or whatever, but that's where the bulk of the population is. There's plenty of great places in Idaho. You don't have to be in the most expensive spot in all of Idaho. There's plenty of avenues which you can go if you're going to do that. Just do your research, figure out what's best going to work for you. I mean, who knows? It might be that Boise area, but
I definitely wouldn't be Boise. It would be either Star, Meridian,
nice.
Eagle, some of those
Yeah,
areas. I've been to all those.
That's where my wife actually grew up, was Meridian, and she doesn't even recognize it anymore from 20 years ago. So she's like, "Whoa, what the heck? That used to be this. That used to be that. Amazingly, that used to be a farm field. That used to be a farm field.
Well, Idaho's grown, doubled in the last 3 years, 4 years, maybe.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to see the actual numbers of the population that's here now. 5, 6 years ago is 1.7 million. I don't know what it is now. I mean, you look at just for instance the Sacramento area. That's kind of what I'm familiar with. There's like 4 million people there now. There's twice as many people just in a city area over there than there is in this whole entire state. So,
have you had a chance to walk the Capitol there in Boise yet?
I've been down over there, downtown. I've seen it, but I haven't walked directly up to it. No.
It's actually, we just happened to go there. We just walked in and went and basically gave ourselves a tour there that's open to the public. And it happened to be the mayor of Boise's. No, who stays at the Capitol? I can't remember, or works out of there. It's either the mayor or the but
I think it's Brad Little, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was his birthday that day. They bought him a popcorn machine, so we went in there and they were handing out popcorn, so we were able to see him and talk to him, say hello. They let us go sit in the chairs and go in the office where they have where they sign all the legal documents for all the laws coming into the state. And to the right, they have a beautiful set of sterling silver that was given to them, to one of the governors back in the day, back in the 1800s. That's still in there on display. It's pretty impressive.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check that out next time I'm in that area. It's been a few months since I've had to meander over that way, but next time I'm in that area, I'll try to make a note of that.
I'd recommend it. It was a fun way to spend a day. We spent a couple hours there. Like I said, the guy invited us in, shook our hands, and he couldn't have been nicer. So all in all, a great positive experience.
Oh yeah, the people here, they are fantastic, man. That's why I was like, these are my kind of people. That's where I want to be. So here I am.
Yeah, people smile and honk and open doors for people when you walk into like the grocery store. It's
yeah, give you the wave as they drive by instead of the finger. It's fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In a nutshell, you're correct.
Are you close to Ian? His business is up there in Idaho.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Where is he?
He's in Wyoming.
I'm probably about 3 hours drive from the Wyoming border.
He's Jackson Hole is where he lives.
Oh yeah, he's probably about 4 hours from me there or so.
Is Jackson Hole
right there.
Is Jackson Hole Wyoming or Indiana or Idaho?
That is Wyoming.
It's Wyoming.
Okay.
Oh yeah, everybody likes to go there now. That's a real popular spot people go to visit.
It is. It's kind of like the new Aspen or whatever right now. So it's different.
I think my brother went there twice. Vacation.
Nice. Now, here's a little known fact that not too many people know. So you'll have that side of the state of Idaho bordering Wyoming. Well, I'm hearing rumors. I haven't had any definitive proof of this, but I'm hearing rumors that there are uranium deposits over in that area where it's never been touched. It's never been mined. So if that ever does happen, Eastern Idaho is going to get very popular very quick.
Interesting. I know that inside, I think it's in the city of Star. They're building. I think my buddy told me it's the world's largest underground vault in the U.S.
Interesting.
That's supposed to be completed this year. I'll have to do some more research on that. And if Tiger comes on again on the next live, if we do something like this again, I'll dig into that information. I'll get more facts on it.
Yeah, the one I was under the impression of was the one underneath, I believe, Colorado International Airport. It's supposed to be able to house 50,000 people, and if you're on the list, you already know it. If nuclear Armageddon's on the way, but that's basically like your billionaire elitist bunker right there. And there's money coming in all over the world. I heard somewhere in the number of like a $20 billion project just to build that.
There is something going on to that. I have chatted with somebody that basically told me I couldn't talk about it, but there is something like that available.
Right. Yeah. As far as that area, Idaho, I am unaware of it. But there's lots of lava rock out here. It might not look like it, but there's a whole lot of rock out here. So trying to get through that volcanic rock would be quite difficult.
We drove up to one of the when we went to go visit my friend a couple months ago. We drove up to the mountains, and yeah, you can definitely see there is a lot of rock. That river that goes along the roadway up to I forget what the name of the mountain was that we went to, but we jumped out of the car, jumped onto a horse-drawn sleigh, went out to the middle of a field, and got to feed elk. And then we drove into town where the lake was at, and we drove literally 3 minutes and parked. And there's this wild deer everywhere. We were feeding them apples and carrots.
Oh, nice. At least if we can just keep them off the damn highways, that'd be nice. I can't tell you how many times I swerved and done a 360 doing 80 miles an hour down the road. So, yeah. Well, if you're ever driving in this area, just be very aware that the wildlife is very prevalent in the area. So be on guard and driving through the state.
Yes.
By the way, I want to interrupt you guys for a moment because we have obtained a little bit of a milestone. So for those of you who are still in the chat, we have obtained 50 likes just now from what I can see. So type something into the chat. Type something into the chat because I'm going to harvest it. So let's see what we can. Oh, crap. Don't go over there. No, I just told you don't go over there. The computer just loves to do what it wants to do. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, let me look. Yeah, you're at 51. I went out and came back in.
Okay.
Oh shucks, I can't figure out how to sign in and put something in the chat. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All the lurkers that are in here: Yokestav, Ghost Watching, Ace Tone, ZZ. How funny.
Well,
yeah, it's funny on this side of the studio. If you're the host, I find it kind of easy to put something in the chat, but coming in as a guest, there's another step I have to go through apparently.
Okay.
I'm guessing that these people live in California. It's
Okay.
12:30 here.
That or maybe Hawaii because they're back even further on time.
Yeah, they're 3 hours back.
I see Ghost, OC, Yoksnav, ZZ. I know AA was typing in there not long ago.
Yeah, he's right
there. And Nichols not put anything in, and I don't see Broken there. So put something in.
Hey, Tiger, don't do anything with that cross, mountain-wise. You and I should chat.
What do you mean? Don't do anything with the cross?
Remember, you told me you were vacillating whether to melt it again or do something with it.
I made a few things, and I wanted to try to take the ones that I wasn't so happy with.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't melt them quite right. If you decide to do that, let's do some business.
Okay. Okay, I don't know how to go about that, but okay. Let's see here. Let's,
Well, you got my number, right? Didn't you and I exchange phone numbers?
no, I think Surfer gave you mine, but you never contacted me.
You know, hang on, let me look. Yes, I do have you. Okay. I'm gonna send you
Okay,
a
I think
I'm gonna
I think
text you
it
right
just I think it just let me. I finally figured it out how to put something in the chat. I had to do a bunch of authentication stuff.
now. Tiger, I just texted. I just texted you, Tiger. So now you got. Now
Okay,
you got.
sounds good. Sounds
There it
good.
goes. I'm in there.
Okay. Let me
You got 52 now. 52 thumbs up.
Sweet.
Right. Let's see here.
So we've learned today in 7 hours we can get 52 likes.
Okay. Well, this is what I see in participants, and like I said, I am a little challenged. We'll go ahead and put this. Try to put it now.
Is AA in there?
I saw her type 3:20 a.m. So that was about maybe 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, Frostbite might say it took her 12 steps to get to bed.
Yeah, it took me a while to catch that joke.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add her in.
Yeah, I would do that. She's been with us a long time.
She's been so good to me in my channel.
Is who am I looking for? Zardoz is in there too, right? I don't see him in there.
Nickel stacking. OC, you're in there. Broke, you're in there. I added AA, and that's all I see.
Oh, hang on. There's Zardoz that's been with us the whole time. Zardoz dash 2024. See him or her?
Yeah, I see him, but I'm just gonna hand write it in rather than mess with the computer.
I'm unfamiliar with that. Is that actual proper name outside of the what we're used to, or is that like a character from a book or something? Zardos.
Oh,
I'm not really sure. Then you have Ghost Watching Ace Tone.
yeah,
He's asking if this is rigged.
no, you have got rigged series. Yankee broke my tiger wheel. It's in the
Yeah, he did.
story. And if it wasn't for Professor Rick DeBordis, I wouldn't have it back. He's the one who
Sounds
fixed
about
it.
right.
Oh wait, hey Tiger, there's one more. There's a one in here. ZZ.
Okay.
That's the last one that I see in there.
Okay. So let's hope this thing works correctly.
There you go. That's all I see.
Okay. And I hope you like the special effects. I hope the special effects work. Here we go.
Stop. Ah.
Listen.
Oh, nice. Tiger roar.
You know, the first time you called in and did that sound effect with Yankee on Call Yankee Tiger, I thought someone was flushing the toilet.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, here we go. Nickel jumping. Let me show you what I did. I got over to YouTube. And I brought up this clip. And let me get rid of this now.
Where would heaven forbid we don't have ads, right? Where would
Right.
humanity be? We might actually get something done.
Good. No, right there. That's what I played when I had Yankee on the phone.
Nice.
Nice.
And so it was a real roar coming through my my phone into his phone into his computer out of everybody else's computer into their ears. So lots of transition. So
Yeah.
flushing from nickel for the first time, and went ahead and it's like, so I've shown this clip quite a few times. That's what I play whenever I get Yankee on the phone. It's already preset. He answers the phone. I turn that clip on as fast as I can, and I just right by the speaker and just let it go.
Nice.
In fact, I'm going to bring that up. Hold on a second. It's in the playlist.
Did we lose Nickel? Nickel, you still with us?
I don't know if he's still there or not.
It looks like he's gone, bro. You
Yeah.
might have lost a connection. I think you wore his battery out, Tiger.
Yeah, well, that might be true. I think it was on this one, rig 3.
Oh, I also took Frostbite's advice there and set up some playlists and kind of categorized all my my little different genres of the different things I do. I took the time to do that recently, and pretty proud of that. I am very thankful that Frostbite brought that to my attention.
Yeah,
I wish I could.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's really good.
Yeah, I'd love to go under the wing of him, getting the one-on-one tutors on how to use StreamYard properly, because I might as well be hitting my phone with a bat trying to get it to work. Because
Are you sure you're not my brother? So here's where you guys were complaining about the sound. Let me turn up the volume. It's up. Here we go.
Who's this?
Take a guess.
That sounds like a tiger.
I just love this.
Stacker.
I can't believe that I actually got it.
Oh no! Now they're gonna say the call line is rigged.
Oh, I know it's rigged.
But I didn't know that this could be done when I saw this for the first time. I was talking to my brother-in-law, my wife translating. I said, "You can do that?" And it just got better after that.
Love it.
Nice. Hey, Tiger, speaking of dead batteries, my earpiece apparently didn't charge all the way and it's getting ready to tap out. So I'm probably going to lose you guys here in a second as far as audio goes. So
yeah,
you guys have a wonderful night. Try to get some rest. I know you're a night owl like me there, Tiger, but, it's the weekend. Try to get your rest to where you can, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say goodnight to you. I got to get, we got family plans tomorrow. I got to meet Chef in the morning for a quick deal, and then back home for whatever the family has planned. But it was fun for sure.
It was. I see Nickel in the chat. Nickel, you know my email. You won 50 cents of 90%, whether you want it as a $50, 2 quarters, 5 dimes, whatever. Just send me an email with your address, and when I'm home, I'll set it up for you so that I can send it to you.
There you go.
So,
well, happy Father's Day to everybody.
Happy Father's Day.
Okay. Thank you all for coming and spending so much time with me, or as Backyard Bullion would say, being in the Cool Kids Club. So,
there you go.
So I want to thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Tiger. Had fun.
Oh, right on, Tiger. Okay. Y'all have a good night. Keep stack them high. I will see you guys later.
All right. All right. Be good, everyone.